Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wireless Global Congress Americas here in Dallas. Hope you feel energetic. We have a terrific agenda for the Congress today and tomorrow. First of all, I want to introduce myself. So I'm Thiago Rodrigues, the CEO of the Wireless Broadband Alliance. It's a pleasure to host you here in Dallas on our Congress. I want to start by give a big thank you to all our sponsors. Without the support of our sponsors, we will not be able to run these shows. As you know, many of them are members of the Alliance, so a big thank you to all the sponsors for supporting us and making these events possible. For this morning, we have a terrific agenda covering several topics from enterprise connectivity, AI, convergence between cellular and Wi-Fi, device engagement, device experience, and as well to talk about how to improve the user experience on Wi-Fi. So you can see speakers from Boingo, Airties, Intel, Cisco, AT&T will be on the agenda for today. Before I jump into my keynote, I want as well to welcome all the new members of the Alliance. So thank you for joining WBA. For those of you that are for the first time on these type of events, take advantage of the networking opportunities, talk with the rest of the community, get involved on our programs and projects. I think it's a great opportunity to get visible on these shows and take advantage of all of us coming together here in Dallas. For those of you that are members of the Alliance, I want to give a big thank you to AT&T team. On Monday and yesterday, we had our members' technical sessions at AT&T offices. This sounds pretty simple, but there is a huge amount of work behind the scenes to make sure that all of us, we could have our technical meetings at AT&T offices. We use as well the infrastructure, the Wi-Fi at the offices. We test open roaming on AT&T offices. So I will ask you to give a round of applause and recognize AT&T for all the help. Okay, jumping into my keynote. So I want to talk about a little bit about WBA, what we want to achieve, and especially for the new members and people that are not involved on our activities to understand what we want to accomplish. So as you know, WBA is a nonprofit organization. We have this vision of accelerate and drive seamless and interoperable Wi-Fi services. And we use basically 3 strategic areas where we anchor all the programs that we run. So the first one is make Wi-Fi easy and simple with open roaming and passpoint connectivity. So our devices can connect automatically to the Wi-Fi with security. The second area that we focus in is how cellular technology and Wi-Fi technology can converge, coexist, and take advantage of each strength of each technology. So there is a lot of programs in WBA on that area. And the final pillar is all about how can we advance Wi-Fi as a technology. So when we talk about Wi-Fi 7, when we talk about 6 gigahertz spectrum for Wi-Fi, when we talk about novelties like Wi-Fi sensing, Wi-Fi Allo, so those type of novelties are critical as well for the work of the Alliance. You can see on the next slide our roadmap of technical programs for 2024. I don't want to go in every single detail of the programs. You can see that we are organized in work groups, like many other trade associations. But I just want to highlight some key programs that I want to give some more visibility. So on the 5G program, a lot of work in terms of how cellular and Wi-Fi can coexist and converge. We have been working as well on E911 services over Wi-Fi. So another key component that many of you members of the Alliance are working on. Then we have a quite robust program on IoT, either if it's smart home, Wi-Fi Halo, Wi-Fi sensing is being addressed in WBA. Then on our next generation Wi-Fi, we cover topics like Wi-Fi 7 trials. For example, we have more than 7 trials with major carriers from all over the world to trial and test all the new capabilities of Wi-Fi 7. We have as well trials with enterprise companies. So show to those players and stakeholders the benefits of Wi-Fi 7, the novelties that Wi-Fi 7 are bringing. So it's a very robust program there. Another very robust program is about operator managed Wi-Fi for residential architecture. So define best practices, define the ideal architectures that the residential broadband stakeholders should pursue. So that's another robust program in the Alliance. And as well, AI, machine learning is a key element, is a new program in WBA that you are going to hear a lot about AI throughout the day, today and tomorrow, but it's a new program that we have as well in the Alliance. Then we have our roaming and open roaming programs, a lot about radios, assurance, radios optimization, but as well, how can we onboard easily devices into Wi-Fi? How can we make devices security better? So there is a lot of work on those areas. And the last one, testing and interoperability group. We have been doing a significant amount of work, allocating a lot of resources and time on how can we improve QoS over Wi-Fi? How can we improve user experience on Wi-Fi? How can we make sure that whenever I connect Wi-Fi, I'm going to be able to do whatever I'm expecting to be done over my device. Just a note as well, we have a policy and regulatory group. Many of you are involved on that. We interact with many regulators, governments, bodies around the world. And we have as well a market work group. So for those of you that focus on the marketing and communication can get involved as well in WBA. Now I just want to highlight 3 elements of our open roaming program. So the first one that I'm super excited is how can we bring the principles of Passpoint and open roaming into the IoT space? So if you look to Passpoint and open roaming, the principles are I get connected automatically to a Wi-Fi network without any manual intervention. So the device has all the intelligence to talk with the network and they will do the handshake to connect. So how can we migrate those principles into the IoT? So that is the goal of this program. So how can I have an IoT device that I go to a retail shop, I pick it up, I bring it to a specific location with a specific Wi-Fi network and the device will connect. So the technical group, they started to work on this topic for a few months. We have a collaboration with the FIDO Alliance for IoT. We just released a technical specification on how open roaming can be implemented on FIDO onboarding devices. And we have as well already a testing tool on our GitHub from WBA, so any of you can go there, play with it, download it, and play with these capabilities. I think these type of open roaming for IoT can be super relevant in specific use cases, like, for example, in a factory or even on a property like one hotel that the IT managers can somehow bring whatever devices that they need. The devices will attach completely automatic without any manual intervention to the network. The next topic is called the Federated Onboarding Service. So this has been a work that has been developed in WBA for the last 9 to 10 months. So the idea is to facilitate the creation of IDs and credentials that can be used in Passpoint and open roaming networks. So we released it publicly, the first demo of a Federated Onboarding Service application. This is run by WBA, but we have as well a testing kit on our GitHub that is an open source software. Any of you can download it, play with it, set up your credentials, and test it using Open Roaming. And the last deliverable, something that I'm super excited as well, is we developed on the technical groups an Open Roaming map. So when we started, probably 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago, all this journey of Open Roaming, people were always asking, where is Open Roaming available? So it's a fair question. As WBA, we don't have control of what is being set up on Open Roaming across the world. So we took some time to understand how can we find a tool that can give us that information without knocking on the door of the AP manufacturers or knocking on the door of the enterprises or the carriers to understand if they deployed Open Roaming. So what we did is we partnered with Wiggle.net, that is a crowdsourcing tool for Wi-Fi. And basically, we created a crowdsourcing map of all the networks that have deployed Open Roaming. So this map is available on this URL, wballiance.com/Open Roaming Maps. Any of you can go there. It's publicly available from today. So you can go and see where Open Roaming is available. And it's a crowdsourcing tool. So we are very excited that we can see this map getting more dots and dots over the time and have a global coverage of Open Roaming. A final message, if you are not yet members of the Alliance, if any of the topics that I mentioned on these minutes is relevant to your company, to the work and that you are doing for the products and services that you do, please consider to join the Alliance, be part of the group. We are a quite friendly community. We'd love to continue to work and get you involved. So consider that to be part of the Alliance. We'll be more than happy to welcome to the group. And my final slide is about World Wi-Fi Day. So next week, 20th of June, is an opportunity to celebrate all the good that Wi-Fi have been done for all of us and for the world in terms of connectivity. So please don't forget to do something to celebrate World Wi-Fi Day. It can be just a social media post. It can be a party with the colleagues. It can be just a message to WBA. We have a specific set of activities under the WBA. So if you'd like to know more, just feel free to talk to me or one of my colleagues, and we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you and celebrate all the good of Wi-Fi has been doing for the last 25 years. So thank you, everyone. And soon we'll move for the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. So next speaker is Mike Finley, CEO of Boingo Wireless. So Mike is a long-time executive on the telecom space. He serves on the board of several organizations, including CTIA. He's a long-time friend of WBA and supporter of the Alliance. And is coming today to talk about connectivity in action, special for the enterprise sector. And let me pass a video before we invite Mike to the stage.
For New Yorkers, taking the train is part of our daily lives. But have you ever stopped to think about how it gets built and how we get these things to work on the trains, and especially in the tunnels? I'm Errol Lewis. I'm going to take you on a trip to Grand Central Madison, a long-awaited $11 billion project that has increased train capacity into and out of Manhattan by 50% and shortened commute times by a staggering 40 minutes. We're going to visit one of the biggest rail terminals in all of America. Join me. Grand Central Madison is 18 stories beneath Grand Central Terminal. That's like putting almost the entire height of the iconic Flatiron building underground. This is where you'll find the Long Island Railroad Terminal, And to get there, you take the brand new escalators that will stretch 182 feet long and 90 feet high. This combination of innovation and convenience includes integrated Wi-Fi and cellular service. Boingo was selected by the MTA to provide that connectivity. I spoke with the CEO, Mike Finley, about what it takes to provide these kinds of services to millions of commuters. You're providing connectivity on all of the platforms, all the way through the tunnels. And does that include underneath the East River?
It does. There's 2 new tunnels underneath the East River. So where we're at here, we're 18 stories below ground. We run hundreds of miles of cable, 10 miles of track, and 3 million square feet. So this is a very complex connectivity build. They all are. This one is at the top of the scale, and what the Boingo team and engineers have done a wonderful job building this out and creating connectivity here for all types of uses.
All this 5G innovation, what does it mean for a regular user, somebody like me?
It's pretty incredible. Everybody wants connectivity. Not only can you have conversations, you can text, you can get your information, you can watch a movie. From an operational side for MTA, it really enables safety, security, the utilization of cameras.
The commuters are happy, they're doing work. Operations is happening as well. I imagine, I don't see any of it, but there's got to be a lot going on behind the scenes here.
The design of this is one of the great feats of the world that we live in technology-wise.
Nearly 6 decades of planning and construction went into the creation of Grand Central Madison. With a project of that size, it's clear the MTA wanted it to be first class all the way around. It fuses innovation, community, and connection. Thanks for joining me on this trip into the future of commuting in New York. Until next time, stay connected.
Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Tiago.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that's my whole presentation. Not sure what I can add to that. Let me start by thanking Tiago for having me here today, WBA, JR, and AT&T, the great leadership you guys show across everything that we all do. Thank you for doing that for us here today. And look, at Boingo, we've been part of WBA for a long time, over a decade. Derek Peterson does a fantastic job. There he is, showing. Brings passion every day about a lot of things, but WBA is right at the top of it. So we appreciate that. And Derek, we thank you for all you're doing. I'm going to talk today a little bit about convergence. We're a big believer in convergence. Most of you know Boingo as building the first Wi-Fi networks in airports, primarily. Back in the day when there wasn't Wi-Fi and devices, it's hard to fathom that day. My kids don't really know that day. Although I just learned and reminded myself that my wife and I are very forward thinking. Our oldest son is born on June 20th. So he's going to be upset when I post about I love Wi-Fi Day and not his birthday, but we'll deal with it. But look, we've been apart here for a long time, and you know, converging networks, it's complicated, but we feel strongly that when you get off a plane, a train, or wherever you're at, you don't really care what network you're on, you care that your device works. And thanks to our great partners, the carriers, AT&T, and the work that Boingo's done, we're accomplishing that goal in a lot of the places that we're at. So look, whether it's 3G, 4G, or 5G, or, you know, we're not allowed to talk about 6G yet, I guess, which is fair. But Wi-Fi 5, 6, 7 now, it's great to be a part of all that. And I'm going to talk today about specifically what you just heard is Grand Central Madison. Really an incredible feat. What wasn't in the video, which is pretty interesting, it really highlights kind of the new and the old, if you will. You know, we believe what we do at Boingo is we're a creator of connectivity. We think that people want to have connectivity everywhere. I don't think I have a lot of dissenters in this room on that. However, building this out, this Grand Central Madison, which is brand new, it opened in November. Those tunnels under the East River have been being built since 1974. So it took that long to get those tunnels. So you can imagine in the design and the build, those are 50-year-old tunnels trying to get modern technology, not just cellular, but train technology. So we went through a lot of iterations. but our team did a phenomenal job of designing the network and creating a network that people can now not just use devices and connectivity on platforms, but also under the tunnels and on the ride. So you can see here, no surprise, these stats are in New York, but I think they'd be true anywhere. People want to use their phones. 70% use their phones, not 79% are using it daily. They want to access the network on their phones, and it's almost 2 hours of commute time. So let me talk a little bit about the project. So I mentioned there's kind of a new and an old. There's the Grand Central Madison, which is these new tunnels under Grand Central Station and creating this new connectivity. And then there's also the railroad part of it, which these railroads were created in 1877. So I'm pretty sure they weren't planning for wireless connectivity when they did that, but we had to work together. So you can see one of the largest projects, the largest project of New York, MTA, $11 billion, 10 miles of track, over 162,000 customers each day. That's the trains and the commutes are really picking up. So it's really creating a whole new opportunity, shortening commutes by almost 40 minutes. And what we did is created a converged network, Wi-Fi and 4 and 5G. CBRS is also a possibility there, but I think you can see here the complexity of this build. 100+ miles of cable. By the way, we won this award in 2018, and it got completed in fall of 2023. So you can imagine how many days and nights the benefit we had, since it was a new tunnel and a new track. There weren't active trains, so we were able to get the build. COVID hits in the middle of us. Our team only missed 1 week of work during COVID. We're very proud of that. You know, they went back in and started completing this work. Still took 5 years. You know, it's a long time. Hundreds of APs and 3 million square feet of networking. So you saw from the video, been there recently. It's very active. The network, that escalator really created a lot of challenges. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make that work with the ceiling heights, the length of the escalator, putting nodes, access points in the panels, where you put them. Everybody here kind of would understand that. A lot of trial and error, and of course, working with our carrier partners to make all this work. So that's been an amazing feat. Very proud of the Boingo team. A number of our teams are here today. So the next piece of this is now the railroads, Jamaica Station and Atlantic Terminal. So in this particular case, it's the 4th busiest station in the world, in the Americas, 200,000 riders. We converged 5G and Wi-Fi to bring this together. There's 18 miles of network. And the big deal here is prior to this, there was basically connectivity on the platforms. So that's great. The MTA and a lot of our public partners, airports, transportation hubs, one of the things that's really impressive to me is they really focus on the user experience. They really want the user to have a great experience. And there's other benefits that they're getting as well. Obviously, a little thing, I love this when I heard this. For those of you who have ridden trains in New York before, they've moved to kind of a system where your badge is how they charge you, essentially. So somebody told me the trick is when you get on the train, you have to sit in the corner and act like you're sleeping and turn your badge over so that the conductor, couldn't charge you. And so connectivity now for them becomes more practical because not unlike, the Amazon walkouts and things like that, eventually where the trains will move to is you walk on the train, you're getting charged, that's your device and stuff. So they're very proactive, they're very creative, they're very innovative, and they care a lot about the user experience. Obviously, safety is a big factor with cameras and things like that, especially in big cities like New York. But you can all imagine building this network, designing this network, making it a converged network. Again, users don't necessarily care what network they're on, they care that it works. The venues care that it's on and working, both for their end users, but also for the security of what they're doing. So as Thiago mentioned, all the great things that WBA is doing, We feel strongly about convergence, bringing together, the carrier networks with our great carrier partners. We work on their behalf to build out their networks. We converge it with our Wi-Fi networks and bring those together. So the venue has a great experience, the passenger has a great experience. And, as we go forward, we see that continuing on. So as Thiago just highlighted, seamless connections, interoperable collaboration between the carriers, the service providers, the vendors, the venues, enterprises, and bringing all this great technology together. It's interesting, when I saw the chart a little earlier, prior to joining Boingo, I was at Qualcomm, and when 4G was coming out in 2010, people always ask, well, what are the use cases? I know JR and AT&T gets this all the time. What are the use cases? Well, when 4G was coming out, here's 3 use cases that weren't even not highlighted: Uber, Lyft, and streaming. So those weren't use cases of 4G. When 5G came in, same question, what are the use cases? And there was a lot of, wow, we can do, these great things with telehealth. We can do these things with robotic cleaning, and it all sound very futuristic. There was a lot of autonomous vehicles and driving. But at the end of the day, it really didn't come into play until our industry, and I'll highlight the carriers here. When you go back in time of what the great work the carriers did during COVID, not only to enable networks, but to keep all of us connected with robotic cleaning in big stadiums and airports, contactless entry, contactless concessions. Prior to that, basically the technology going into a stadium was your phone could be used as your ticket. That was about it. And so now when you look at our modern day life, as I said, Boingo feels we're a creator of connectivity, big venues, train stations. We're on 90 military bases, providing connectivity to our troops. But the great work that the WBA does, we're very proud to be a part of it. Derek and our team, as I mentioned, really bring it forward for us. So we're very happy to be here. And really thank you for having me today and Boingo here today. It's great to be in Dallas, in our new hometown. Didn't have to get on a plane. I just had to drive down the road today. So Thiago, thank you for having me in Boingo today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's check if there is any questions to Mike from anyone. There is one question here.
Mini-me.
Yeah, my radio station is huge. Is it like the sort of European train stations where it's not just getting the people in and out? There's like a giant underground ball of all sorts of business services as they go past.
Yeah, it's. I should have highlighted that. Yeah, it's everything you think. It's if you've been to Grand Central, there's a whole bunch of retail stores. There's an Apple store there. There's a whole bunch of things. When you go 8 stories below, it's now a little more retail. There's food. There's other services and things like that. So most of it is getting people in and out of trains, but they did spend a lot of time and effort to create other venues for people. The combination of the whole Grand Central is pretty robust. They've done a lot of work at the original as well, and there's more to come. There's a lot of work going on, in Penn Station and Grand Central in New York. But yeah, there's a bunch of other things that are there. It's primarily food and things that are down there.
Yeah. One question for me, Mike. How challenging it was to bring all these stakeholders together? So railway authorities, carriers, train operators, how to bring everyone together?
Yes, that was quite challenging.
Yeah.
Not the carriers. In all fairness, the carriers were very supportive. Quite honestly, AT&T was. I'm not just saying that because we're in Dallas and AT&T, but they were the lead with that and really helped bring it together. So the carriers obviously understood the value in bringing it together. The vendors, it was pretty unique build. So we got a lot of support from vendors, that wanted to be there and participate because the outcome was going to be as long as we did it, it was going to be a good outcome. You have to remember, it was during COVID. There was a lot of questions at the time of, would people ever come back to New York?
Yeah.
So, this was not only the largest project for MTA, but it was the largest project for Boingo in our history. So we were building this out, with the hope and belief that New York would survive. People would want to come back to work in the city and things like that. And then, quite honestly, the longest pole in the tent, and it just is what it is. I highlighted it wasn't an active train and tunnel.
Yeah.
So we had more access to the tunnels, but for MTA and the train, Long Island Railroad, where you have active trains running, they have people wanting to get back and forth. So the hardest part was building it out primarily at night and weekends, where the trains had to be stopped, not just not active. So they had to give up and cut back on some of the transportation. And then you have to get people that want to come work on weekends and hours, and you get 8 hours, and you get a couple hours to set up and a couple hours to tear down. So it's a very expensive proposition to build, and I think our partners that we were working on behalf of, the carriers and the venue and the venue, appreciated the fact that this isn't your kind of normal run of the mill. Build it up. This kind of standard template cost, and here we do it. It's most of the builds we do are very complicated. Sometimes they're new, and it just takes a lot of time. You're dealing with labor costs that are very high, particularly in New York, and so it's a very expensive thing to do. But I think the outcome's been spectacular. We're hearing great stories of people on the trains that are looking over to somebody and saying, "How is your device working?"
Yeah.
Because of all that time, it just wasn't there, and so now it is. And but yeah, it was. As we look back on it, I look at some of our team. We look back on it. We have a number of those things we're doing right now that are kind of down to the wire. We're doing the same thing, but they did a phenomenal job. It's a big part to design it, get it right, get the carriers engaged, getting support of agreeing with what we're doing, helping us with what we're doing. And when all that comes together, then the outcome is spectacular, and this is a good case.
Yeah, you should be proud of all the achieved with that project. It's a great project.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on the agenda, I would like to invite now Dr. Sarper Gortur, VP Innovation at Airties, to share with us their vision on managed Wi-Fi for the residential environment. Welcome, Sarper. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sarper Göktürk, Vice President of Innovation at Airties. Today, I would like to talk to you about managed home Wi-Fi and the keys to successful integration of managed home Wi-Fi in different platforms. Okay, so let me give you a brief introduction about Airties and what we are doing to bring the background on this topic. So, Airties specializes in Wi-Fi, managed home Wi-Fi services. And we have been working in this domain for more than 20 years and tailoring Wi-Fi specific innovation and inventions for this domain. And we have, during this journey, we are partnering with global broadband operators, and we have been integrated into more than 100 different platforms for these operators. So this means that we have a vast amount of experience in integration, and this brings in the knowledge that we experience the challenges associated with this platform integrations, and also we know how painstaking this process is and how we can improve this process so that we can open up some space for more innovative stuff that we can value add. So because in the end, the service, this managed home Wi-Fi services for the end users and the broadband operators, so that the end users have a better service and a better Wi-Fi experience from their networks. So here the focus of Airties is on broadband, and we appreciate the industry's standards, And we try to be as hardware agnostic as possible so that we can embrace all these different platform integrations and conclude them successfully. So, as I said, we have integrated into more than 120 different platforms for global operators around the world, and we embrace a standards-based approach with open APIs so that this smooths out the platform integration process. And while doing so, we are working with major Wi-Fi chipset companies and embracing the standards with them. And you can see some of the operators that we are working with. And all these operators have different platforms, different chipsets for their gateways. So we are founding our portfolio on industry standards, and we are contributing to Wireless Broadband Alliance and Wi-Fi Alliance, and we are contributing to RTK and Purple. The idea behind using industry standards is not only to accelerate time to market, but freeing some resources by using the common components and industry standards so that we can move these resources to innovation and more inventive stuff so that the end user benefit of this home Wi-Fi network is maximized. So specifically in operator managed, in Wireless Broadband Alliance, we are leading the operator managed Wi-Fi work group, and also we are leading the end-to-end QoS. And these are all based on industry standards which embrace Wi-Fi Alliance, Easy Mesh, and data elements and broadband forms TR181 and TR369. So we are also supporting and sorry, is this an alarm? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Should we worry or run? Okay. So Airtie supports the adoption and evolution of Wi-Fi Easy Mesh, and also working with Wi-Fi Alliance for extensions to data elements regarding this managed Wi-Fi, home managed Wi-Fi concept. We are an active contributor to RDK and Purple communities, and we have contributed Easy Mesh controller to RDK, and we are maintaining it continuously. Also, with Purple, we are working on northbound APIs and new set of common APIs for that, and we are collaborating with Purple on the implementation and rolling out of this. So there's heavy industry standard collaboration that we are working on, and this brings me to the topic that we work on with within the WBA, the operator managed Wi-Fi reference architecture. So the idea behind this reference architecture is not only to improve and increase the time to market for the platform integration, but to allow a common reference architecture for all the operators to guide them towards a reference architecture that they can reuse in different platforms because of the common standard-based components in this architecture, and at the same time bring some value-add services within the CPE and the cloud that would allow the operators to roll out new services as quickly as possible and without the hassle of working within the platform. So the key here is that we acknowledge that there are multiple standards, industry standards, dealing with separate components of the modules going into a platform, right? So there are standards controlling mesh. There are standards controlling the driver APIs. There are different standards around data models, how you can manage the network through cloud. But there is no single reference architecture that shows or that defines which components should be combined within a platform so that you make use of the synergy between different components, right? So in this operator managed Wi-Fi work group, the aim is that we not only define the related components, but we also recommend the use of industry-based industry standards-based components so that we make best use of the synergy between these components. And we recommend this to the operators so that they can, with every platform integration, they can avoid reinventing the wheel and just rely on the standardized components, and they can, so that everyone, OEM, chipset vendors, and managed home Wi-Fi service providers such as us can focus our resources into value-add services like the edge microservices and cloud microservices, different experience, Wi-Fi experience improvement areas. So this architecture defines, for example, for the Wi-Fi management relies on the Wi-Fi Alliance's EasyMesh agent. And also it relies on TR-181 as a data model and TR-369 for management of the management through the cloud. And it allows for multi-cloud instances so that different cloud instances supporting different services, cloud services, can be utilized. So this reduces the integration cost, effort, and accelerates time to market. When I'm saying time to market, it not only involves the platform integration, but also it involves the end-to-end validation of the microservices and the components in this architecture. The interesting thing and the point that I want to emphasize in this architecture is that we don't make a distinction between the edge microservices and the cloud microservices to bring the flexibility that you can have some microservices tailored for cloud or some microservices tailored for edge, and you can test your applications in the cloud as sample applications, but you can download them to your CPU to gain some processing and reduce cost of cloud operations. So you can decide on the fly which microservice to use for this deployment. And the good thing is we have now RDK and Purple focusing on this, and they are also embracing this operator-managed Wi-Fi reference architecture, and they are compliant with this architecture. And we can say that they are example implementations of this reference architecture. So I would like to point out 5 important components of this architecture. While we were designing this components and designing the architecture, we put these 5 components into consideration. The first one is the industry standards. The thing is, we have to ensure compliance with existing standards, and it should be future-proof with the new Wi-Fi technologies that will come and protocols that will come. The next thing is the industry standards sets the background, so it enables the technologies that you can utilize. But the experience of the end user starts with the installation process. So it's the first experience the end user faces when you install your service. And in the operator-managed Wi-Fi reference architecture, we consider not only the standard gateway installation, but also extender installation together with the gateway installation. Together with this, of course, the configuration of the parameters and how you can configure and the data model associated with these configurations are thought through and defined so that we can guide the operators about which configurations you need to have a seamless operation. How can you configure them? Which data model parameters are necessary so that you have a seamless configuration and installation? Of course, after you install and configure your network, this becomes an operational network, and the operation part, the channel management and proactive and reactive actions that you take in the during the operation of this network is very critical. Once you have millions of deployments, you have to monitor the critical data parameters that you're collecting from these deployments, and you have to act towards any issues that you face in the field. The one thing is being able to identify those issues. The other thing is taking an action on that. So this architecture is critical because we are defining the data model parameters that helps you identify these issues so that you can take action. So it also brings us to the topic of microservices or applications that run in the cloud and the edge, because once you define these data model parameters and these data points that you're interested in, you have to these data points will be used by some application running in the CPU, right? It's not being collected just for fun. It's being collected to take action. And you don't want to collect everything, but you want to collect that makes sense, right? You want to collect data in a frequency that you want, that makes sense and gives a lot of information. So remote data collection and management capabilities, we acknowledge that these are enablers for data-hungry, AI-driven value-add services. So we pay special attention to that. And management, of course, especially the remote management of home Wi-Fi network is the critical component of this architecture, because we want to be able to not monitor this home network, but we also take actions and manage this network throughout its journey so that we can improve the customer experience and user experience while it's being used. So in last year, we launched the first release of white paper for this operator managed Wi-Fi, and we had a very successful demonstration in Las Vegas meeting during the working sessions of Wireless Broadband Alliance. Currently, we are developing the second phase, and the second phase of this reference architecture had been focused on simplification of architecture, embracing the global open source implementers such as Purple and RDK, and we are planning to release the second white paper version of the white paper this summer. In the white paper, we will have this time Purple and RDK in the appendix, provided as example implementations compliant with this reference architecture. I think this is going to be a strong commitment and showing the value of this operator managed Wi-Fi, because it's not something just sits on in the paper, but there are real implementations around it, and we are supporting the value it brings. In the third phase, we are planning to add some more features, but beyond that, testing and certification might be a good functionalities to add for the third phase. So this brings us to another important component of platform integration. So one thing was having standards-based components that you can make use of again and again for different platform integrations. So this reduces the cost of implementation and integration into new platforms. The other thing is that since you have standards-based components, the standards-based meaning that you have clearly written specifications that define how this component should function and what's the expected output from that component, so that you can have different implementers implement the same thing because they have a very clearly written documentation around it. So that was the first step. And the second step is, of course, having open source communities implement these common standards. And once you have this platform integration, then maybe the last but not least important thing is testing of these components. So this is very critical because this is very painstaking, and the early you can debug or early you can catch the problems in the platform integration, the better. So Airtie is having these vast amount of experience with lots of integration projects, more than 120 platform integrations. We know the challenges, and we have developed an automated data verification tool in order to test these components in an automated fashion. So this ensures all parties of the integration project are synced, and the components of this platform, the integrated platform, are operating and functioning as expected. This is critical because in the end, your microservices and applications In other words, the value that you want to bring to the customer and the experience, you want to improve the experience of these customers, rely on the data and the configuration and the APIs that these components are bringing in. So the testing part, the automated testing part of this platform integration, that's why it's very important. It ensures you that you can catch problems and you can fix those problems in an early stage so that you can reduce the time of your firmware releases. And you can just focus on the inventive part and the Wi-Fi services, experience improvement services. So the automated data verification tool that we call as Airties Orbit is providing benefit to all parties, actually. OEMs are benefiting from it, chipset vendors and operators are all benefiting from it because the platform integration, once the platform is integrated, if you go on with the end-to-end test before verifying your components, is doomed to fail in the first place, right? Because your end-to-end services rely on these very components to function as expected. And you better test them before you release any functionality. So it's easy reproduction of issues to pinpoint before releasing. And again, since it's automated and tailored for new technologies and data points, it can enable remote data verification. And again, of course, it's much faster than the manual testing. So I would like to wrap up my talk with re-emphasizing the three key components of platform integration. So why do we have this platform integration and release of new gateways? Because we want to provide some new services to the end users, right? And this involves innovation, and this involves inventive steps to go into this platform integration. But the thing is that in reality, most of the time is spent in integrating all the common components into the platform. So there's a little resources left for innovation, and most of the resources are going for the platform integration. But if we can simplify this process by using standards-based components, and standards-based meaning that there is a clear specification indicating what functionality you are looking for, then we can have the interoperability. So this also brings the collaboration and community open source software into the play because these communities can work on these specifications and implement and develop their code for use of the operators and the OEM manufacturers. So this brings a synergy, and in the end, we have the testing of these in an automated data verification tool such as Airties Orbit. We can verify that these components are doing what they're expected to be doing, and then we can build our value-added services on top of these components and then bring the value that we are hoping for the end users and the broadband operators. So this concludes my talk. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Sarper. Any question from anyone on the audience to Sarper? Yeah, everyone is very...
All the Amber alerts and late, those were all the Verizon phones.
I have one question, Sarper. So let's try to summarize what are the major benefits of these reference architectures for the broadband operators. So at the end of the day, they are the ones that need to implement this technology, what they will gain of implementing this type of platform.
Yeah, thank you very much. Diego, it's a good question. So we are emphasizing this fact. The benefit is, of course, we always say time to market, but it's a simple term, but there's more to that, right?
Yeah.
Because there is this integration part. You integrate into different components, but in the end, what you want to do is improve the experience of the end user, right? And in the end, we are providing this Wi-Fi and internet service for the benefit of the end user. But we are every time we have a new protocol or new technology, Wi-Fi 6, 7, we are dealing with how we can put them in, put all these technologies and new stuff into this platform. And we are forgetting about the value that we want to bring. And while putting these and combining all these components into the platform, we bump into lots of problems because you have to combine components from different providers. So having this kind of reference architecture actually guides the operators, saying that, okay, you need this baseline architecture, these components, so that you can ensure seamless platform integration, because there are written specifications. We can test these components because we know how to test these components. This is not proprietary stuff. The proprietary stuff should go into the microservices or the applications that you want to bring benefit. So the commonalization of these components and having this repeatability, like avoiding reinventing the wheel every time we integrate into a new platform, is the main benefit of this.
Okay, thank you, Sarper.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on the agenda. So next speaker is Eric McLaughlin, General Manager for Wireless Solutions at Intel. So welcome, Eric. And Eric is going to talk about Wi-Fi 7 and AI for PCs.
Right.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Tiago. It's great to be here. Always appreciate being here with my friends and colleagues in the WBA. Great group of folks, super smart, and I always enjoy my time here learning from each of you. So, as Tiago said, I'm going to talk about Wi-Fi 7. I'm going to talk about AI. Little known fact, I'll disclose it here. At Intel, if I'm presenting to an audience, I have to use the letters AI at least 4 times. If I use them 3, I get a reprimand, 2, demotion, 1, fired. So far I've used it twice. So AI, there we go, I'm safe. All right, so first of all, welcome to the AI PC era. I have one here. I have 4 more in my desk back at work. This one's from HP. We have Dell, Lenovo, Acer, Asus, Samsung, you name it, delivering new PCs, AI PCs. I wish you were the first to hear about it, but I did a query on AI PC and got 25.8 million replies. So you're not the first, unfortunately, but you may have only seen one now here. So what's new about an AI PC? It's a little underwhelming maybe at first. It looks a lot like your other PC, but there's this really cool button right here that will launch Copilot soon. So if that was all there was to an AI PC or AI in general, we'd all be in trouble, right? So the cool part about AI is it brings together all the hardware, all the software, and all the data. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. But first, what's different about, for example, an AI PC? What's new besides the little keyboard button? So PCs and other devices have always had, typically, if it's got a screen, it's got a GPU and a CPU. And those 2 processors can be used for different types of processing, right? The newest, at least in Intel's case, we added an NPU, neural processing unit, which is really useful for a variety of different types of workloads. And AI has tons of different workloads, and we'll get to that in a second. But the key to this device and having an AI PC is that you've got local ability to process massive amounts of data. And you've got 3 different places you can process that data. So we worked with hundreds of ISVs And they've optimized their solution to either run, depending on the type of workload they need to run, it can run on the GPU, on the CPU, or on the NPU. Thus providing a lot of capability for massive amounts of creativity and really cool use cases coming. But AI isn't just local. It needs to have access elsewhere. And thus, we come to the need for connectivity. So I used to say this at Intel and I'd get in trouble. I'd say, you know, your PC's not worth much if it's not connected. And I'd get in trouble a lot. But last year, our CEO at the Intel Vision event said, if you don't have connectivity, it's a brick. So I can say, Pat Gelsinger said that, I can say it, right? So premium connectivity is low latency, high reliability, highly deterministic connectivity, which all of us here in this room have been working on for many, many years, the latest instantiation of which is Wi-Fi 7. Great product. One of the things at CES earlier this year, we announced our first AI PCs. And at that event, I was doing a podcast, I think it was WFA, and they asked me about the evolution of Wi-Fi. And I was thinking about it, you know, as I was responding to the question, and I realized that as an industry, we've been working to enhance and improve Wi-Fi for many years, right? Adding things like MIMO, things like MU-MIMO, new spectrum. And lately, this whole industry has been focused on making it more reliable, lower latency, more deterministic, ostensibly to make sure we're there and relevant in a 5G and later 6G era. But perhaps a lot of the work we did was really to prepare us for AI, because those same capabilities, low latency, high throughput, much more deterministic and reliable pathways are absolutely critical to AI. Because if you're running one of these workloads, whether it's, you know, bursty workload, continuous workload, big data set processing workload, or something coming from the cloud and local in a hybrid way, you need that premium connectivity. Otherwise, you end up with problems. Data sets don't come through correctly. You make computational errors. Things like that can happen. I mean, imagine doing you know, we have a lot of people at Intel using AI to enhance our software development, right? Imagine you're doing your work, you're not getting the right data in the right time, you get some errors or you didn't get a complete set of information, you make some wrong decisions based upon what you get back. The AI engine could also make those bad decisions, and at the end, you may not get what you bargained for. And so we need to continue as an industry to keep focusing on continuing to drive these areas of improvement in Wi-Fi to ensure that we deliver the very best connection. And I'm really confident in Wi-Fi 7 as it rolls out. Everything we're doing shows that it's really, really good for these types of, as well as everything else we do. So everyone knows we're not going to just be doing AI on our PC, right? We're going to be doing all the normal stuff that we do. AI is going to be part of what we do. You need good connectivity to do that. And as I've said, Wi-Fi 7 delivers all of those things that we just talked about. 5 gigabits per second capability for data rate. You've got 60% lower latencies. You've got multi-link operation to enhance the determinism and the capacity, et cetera. Really, really great connectivity. Great job as an industry. And, you know, I'm proud to say Intel products in the PC outperform all of our friends and colleagues when it comes to the PC. So it's allowing us to deliver today some pretty cool use cases. So the cool thing about Wi-Fi in the AI era is it's not just about the connectivity. AI starts with data. Wi-Fi sits on the edge of the platform. First place data comes in, last place data goes out. I see on my card information about what's happening on the network, what pipes are there out there, how are those pipes performing, both now. We can even get historical data, even if it's not on if the PC contains a cellular, LTE or 5G, we can see that pipe. We know what's happening. We know how that connection has been performing, not just now, but over time. We get configuration settings. We get all sorts of information about the connectivity itself. We get application workload, traffic, the apps that are being used. And we have the ability to gather all of that data and make it available to AI. So we're already working on some pretty cool use cases on delivering this capability to a lot of companies. There's some of them which are here. Matt left. Oh, Matt, you're in the corner. So Matt said my only job today was to do really bad on my presentation, so his would be better. But so I'm probably working that well for you, Matt. But we've been working with Cisco for years, providing them this connectivity data that we're able to get off the platform, use it to enhance the products and applications that they deliver that enhance the experience of enterprise users around the world. So connectivity does more than just connect. And that's a theme, right? As we look forward into Wi-Fi 8, Wi-Fi 9, you talk about context awareness, et cetera, which I'll get to in a second. But this data that we can gather is going to be really important as we build out the AI era. So what do you do with the data, the great information you have, this great hardware, all of the stuff that you can put together? Well, as a good industry, we optimize it. And what I mean by optimize over time is I expect we'll be able to do real-time remediation of common issues that are happening in IT, whether you're at home, in a hotel, on an airplane, or in an enterprise, where we'll be able to provide the right data, have the right data sets, we'll be able to go through an optimization of that data, derive insights from that data, apply those insights, and then use either cloud or local processing to deliver the right information, make the right decision, and remediate issues. So we're pretty excited about where this is going. And we see it as kind of a really cool positive feedback loop, right? You got this great connectivity that helps both locally and in the cloud. You've got all this data that's coming in from various parts of the devices that we're using, as well as the cloud and other sources. You bring all that data in, you optimize it, and you deliver something really important in solving real problems. So let me talk real quick about one of the ways we've used AI to solve real problems. So this is not a Wi-Fi story, unfortunately, this is a Bluetooth story, but our CEO wears hearing aids full-time. And he called us up about 8 weeks before he had a presentation to make, and he said, I want my hearing aids connected to my PC as headphones, and I want to be able to hear and understand if there's, what else is happening around me, because once I do that, I'm immersed in that experience, and I'm not going to get anything, any stimuli. So what can you do? 8 weeks later, using AI, we delivered a solution that filtered out using AI very specific sounds, like a knock on the door or ring on the doorbell or somebody saying, hey, you, and we were able to prompt on the screen. So you can connect your hearing aids to the PC, use those as your main headphones, and get prompted if something that you should pay attention to happens. So only demo quality at this point, unfortunately, but we've got work being done to take that to product. But those are the kind of real problems we can solve with data, with good connectivity, with processing power locally, and in the cloud. We can deliver really important benefits to the world. So as I said, it doesn't stop there, right? Wi-Fi is going to continue to evolve. And as we look at Wi-Fi 8 and beyond, we get into bigger pipes, bigger bandwidth. You get to a point where we're getting even more massive amounts of data, and we can use that for context. And once you have context, you know what devices are around you, you know how many people are in the room. At some point, you're going to know, are those people walking, standing, breathing? Those kind of things will be possible. We can make all sorts of amazing experiences happen by using all of the, you know, the things that we just built on for this foundation. So we're really excited about where Wi-Fi is going. So closing thoughts, we're really excited about AI, where it's going, what we can do with it. And especially we're excited about Wi-Fi's potential to participate in this capability. We've got probably 20 different AI use cases that are in development at this time using Wi-Fi and using data, using the processing power that's on the PC as well as the cloud. So we think, you know, Wi-Fi is going to play a very pivotal role in delivering those, not just on PCs, but other devices. So we're going to keep evolving as an industry and make sure that Wi-Fi continues to become better, and deliver more capability even beyond access. And those will all feed into great AI experiences. So let's continue the great work that happens in the WBA. This collaboration is, you know, I don't know, I've been a part of a lot of different industries in my career. Wi-Fi is pretty unique. Get this group of people together, all different, you know, industries, different agendas. We still come together, we figure things out, we try to make, you know, this better for everyone. I love that part about the WBA. Let's continue doing that. And the world's our oyster, so thank you very much. And now everyone should go out and buy an AI PC. Or two.
For free.
Three is good.
Any questions for Eric? Okay, there is one question there. Ahmed.
How many times you said AI this time?
Oh, you know, I didn't count. I hope, Sarah, were you counting? No, I'm kidding. At least 20. So I think I'm good. Maybe I don't need to say it for formal presentations.
Yeah. Just one question from my side, Eric. How AI is helping, at the end of the day, the laptop or the PC connectivity? For examples, any examples that you can share with the audience? How your technology is helping that connectivity? Because let's be honest, the PC market, mainly connectivity is through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. They are the two main sources of connectivity. If you could elaborate a little bit on some examples, it will be great.
Sure. So one of the things I mentioned was the fact that we can see data coming in from multiple pipes. The way we do that is a combination of the hardware that's in the system and software applications that we write over, you know, in the software layer. And what we're able to do is, first of all, we can, once we know that data and what's coming, what applications are being used, we can prioritize that data, right? For example, you're in a phone call, a Zoom call or a Teams call. You want that call to work best. You're probably not just doing that, right? You're going to be doing web browsing, you know, you're going to be doing PowerPoint writing, you know, those kind of things. Some of those don't take a lot of resources, but there may be a download going on in the background, right? That you need to manage. So we have solutions that prioritize that, relegate the less important task of the moment to the background. And where we're headed with it is we do that today. We're going to use AI to make even better decisions and prioritize more deeply across the platform and really enhance how, because you can imagine now we're doing, you know, PowerPoint and a phone call. Soon we're going to be doing 2 or 3 AI workloads and a phone call.
And
right?
email is always there.
And email is always going. PowerPoint is going. So optimization of that experience is where we're headed with what we do.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Eric.
Yep. Thank you.
Moving on the agenda, so I'd like to invite the next speaker. So Matt McPherson, Cisco Wireless CTO, is joining here on stage to chat about new technologies for the next generation of applications over Wi-Fi. Matt, welcome.
So sorry that young guy couldn't make it today, you know. So but hopefully you'll accept the gray-haired guy that's before you that's substituting. But I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I'm hoping that I can have some conversations that will follow afterwards a little bit, because we're going to be talking about some next generation technologies in some areas that I think are really interesting to solve real problems that are happening in the industry today. So, I wanted to start with an overview slide, and I know this is a busy slide, so where's Steve? Steve tells me your slides have too much information, so I'll work on that, Steve. But what I wanted to show here is that, look, when we're thinking about these technologies, what we do is we look at what are the solutions that we can offer and what is the outcome it produces. And to build those solutions, we need a certain set of technologies. So sometimes we have this tendency to talk about technologies and we talk about them for the sake of the technology, but they really do have an end game, and there's really a strategy here. And what's, I think, one of the best experiences that I have here at the WBA is that we're applying those together to solve really the end-to-end problem. So a couple of things, and by the way, I just came back from Cisco Live in Vegas. We had about 20,000 customers out there. So I went through this. I talked to a lot of customers. We have a whisper suite, so I can't talk about everything that we were whispering, but I can talk about some of the higher order things to get a feel from the customer. And so I'm going to show you some data that just came back. I mean, it is fresh. It's literally from last week that says, hey, what do the customers think? What do they think is the most important in their networks and what we have to solve in this next generation? So we went over determinism. I've been talking about determinism for a long time. So I'll go into that a little bit. We did a dive with our customers, but we'll cover that at a high level. Converged wireless access. This ranked really high. Again, I'll show you some of the data, but what I find is that when you look at convergence in general, it kind of folds in everything else. You need the deterministic component, you need the analytic component, you need the AI component. And there's a new area that I'm going to be talking about around location services on how we can make location operational with AI. So I made a really junior mistake. I put my most important slide last. So I'll try to make sure that we actually get through to the end so we can talk about that. Spectrum and regulatory, I think some of the obvious things coming down the pipe, whether it's standard power, whether it's VLC, all these things that are changing around spectrum, which is really the fundamental platform that we build everything else on. So this is what we talk about. And here's the vote. So in the blue there, you see what people ranked number one. Determinism is still number one. When I talk to service providers and we talk about things like Wi-Fi offload, or we talk about some of these new types of experiences, you often get the question, well, what's the capacity of the Wi-Fi network? What's the expected latency characteristics of the network? And for years, you know what we said? It depends. It depends. And so the industry has made huge progress in really solving this problem, both in the arena of spectrum and what we're doing in the stack. So that one was rated number one the most. Convergence, look at convergence. So between being voted number one and number two, it's really the second highest item here. Analytics and AI. Now, you know what? It wasn't number one that often. You know what the primary feedback I get when I talk to customers and networking about AI is, what am I going to use it for? What's it going to do? So we'll talk about some of the operational things that AI can do to improve the overall network experience. But look at this operational location. Look how high that ranked. And I bet you're sitting there and you're thinking, what the heck is operational location? Well, I'm here to explain that. So we'll get a little bit into that, and that's my last slide. So deterministic Wi-Fi. I've been beating this drum for a long time. Many of you have seen me do keynotes before. There was a time, you go back 6-7 years when people would say, what do you need determinism for? Wi-Fi works. We use it. We'll do determinism and other technologies, but that's really not the case anymore. We see all these different applications, whether it's in warehouse or it's in safety solutions. I was talking to some finance guys. The finance guys actually had some of the lowest latency requirements I'd ever seen, because when they put in a trade or the market moves and these machines start making trades and whatnot, they start measuring the difference in price in milliseconds. And you can read all sorts of reports on how they do those things, but I was actually surprised. The finance guys do not want to get off the wire. right? So how are they going to trust the next generation of Wi-Fi? You know, healthcare, we used to all talk about healthcare. Oh, it's the future. You know, we're going to have these robotic arms and we're going to have this augmented reality and everything. It's here. It's here. Some of you know Bart Brickman. He's a distinguished engineer at Cisco. You know, I was talking to him over at Cisco Live. He says, my wife just had an operation. The doctor asked her, do you want me to do it or the robot? And she goes, you, I think, you know. So she comes out, she's in post-op, and the doctor said, well, everything came out okay, everything's fine, you know, but I couldn't do what the robot could do, so we used the robot. So this stuff is here. This stuff is happening. This stuff requires deterministic type capabilities. Education is sort of obvious. I'm showing on the right here what Apple is doing with the Vision Pro, where you can do this virtual workspace. And I always thought this was really cool. You know, when Wi-Fi first came out, I thought it was super cool that I could, you know, go from my office out to my back porch, you know, if it's a nice day or whatnot. Now what we're doing is we're taking our entire work environment. I mean, think about that. I can go to work, I can create a virtual screen any size, right? I have all my work that's going on and you know, me, I have 4 screens. I don't know about you guys, but I got like 4 screens all over my desk and everything. Now what I can do is I can bring up that virtual environment. And you know what, if it's a nice day, I can not only connect outside, I can take my entire work environment with me. When I come to an event like this and I'm working in the hotel, I can bring up that entire work environment, same as I left it when I was at the home office. So these types of applications and services, they are coming and they are going to change the world as far as productivity. I like to point out, you know, that one chart I show B2B versus B2C. What's interesting is that if you look at the investment and what's going on in this particular space, 45% is B2B, business applications. 55% is still consumer, but you know what's growing the fastest? Business and productivity applications. And these types of applications need determinism. All right, so I told Tiago I was going to go into the details of this and it would only take me 90 minutes, but he said do the short version. So I'm going to do really the short version, but I just wanted to kind of finish the point here. I'm not going to get into L4S and what we're doing with MLO and what we're doing with SCS. All of these technologies, even things that are going into Wi-Fi 7 and the second release of Wi-Fi 7 around targeted wait time or restricted targeted wait time, you know what every one of these technologies is for? Determinism, predictability, reliability. The industry is fundamentally changing. It is not a best effort technology anymore. And because it's not, it can expand into whole new sets of verticals. So if you think Wi-Fi is popular now, wait as we start adding these next generation and sets of applications that are going on it. And so this is going to continue to be enhanced. I've showed this slide before. I'm not going to spend much time here. I call this bounding the latency. And what you can see here is the distribution or probability of latency based on the stack you're using. And you can see it gets better and better and better. So look at what we're doing with Wi-Fi 7, SCS with our TWT. We can actually manage the latency on an unlicensed network to 10 milliseconds. You know what that means? That means we can do these next generation applications and we can do it at scale. Fundamental important changes that are happening in the industry. Now, again, is that determinism important to convergence? You better believe it is. I mean, JR, are you going to let me use an AT&T ID to authenticate into a Wi-Fi network that's no good? You're not, right? You only want to go to good Wi-Fi, right? And that's what we're doing in this next generation is we're making it good Wi-Fi. So this is an old slide, and I intentionally threw this old slide in here because this shows the progression of what we're achieving. So if you look at what's happening with converged multi-access, I call this a day in the life. This is what we all experience every day. We start at home, typically. You know, today I started here, but, you know, typically we start at home. And what are you on? You're on Wi-Fi. You know, you go into work, you go to 5G. You get to the corporate office, what do? You go to Wi-Fi. You know, you get in the car to see a customer, or to go out to a site, or to go to a restaurant, or to go to a football stadium, or to go to a hotel, whatever it is. What we see is that we move across all of these technologies all the time, every day. And the problem is, it's not always a good experience. It's not always clean. Every time you connect to 5G, even if you fly to another country and get off the plane, it just automatically connects. Not so with Wi-Fi. We have this thing. I didn't put the slide in. I have a slide called Portal Pain. So, you know, I'll just ask the audience, how many people like going through a portal? That's what I thought. Yeah, people don't like portals. It's one of the #1 pain points. And so we had really 3 things we had to solve to make this ubiquitous experience a reality. The first one, connect to all networks that are available to you. That's the first objective. And we didn't do that without going through a portal before. So now connect to all networks. That's what we're doing with Open Roaming. Open Roaming is the #1 consumer of PassPoint from the WFA. And you saw Tiago showing the growth that's actually happening. What's the next thing? So you have these multiple connections now going into these devices. Which path do you take? When do you go to Wi-Fi? When do you go to 5G? And then the next step beyond that is that answer doesn't stay the same, because guess what? You're moving around. So the answer on what you connect to might be different if you're connected in a building, or if you're walking out of a building when you want to switch to another technology that's more ubiquitously available. So there's 3 things that we had to solve here, and some of these problems we're still working on. So I talked about Open Roaming, the Identity Federation. All I want to say here is Open Roaming makes PassPoint easy. If you take that one fact away, you know, you can look at all the papers and everything, but Open Roaming makes PassPoint easy. It makes it so that any access network can use any credential to securely and automatically connect to the network. That's it. People think Open Roaming means that you securely and connect to any Open Roaming network. It's not what it means. What Open Roaming means is that you can create new cross-vertical business relationships so that you can have any roaming partner, Open Roaming partners, open business. We're open for business. That's the significance of Open Roaming. All right. So I talked a little bit about advanced location, and people were saying, well, this operational location thing looks like it's really important. And so I just wanted to show some of the advancements that we're making. You know, it wasn't that long ago we would triangulate off of an AP, and we would get accuracy to what? 10 meters. We'd know that there was a crowd of people in here. We wouldn't have that much specific, you know, really the specifics to it. And then Bluetooth, maybe it was a little bit better. Right? But you know what we did is we went from RSSI technologies, and in other words, we went from measuring power to measuring the time of flight. It's fundamentally different. When you're measuring power, if your AP has to go through a couple of walls, then the power gets distorted. And then what you're doing is you're trying to determine how far you are from the AP, and you're going to get a distorted reading. And that's why the accuracy is up there in the 10-meter range. But if you're sending a signal, even if the power is reduced, if you're measuring the time of flight, the wavelength moves at the same speed, even through walls. So that's why in this next generation technology, now we're down to 1 to 3 meters with FTM, and you're down to 5 inches with ultra wideband because of the size of the spectrum that you can use to do it. So this really changes things. So I kind of feel like, to a certain extent, we've solved some of the location problem, because I can tell where everybody's actually sitting and how many people are in a room, and you can apply that to all sorts of layer 7 conveniences, like inside wayfinding or finding equipment with a tag, all those things we heard about. But can location actually change the way we operate networks? Well, I would say that it can. If I know that I'm getting a certain signal or error rate from a device, if I know where that device is, that tells me the RF characteristics specifically where that device is. That means I can take that data, I can do much better RF coverage maps, and I can do much better RRM to produce this best experience for everyone in the building, regardless if they're behind the stairwell or not. So we can make this operational. Tiago mentioned in the kickoff, we were talking about E911 services. That's making a 911 emergency call on a Wi-Fi network, which, you know what, is currently illegal? The FCC is looking to approve this, because there's times when you're in a building where the penetration isn't good with 5G, you still want to make an emergency call. It doesn't matter if you're hurt down in the basement. and it's not penetrating. But what do you have to provide that operator when you made that call? You have to provide a location, right? What are we doing today when we do some of those calls from home? We're putting in our home address. Well, what if you didn't make the 911 call from home? Doesn't make sense, does it? So these types of location services are becoming very much operational. So I want to talk about a new technology. This is a research area that Cisco's working on. I'm not announcing anything. I want to be very clear about that. This is a research area. It's one of the things that we've been talking a little bit at the WBA, but this has ramifications over in some of the areas that we're working in IEEE and other locations. Because you know what people keep telling me on that overall experience as we're going between these different access technologies, that the seams are painful. We have a seams problem. Our friends at Comcast were telling me, you know, look, this problem of turning on Wi-Fi and having 5G and bouncing back and forth between these technologies is a problem. So we're introducing a technology, it's called vector roaming. So let's take an example. So stick with me because I don't think I have a point. Oh, do I have a pointer on this? Yeah, I do have a pointer. Okay. So if you look in the upper right corner up here, so this gal, she's moving from left to right, and she's currently connected to that, what we're calling the current AP. Now, what happens is she starts to walk away from that AP. The device says, ooh, my signal's getting weaker and weaker, right? And eventually reaches a point where it says, oh, I need to scan, right? So what does it do? So the AP tells it all the neighbor APs. So you don't have to scan all the spectrum. You just scan for those neighbors. But if you look here, what's happened? Wrong button. How do I go back? Jagos think, good, he's done. No, I'm not done, sorry. So let me find the pointer. So what happens is that's a neighbor, that's a neighbor, that's a neighbor, that's a neighbor. So you know what we do when we provide that 11K list? We provide bad information. We give 2 neighbors that are not actually good candidates. Why are we providing bad information to do a roam? So with vector roaming, since we have this historical vector and we know the direction they're moving, we can actually predict what AP they'll go to next. So we can prune that neighbor list and say, just go to the right AP. Boom, connected. In fact, what we can do is we can say, look, we know you're moving between here and here. So what we're going to do is say, hey, look, device, you know, you got about 2 seconds to do this handoff. So the device can say, well, I'm going to keep sending that frame. I'm going to finish that frame. And when I start sending the next frame, I'm going to go to the other AP. No inserted latency, no drop packets. So instead of this idea where the signal gets bad and you start getting error rates and you start getting weak power, and then you go and you start scanning and you drop a few packets, that's not determinism. There's lots of applications that can't do that, right? Now we can actually do this in a coordinated fashion. So if you look at the right here, this is sort of interesting, right? Because with location services, you can say, here's my historical vector 1 right before I got to this point. Here's 1 step back before I made a turn. Here's 3 steps back. So you have this sort of history of how someone's moving. And you know what that is? That's machine learning. And as people are moving in and around this building, what happens is you end up with all these vectors of typical paths through the building that are known good vectors. Because you know what people don't do? Walk through desks, walk through meeting rooms, walk through stairwells. So now you have all the probability, all the machine learning you knew to do what? Guess what? Apply AI to determining that next predicted location. So here's a guy, he's walking by this building, right, on the street. This is the sidewalk. Now, most of the time, people walk by. So the predicted vector is walk by. But he didn't. He didn't. He changed. He started walking towards the building, right? Deviation vector. All right, the system through location services picks up the deviation, creates a new set of predicted vectors going into that building. Now, if you're walking by the building, if most people are walking by the building, they can see these APs. Don't connect. Don't connect. You're walking by. Why would you connect? But when you vector towards and into the building, connect. So you see how this is addressing the edge conditions? Have you ever been driving by and all of a sudden you get these offers to connect to Wi-Fi? That's not what we want to do. You know, open roaming is getting more and more coverage. As open roaming gets more and more popular, you know what's going to happen as we drive by? It's going to be connect, disconnect, connect, disconnect, connect, disconnect, connect, disconnect. Is that what we want? That isn't what we want. So if the vector is adjacent, and by the way, if this thing deviates, then probably call 911. You know, the roads are pretty predictable, right? And so we can really make this a very deterministic type thing. Now, here's someone, they're walking down the sidewalk and they actually stop, and they stop in the cafe. Now, they're outside, so you can't just use location. They're outside. So you could say, well, if they're outside, don't connect. No. No, they stop. It's a cafe. They sit down. So you go to what we call a zero vector. So what's the predicted vector? That they stay stopped. All right. So they're outside. They can see a signal. Connect. Go ahead and connect. Go ahead and connect to the Wi-Fi. And so you see that case works as well, right? And then they get up. They pay the check. They get up. Deviation vector. And whichever way they're going, now that becomes the new set of predicted vectors. So you see how these technologies are coming together? Wi-Fi, using analytics, using what we're doing with location type services to actually improve the operation of the network. So when people ask me, you know, how do you apply AI to networking? Well, I just gave you several examples, right? And look at this. This could be fundamental to how our operation works in and out of buildings, and as we go to 5G, as we come from 5G back into the building. So this is an area that we're doing exploration. I'm super interested to hear from the folks in the room. This got voted very high when I talked to folks over at Cisco Live. If you're interested in this, I'd love to talk to you afterwards, because this is an area that we're going to continue to pursue, and we're already doing some stuff over at IEEE. And I haven't convinced Bruno yet, but I think it'd be a cool work group here at WBA. So exciting things happening in the world of Wi-Fi, and I'll end there. Bruno, I just want to make note. I'm a minute and a half ahead of schedule.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from anyone? A couple of questions here.
That's right. So, and you know what? I personally believe that the client will always make the decision. So some of the technologies that we've seen come out there that are driven like from a packet core or something like that, they've not been successful historically. I think the client's still going to make the decision. So what do? You give the client information to make better decisions.
I have two parts question. One actually related to the previous one. You know, so of course, Wi-Fi, in Wi-Fi world, the client is the king. It makes it fun. And we experience this today with RK and V. You do all these measurements and you report them. The clients basically just throw them away and, you know, and stick to what they want to do. But the other aspect that I want to bring to that is the privacy side, because of like MAC randomization is another good example where it's really not like that deep of like a privacy in terms of the location, but just device discovery. And all of the device vendors are trying to start actually changing the MAC dynamically to avoid even that piece of information so you can deliver a better service you want to switch the device. So how do we deal with the privacy and the dependency and the mobile station at the end of the day, collaboration to do a lot of this? And the second part of the question is actually, you know, the process here really improves roaming within Wi-Fi, but it does not really address the seamless roaming with cellular. So how do we think about like things like ATSS, for example? How does it play in this world? And do we have a strong push for that as an ecosystem here to enable it?
Yeah, so let me take the last one first. So it does actually help when you're doing a roam, for example, from Wi-Fi to 5G, and I'll tell you why. Because right now, as you walk out of a building, the AP that you're connected to will get a neighbor list, but that neighbor list is all APs in the building. And so what the device will do is it'll scan for a bunch of APs that are all bad because you walked out of the building. And then what the device will do is say, well, I can't find the network, so I'm going to try to find another Wi-Fi network. And when it can't find that, it goes to cellular. That is a fail before make process. Now, if we do something like this vector roaming and we're providing neighbors, and we know, because we know, the network knows if you're at the edge of the network, the device doesn't, but the network knows, then in the neighbor list, you can say your next best neighbor is cellular, don't scan. So it can address that. Now, on the MAC rotation thing, it sounds like you were listening to the Apple release of iOS 18 because they're getting more aggressive. I mean, we have an alliance with Apple, and so we've been doing a lot of work in this particular arena. And it's difficult not to agree with Apple and the industry that Macs are not private. And there's websites that actually track this to the point where you can look people up. So I have to agree that rotation is a good idea. Now, the rotation is getting more aggressive. What happened originally is that they would rotate per SSID, and we got pretty used to that. And that gave you a pretty good experience, especially like in a hotel, because when you go to the portal and you log in at the hotel, unless you have open roaming, of course. Yeah. But what they remember is the MAC address. And so then when you leave, go to a restaurant or something and come back, if you rotate the next time you hit that SSID, it doesn't recognize you. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to go to a portal again. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I completely agree with you. And so the answer that we're looking at in the industry is don't use the external exposed header, which the MAC is, because you're seeing MAC addresses, even if you don't connect to the network, just through the probing, response mechanism. So what you need to do is you need to use an identity that's actually in the authentication flow, that's in an encrypted authentication flow. So one of the things that we paid a lot of attention to when doing open roaming was to have an identity that was associated to you that's in the encrypted flow, so that somebody just listening to the network can't pick this information up. And if you do that, then the rotation doesn't matter. But it's going to take a long time, I think, for a lot of the management platforms and a lot of the like hotels, they're basing it on MAC address. It's going to take a while for that to shift, but there are mechanisms in place, and it's certainly one of the things we're considering in open roaming.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. Okay, moving on the agenda, I would like to invite two of my colleagues at the board of WBI. So J.R. Wilson, Vice President of Tower Strategy and Roaming at AT&T and Chairman of WBI. J.R., please come on stage. And Dr. Derek Patterson, CTO at Boeing Wireless and co-chair of WBI, please come on stage. More than a panel, I just want to have a conversation between us. We have here the leadership of WBI, so I'm expecting a lot of questions from all of you, and not only about the role of WBI, but as well where we want to drive the activities and this convergence market that we've been talking about. We are running slightly late on the agenda, so I will start firing up immediately. So we have here two of the most pioneer companies in deploying Passpoint in the world. So they know all about it. They saw the benefits. My question to both of you is why we don't have more MNOs around the world deploying Passpoint conversions between Wi-Fi and cellular?
Well, look, my competitors, they've always been inherently slow. So that's, I don't know how to respond to that. Look, we find tremendous benefit. I think T-Mobile is starting to see the light. both in private networks, neutral host. They have a whole program where they're connecting into those environments. You know, there's nothing unique about AT&T other than we want to provide the best experience for our customers, which to me is always meant, you know, look, I'm from the roaming world, so I want to cover every ounce of white space across the entire country and ideally the entire world. And you do that through deploying as much cellular as possible, and that includes having partners. Been doing that for years. You do it by deploying as much Wi-Fi as possible. We've been doing this now for years. The whole convergence issue, I think we have different definitions of what convergence really means. For me, it means a perfectly seamless experience, regardless of what technology layer you're on. But then the other piece is, you know, we've recently announced AST SpaceMobile. That's a deal that I led for AT&T. And that will be what's unique about AST SpaceMobile is that will work with an existing mobile handset. You don't have to have a special chip. You don't have to have a special antenna. So my passion and my goal has been creating the best experience and again, covering all of the white space. You know, why T-Mobile and Verizon aren't smart enough to figure that out, I really don't have a good answer.
So, you know, my thing, I've been starting to, I was listening to Matt and I was listening to what he was saying, and I've been thinking about this a lot myself with all these convergence. I think we're still dealing with the 2007 technology. And you brought it up over here. We're talking about a phone that we're connecting, right? And we're saying the client has control. And we've done so many upgrades on our networks over the last few years with 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi 7, and we're still talking about these phones and the way these phones work. You know, I had some fun working at a stadium recently. We decided to put in some new devices. I can't share too much, but we decided to put in some new IoT devices inside this stadium. And we got to build out how those are going to connect. So we made it so these devices connect over private network, over public network, over Wi-Fi, automatically connecting through PassPoint, because we can control that device and make sure that it works across all of them seamlessly. And it's going to be a great experience. So these devices inside the stadium are going to be able to stay connected all the way through. And, you know, Mike ended up sharing what's going on with trains, right? We got trains going through these tunnels. They're all connected too. And so what's interesting is we have the opportunity, if we start thinking about IoT, so phones, it's whatever, 6 billion phones or something like that. That's only a part of it. All of these new connected devices, I believe, is where we're really going to be able to push the envelope to make PassPoint work with the cellular, work with the private network, and work all together, because we're no longer restricted by what's being happening inside these devices that were, you know, came out in 2007 and for the most part haven't really gone beyond to allow us to do what we want to do. So I'm kind of excited about the role of PassPoint's playing with that Tiago was sharing with PassPoint or with open roaming and with IoT and the FIDO stuff that we're doing, because that's where we're going to end up pushing the industry forward. So the MNOs, the venues, all the new devices that are going to get connected are actually going to start taking advantage of this technology. And then I think it'll bring that device up to the next level. The challenge we have right now is the carriers work with these device manufacturers, and the device manufacturers make money. And so you say, hey, you know, you're part of this carrier group inside the device area, and they say, well, you're not one of them. And I had the same problem. I was trying to put, you know, my PLM in that ID or trying to make it work. And they go, well, you got to join us and create a carrier bundle just for Boingo. And I go, why do I need a carrier bundle for Boingo? I just want to make it work the way it should. And so we need to work on that as an industry, is try to figure out how we don't get controlled by these carrier bundles and how these devices work. And we actually can make them work the way we're going to make these IoT devices work down the road.
So Derek, you are saying that we need to work as well with the device manufacturers to evolve the connection manager that have been around for decades.
Yeah, the device manufacturers is a great way to start, and we need more of them in the WBA. It's a huge goal that we have in the WBA is to get more of the device manufacturers inside the WBA because we're missing that key component. But at the same time, maybe it's time to start working with some of these other connected IoT devices and solving the connection realms.
Yeah.
I would say, I'll add, like, I believe that there's just tremendous momentum behind open roaming and PassPoint. And our industry is going to go through some major changes over the next 10 years. If you step back and you look at it on a macro level, like Matt, on your chart, Spectrum was dead last, but it was something that we talked about for years and years and years. And it was so important to go, grab a swath of 1200 megahertz of 6 gigahertz spectrum. I'm not hearing about Wi-Fi networks necessarily. I'm sure that there are corner cases, but you don't hear about them being capacity constrained using the 2.4 and the 5. Meanwhile, mobile operators, I've said this for years, I don't think there's a mobile operator in the world that's not capital constrained. And now we're heading into an environment where we're spectrum constrained because there is no new spectrum coming down the road for at least the next 7 to 10 years. So how do you solve for that capacity on your network? You do it with unlicensed, you do it with Wi-Fi, you do it with CBRS. So this is the huge momentum that's coming in our industry. Going back to the device manufacturers, I know there's one that we always say, hey, they're just going to do their own thing. Well, guess what? You're sitting in a Home Depot parking lot and there's PassPoint inside a Home Depot. Rajat, he calls it the parking lot issue. He's completely correct. You got one bar and you're dead in the water. That's a reflection on the iPhone. It's a reflection on every single device manufacturer. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and I'm going to stay optimistic that they're going to become very self-motivated to go fix this.
Yeah. Question from the audience? There's one from Reza.
Thank you. 70% of the US population is still Thank you, Sarah. So, and I know AT&T and Boeing are doing the best you can to make sure that another 25.5 or 27 million people are going to be having access to this wonderful technology. And I know you guys were working with the satellite. Can you comment on what the role of the satellite is going to be in the ecosystem of the connectivity as we were talking about today?
So look, there's different flavors of satellite in the space segment space. So you think about, what Starlink has historically been doing with their LEOs. That is a very high bandwidth, high power downlink to provide broadband solutions to rural America, places that, terrestrial networks simply don't reach. That solution is fundamentally different than what Starlink intends to do with a direct-to-mobile service. It's fundamentally different than what AST SpaceMobile will do with a direct-to-mobile service. It will not have that high bandwidth capacity because it's being spread out across so many users. So the goal is, every nook and cranny, and we have nooks and crannies. I mean, they're in Georgia, they're in New York, they're in Old Faithful. The idea is to provide the best experience as possible to as many people who are in those places. So the challenge is always still, how do you get that last mile and how do you do it cost effectively? As we know, the US government investing tons of money, public-private partnerships. There's the BEAD funding that's out there that a lot of folks are going after. Look, I think me personally, when I look at how it's evolved over the last 5 years, I think it's a tremendous success story. To look at the amount of connectivity that most people have, it's incredible.
Yeah. I'll add something. 30 years ago, when I was a Air Force guy running around and satellite was the only way I was able to communicate, right? And you look at some of the stuff the military does today with satellite to be able to do the job that I used to do and dropping bombs, and they're passing data back and forth. The good thing is the technology is there. It's been there, right? I worked at Iridium when I first got out of the military. I worked at Iridium and I was like, this is the future, because I saw it when I was out there in the middle of nowhere, trying to do my job and stay alive. And one of the interesting things is I think the problem is still the commercials. And I think we just got to figure that out. But I think, the government has the technology. They're doing it. You look at some of these movies, TV shows you see, I watched one the other day and I was like, dang it, I wish I had some of that stuff when I was out there. And I know it's possible because I saw it and I have buddies who use it. So I think one of the key things is we have to make it be an important thing that the governments get behind, because it's not cheap. Putting up a satellite and everything is not cheap. So we got to get the governments behind it. And I know you're working to do that. So more people like you doing what they're doing to make it happen.
Yeah, Frank. Any other question from anyone? Yeah, one final question from my side. I think this is a unique opportunity for both of you to share with the audience, and many of the members are here, your view on WBI and the future of WBI, the path that we are trying to build together on this community. Maybe you could elaborate and share your views, both from Boeing perspective and AT&T, what you like to see the role of WBI for the future.
Well, one thing that I don't want it to be is, look, as technology progresses, we go from 1G to the next G, et cetera. And along that journey, I feel like there's still all these opportunities to create better customer experience. Like I said, that whole seamless handoff issue, that is like right smack in the middle of my bullseye. And it's so vitally important to me. And I think it's one of the foundational pillars that the WBA stands for. And, not to quote like Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg, but they said, it ain't nothing but a G thing. It's not. There's so many things that we push out into 6G and say, well, this is where we're going to take care of this. We can take care of it right here and now. We can take care of it on 4G. We can take care of it on 5G. So that's something, look, you guys know me. I don't get into techie talk very much. That's why Daryl's here, or Derek's here, and you're so good at breaking it down and keeping it simple. I care about customer experience. It's all about customer experience at the end of the day. So
yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm going to second that. I think there's the how and there's the what, but a lot of times what we forget is the why. And I think that you look at what Mike shared. There's a reason why. You got a lot of whys on that presentation of why we're doing this. Why are we trying to connect all of this? Better track, all of the things that he provided. And I think that, to me, that's what the WBA is here for. When I look at the other organizations, I go to IEEE, you go to Wi-Fi Alliance, you go to 3GPP, we're discussing the how there, but what we discuss here in the WBA is the why, and we're making the why that it happened. And I think that that's the difference between when I look at the other organizations that I participate in the WBA is we're focusing on the why, and we're focusing on what we need to do to get to that why. And I think that to me is the key thing. Very similar to what you're saying is why you should be a part of the WBA, is because that's our goal, is to solve that.
Awesome. There is one question from Ahmed.
I'll be quick, but number one, on the user experience, and we're talking about the behavior of the device platform in general being the culprit. So how much are we doing as an organization outside of this wall to educate the public and create more awareness? Because generally speaking, the first thing that gets blamed is the network, not the device. And that's create really bad perception. But if we correct that problem, we create more awareness, we're going to start indirectly having the customers put more pressure on the device ecosystem as well. So what are we doing?
Look, it's a great question. And I take it also as feedback, because I don't think that we're doing enough, or at least what we've been doing, it hasn't worked, at least in a manner that all of us could sit here and say, we've been super successful on this journey. So I think that we're at a point, since it's device, it's APs, it's the core network, there's multiple elements that it touches in order to really solve this user experience issue. We're at a point where we've never really been a standards body. We're more of a specifications body, but I think we need to get a lot more precise on, if you look across these different elements, these are all the things that need to change and be fixed in order to create this new experience. And it was something that the board and I, Maria from BT, a lot of us folks, Rajat, we're all committed to this. So we're going to work really hard to try to drive this harder over the next few years.
Yeah, and I'd just say we need your help. You know, we definitely need your help. I mean, I sit there and I think back to all the tricks I used to play to try to control the network, you know, throttling, dynamics, and everything I've done. And I'm doing it because I don't have access to the device a lot of times. And that's, you know, and so we're finding ways to get around it. But at the end, we need everybody's help to start working on that next level. And we're doing it with IoT. That's the beauty. You know, this stuff I'm going to be able to share hopefully next time that we did with this IoT device. It's impressive. And we've done it in other locations with other devices, but usually not the, you know, the typical devices that we're all carrying in our pocket that's giving us Amber Alerts while we're sitting in a meeting, you know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, and Derek. Let's give you a round of applause. Okay, time to break for coffee. So we'll reinitiate the session at 11:15.
Thank you.
Coffee's outside. Take the opportunity as well to visit our exhibitors, and we'll come back soon. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of our morning. We'll give it just 1 minute or so. I know folks are coming in from coffee break. Let's go back. Okay, so a very warm welcome to WGC. So now we are shifting gears towards some Wi-Fi innovation. So my name is Bruno Tomás. I work as a CTO for the WBA, so managing our technical working groups with most of our membership, hopefully trying to create some bridges. And in fact, when I look into the speakers of today and the topic of this session, that is Wi-Fi driving innovation, we were preparing the briefing and we listed at least 8 topics that would be addressed during all the keynotes. So from, you know, AFC, convergence of Wi-Fi and private 5G, AI, open roaming, open Wi-Fi, new business cases. You know, this year we are on track to build on what Tiago shared to a record number of deliveries in the WBA. That will be 20 working items that our members will finalize during the calendar year. So really exciting times, but I propose we hear from some of our industry leaders and partners. So let's go sequentially over the agenda. I think nothing best to start as a fireside chat. And we'll welcome Manish Malhotra. He's the AVP for Fiber Broadband Product Management and Development at AT&T. And we also have Katie Yeager from JKL Group, so a very prominent MDU here in the US. So let me welcome you guys on stage. Please, thank you. Fantastic.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, yeah, please can sit in the middle.
Of this one. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Can you hear us okay?
Okay. So my name is Manish Malhotra. I'm the AVP of Product Management at AT&T for our fiber and MDU services. And we have a very special guest with us today, Kathy Yeager. Kathy, would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, thanks. I'm Kathy Yeager. I have a property in multifamily. I do multifamily properties, and we have one in Allen, Texas that is new property. It's called Waterscape. I've been in the multifamily business for more years than I would like to say, but probably since 1970s. So we have now started working in a completely different environment with Wi-Fi. So that's one of the reasons we've gotten together to share today.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. So I met Kathy a few months ago. She's a customer of ours. And when I visited the property, Waterscape property, which is about 30 minutes north of here, I was very impressed with the technology vision that Kathy has actually implemented and the role that Wi-Fi plays in that vision. So when WBA approached me about this session, I thought Kathy would make a great sort of guest to share with us the insights on how she has leveraged Wi-Fi to improve the resident experience. And that's how this session came about. I mean, we in the industry ecosystem, right, the service providers, the hardware and software vendors, we are always developing technologies, bringing products to the market. But how those products are actually put to use and how it enables different use cases, that's what today's session is all about. So let's get started. Kathy, would you, let's start with sort of the history of your career in the MDU business.
Well, as I said, I was in 1970. I managed the Melrose Hotel in Dallas. It was at that time permanent residence and a few hotel rooms. Quickly moved on to having about 6 properties that we managed. Then we worked for the RTC and Savings and Loan Crisis. We had over 100 different properties that we managed at that point, mainly multifamily. But bringing up to today, we have a property that we, again, is in 2019, we decided, it was COVID, so it wasn't a lot of fun. But we decided to buy property and develop a piece of land and build it and manage with third-party managers in this one. But it's 469 units, 3 different buildings. So you've got a lot of things that you got to tie together. We have 4 floors, 5-story garage in the middle, and so forth. So that's I've been in the property management business forever. I'm old, so.
So Kathy, we are showing the picture of Waterscape. This is the property which is in Allen, a suburb of Dallas. So when you constructed this property, what was your vision in terms of making it a smart property, bringing technology and using that to really impact the resident experience in the property? Can you talk about it?
The property we really were looking for when we were in building this is to make sure that we had a great residents have a great experience at the property. And we looked for Wi-Fi from the time that they drove into our garage until they got to their unit. And we called it kind of the curb to the couch, that they were connected. They were constantly connected throughout all of the property, through our garage, through our corridor, through our courtyard, all the amenities, everything, so that when they were connected, to be able to use the locks on the doors, the thermostats in the units. They could do that from wherever they were. They could let somebody into their unit. They could use the locks. They could use the thermostats. We have leak sensors that they'd be notified. We'd be notified if there's a leak in the units. They can hook up all their sound, their TVs, their streaming. We went completely 100% streaming. We have no cable in the building. So we have everything is streaming. We actually decided to do fiber to the unit. So we have fiber ran every single unit. We tried to future-proof as best time. Also, for streaming, everybody can pick whatever entertainment they want. They can buy it. I'm sorry. Probably touching something I shouldn't touch. Sorry. So we really wanted that experience for the resident, that they could do that. But then we also, and I may be talking too much, but we also wanted to have the access control systems and the hubs in the units to tie their unit together. So we have all of that going on so that we have the security cameras, we have everything on the system so that everything works. And so people can do from their home, they can take care of it, they can do it remote, they can have visitors come in and have access updated to them so that they have the ability to use all with their phone. All of that can be done with their phone. They don't need a fob. We have fobs, but they don't need a fob. They can use their phone. So that was our idea.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. So let's take a look at the properties. And these are the common areas.
Yes, and Wi-Fi is available in all of these areas. We've got the mail room down at the bottom. We have lockers you have to have Wi-Fi and internet for the lockers, because when it gets delivered, the packages, they're put in there and an email is sent to the resident or a text. So all of these things have to be tied together.
Okay. And
those are our courtyards. You probably can see a few, but there are APs throughout the courtyards as well, so that when they're in there, they have it. All of our amenity areas, the same thing, fitness centers, whatever. Everybody has the ability to get on and be connected.
And Kathy, you talked about a lot of smart devices. So let's take a look at some of these. Can you talk about how residents and property management controls these devices? Because sometimes the unit is occupied, sometimes it is unoccupied. So if you can talk a little more about how you manage these devices.
The great thing about this is when a unit is occupied, then they're in control of what's allowed, because they rented the unit and they have the control. When they're vacant, then obviously the management can control it as well. But for instance, thermostats, big deal, especially in the last few years in Dallas with the freezing, and all that. Well, we can set them. We know exactly what they are, but they notify us if, for instance, that unit goes below a certain degree, then we have been notified. We can go and check it. We can call. If it's occupied, we call and say, hey, it's 45 degrees in your room. Oh, I'm out of town. Great, we'll come take care of it. The locks, the same thing. They can be set up for if it's occupied. If you have a pet sitter, they can come in during certain hours and they're allowed in, have access. And then they don't have access any of the rest of the time. So a lot of things can be set up for them. But again, if you don't have the Wi-Fi and you don't have the connectivity, this doesn't work. Lights, sound, TV, locks. We even have leak detectors, sensors in our various areas that would leak, under sinks, hot water heaters, those kind of things. So that also notifies both the resident and us, and we will call and say, hey, do you have a leak? Sometimes it's just, oh yeah, I just spilled some water. Sometimes we have a leak, so we can take care of it.
And interesting, Kathy, you mentioned the freeze, because I actually had to call a friend to go into the apartment and reset the thermostat. So clearly kind of having these smart devices and the fact that you can control it as well,
yes,
certainly makes a big difference. Kathy, one of the things you talked about was that you've only enabled streaming. There is no traditional cable TV.
Right.
So what happens when like a prospective tenant comes to you and kind of asks about cable TV?
Well, and they do. I think that's going to be less and less through the years, but they do. Pretty much every cable company now has streaming as well. So it's not a difficult thing to take care of, but it also allows the resident to control cost and control what do they listen to. I mean, you have people that are just on Hulu and that's all they get. And you have people that are on everything, so people can make their own choices this way and they're in control of it. As long as the Wi-Fi is working, as long as internet's everything's going fine, then it all works for them. And they are basically in control, and that's a good thing.
You're actually nudging them into the future.
We're pushing, yes.
Excellent. So you also mentioned in the beginning that you had like a curb to the unit kind of philosophy with Wi-Fi, that as soon as they enter the property grounds, that they are connected. So can you talk a little bit about the garage? And we'll show a picture. What led you to deploy Wi-Fi coverage in the garages?
Well, a couple of reasons. When you're at work in the Dallas area, you're usually on the phone on your way home. You've got stuff going on. What we wanted to do is when you drive in, you point your phone at the screen and garage door opens and you can keep talking and you go in and you're not going to lose the service. It moves from your cellular to our Wi-Fi and whatever. And all of those things are better and better than they've ever been. They're the best they've been, that's for sure. And also from our garages, it's secure. So everything requires you have the ability to use your phone to get in. We don't just have it open where anybody can come in. So it becomes a security issue. It becomes something that is just a great thing for the residents. So, and like the EV charger, you can't even have EV chargers that don't have some kind of internet connection. And so for us, that made it easy. We were going to make sure we had EV chargers as well.
And that's an access point, right?
It is.
That's a outdoor weather hardened access point there.
Yes, you can kind of see it in the little picture below too.
Right.
Several of them throughout the garage on all floors.
So your garage is fully covered.
Yes.
There's Wi-Fi coverage throughout the garage.
Yes.
So Kathy, clearly you have deployed Wi-Fi throughout. I mean, I think we're all clearly getting the impression that it's kind of a very smart property that you have. So every time we deploy a new technology, there are some surprises. So in terms of the resident behavior, what surprised you? What was something that took you by surprise?
Well, one of the things I didn't realize how many people still are gamers. I mean, it's huge. Work from home, I totally expected. But gamers, it was a whole new thing for me. I'm old, so these are things that I don't really do. But it also requires a lot of different technology. It's not just throw on Wi-Fi and it works. They got to have an IP address and they have to have I don't know all the terms, a NAT something or other. And they just have to have all kinds of things to be successful. They're not happy. I mean, they're down there telling us it doesn't work like it should. And I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about, but we will find out. And so we did, and we got with our provider and they got them fixed. And so we've got updates. And from the very beginning of, we opened in 2023, January 2023. So, I mean, we had all these things going, but we would have, these people saying, well, but it doesn't work. And we're like, well, tell me what you need. And so we got those things fixed. And so it's been little bits and pieces along. It's like Wi-Fi phone calling. If you're inside our building, cellular is not good. It just isn't. So we have Wi-Fi calling, turn on everybody's mobile. We tell them that when they move in, you got to turn on the Wi-Fi calling or it's just not going to be good. And that has been updated throughout too, to make sure it's not just AT&T or Verizon or Spectrum. It's got to work for everybody. And so those kind of things we've updated and gotten upgraded. We haven't. The system has been upgraded to do those things. And so there's things that will just be automatic from here on, I'm sure. But we've kind of gone through those processes of making sure that it works for everybody.
And lastly, Kathy, let's talk about some of the challenges that you've encountered.
Make sure you get the right equipment. Okay. Make sure you have air conditioning in your MDFs for sure. Make sure that you have good circulation in your IDFs. Yeah, there's some things there. But just backups, ups, make sure you see the box next to that. That is a processor that if our processor goes out, we have a secondary backup for them to do. They don't have to get it flown in. It's there waiting. That's important. We had one go out. I said, well, we can't have that. So tell me what we have to do. So that's what that box there. It's already reloaded with our stuff. It's ready to go. I'm sure they'll have to update it, but that's minutes of time versus days in a different environment. Those other things on each side are in each of our units. And there's a hub there that connects all of the technology that's in the unit, as well as have the ability to, are we done on my time? Okay.
Perfect blend of Wi-Fi, IoT, so I imagine everyone is loving it. But because MDU, in fact, is a topic that more and more is arising in the WBA, very likely a project will incubate for the next year's roadmap. Let me open for the audience for any questions. Okay, so we have one question there, please.
Well, first of all, you're the dream customer that really wants to solve the problem at the root cause. If all of the customers were like you, that would be amazing, or anyone in the Wi-Fi would be like you, that would be amazing. That being said, you spoke about visitors and visitor access. So I believe that people that are resident, they're capable of giving access for the door and etc. Do they have the PAIN portal to access the Wi-Fi? You know, like basically the captive portal that comes up and
there's a guest network
that
allows them to go on to that. They don't, which is part of the system as well, but they don't go on to the actual portal.
Okay, good. So, yeah. That's it. I just want to know that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I think there is one more question I saw raising hands. Riza, please.
Kathy, you're a pioneer. It doesn't matter how old you are or I am. We always wanted to make sure,
right?
Yes,
we're okay.
So we always wanted to make sure we never lose that edge of promoting innovation and promoting things that we can do for our customers and for our consumers, and of course for the residents. There's a lot of lessons I've learned, I'm sure, again, throughout this process. If you were going to do this again, or if you were going to advise me as a property owner in Maryland, for example, to do, what are the couple of things that you would like me to consider up front, or you would do it differently if you were going to do again? Thanks.
I would make sure that we have more backup. We don't have cellular, so it's hard to get hotspots. We don't have good cellular in the area. So when the system is down, it's bad. Nobody's happy. Residents aren't happy. Nobody's happy. So, and it happens. I mean, if fiber gets cut, something happens, but it's bad. So we've got to figure out backup systems. I've asked, can I get another fiber running from a different place? So that's how serious it is, because Wi-Fi now is, I mean, it's more important than electricity. I mean, it just is. People used to, it as a luxury. It's not. Everything runs with it. So that's my opinion on it. But that's what I try to do different, is figure out how to get better backups.
Well, perfect. Lots of insights for our future initiative. We are a bit overrunning on time, but there are more questions I've seen here, so I'm sure we'll stay around and people can get you over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue with our agenda. So now we are going to shift gears, going into the networking space. So I'm delighted to welcome Jack Reiner, which is the co-chair of the Open Converged Wireless Project Group at TIP, but at the same time is a staff member of Meta. And before, he has worked with CommScope, Motorola, Comcast. So Jack, I imagine you have lots to share about TIP progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, sorry. I'm usually pretty loud, so people don't have that. So I'm just going to go briefly through very high level, and this has evolved a bit recently, driven off of some of the innovation in the community. That dash box that you see there, we basically created a base enterprise Wi-Fi platform. It encompasses the firmware that runs on access points, the firmware that runs on switches, campus switches, and soon to be aggregation switches as well. And then a set of microservices that's a cloud-based controller. And basically it's open source. It's not a product. We don't compete directly in the market with anyone. However, our community members who come in and build solutions off of this are competitive in the market. And so we basically want to create an environment where we allow new entrants into our industry to come in and have a starting point that's not really low. And so one of the things we like to say is many of the base Wi-Fi features and enterprise features are kind of table stakes now. And so again, we wanted to create an environment where new entrants into the community, into the Wi-Fi industry, and new, innovation developing from the Wi-Fi industry doesn't have to start at the very bottom. We basically created this platform that's table stakes, and our community members now come in and they build value-added products on top of this, not just kind of enterprise Wi-Fi products, but also kind of AI/ML applications and captive portal and radius solutions. And so because we're open, everything can be integrated directly into that platform. And so again, I think that's our contribution, our small contribution to the industry, is that you don't have to start from the very bottom. Here's a platform, it's open source, and includes many of the enterprise features that are kind of standard now in the industry. And why is it innovative? This presentation is about driving innovation in the industry, and much like the WBA and the WFA and many of these organizations that allows people from the industry to come in and collaborate, the collaboration of ideas is what is innovative. And so we say, if you provide an environment that's open to everyone, anyone can join the community and contribute their knowledge to this project. And you provide the framework where they can openly collaborate with one another, and you enable, a culture of transparency and diversity of thought. There's a whole feedback loop that gets created there, and then things start to grow from there. More community members join, and the diversity increases, the collaboration increases, and that produces great Wi-Fi. I mean, it really does. The amazing job that this community does. Many of them are competitors, and they're building solutions that compete against one another. We have 10 different ODMs building hardware in this platform. We have 8 to 10 OEMs who are building controller-based managed solutions off of this. And we have a dozen MSPs that are in there feeding ideas back into the community. So it really is about the community and the collaboration and the diversity of thought and ideas that goes into all the features that get built in the stack. This is like this is really meant to show like the different types of community members. We have service providers, big and small. We have chip providers, Qualcomm and MediaTek, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. We have hardware makers and controller platforms, ISPs and MSPs, many who are here presenting, and then kind of the value-added technology partners, many of you who are out in the audience today. And when this stack was created, it's a relatively new stack. It's only about 4 years old. And only about in the last 2 years have we really had a solution that people can then adopt and scale really quickly. But I wanted to highlight some of the modern thought that went into this. Because it's new, we had a clean slate, and we wanted to build something that was, modern in nature. So we had a starting point. It was OpenWRT. Why OpenWRT? Well, it's got a very robust development community in the world. There are hundreds of millions of OpenWRT-based devices out there. And we said, all right, let's take OpenWRT and let's build enterprise features on top of that. And, that's essentially what Open Wi-Fi is. We wanted to be cloud native. So you'll see cloud native controller here. We didn't want to be bound by location. And so everything we do is cloud native. Everything we do is microservice based. The APIs are all open. We wanted to be secure, and we wanted to build zero-touch provisioning features around it. So we have a PKI platform that we use. And we have a robust data model. Again, uCentral, which is the native data model for OpenWRT. Originally, we were OpenSync based when we started. We pivoted to our 2.0 platform, which is uCentral. Why uCentral? Because again, it's the native data model and schema platform for OpenWRT. This provides a lot of collaboration in the industry because there's like hundreds of developers and companies that leverage this technology, and it allows us to have a smaller footprint and be more efficient and economical with our devices. We wanted to build streaming telemetry, so you don't have to call into our CLI. You don't have to have legacy API calls to get the data out of our platform. We have a Kafka streaming bus. Anyone can subscribe to it. And so these are the tenets, along, again, with the open APIs that we wanted to build this platform off of and say, yeah, here, innovative Wi-Fi community, build off of this. Here's something that's easy to build off of. And then in the beginning, that was just open Wi-Fi. And this community really is extremely knowledgeable. Many of them come from the industry for the last 20 years in different companies and capacities. And so they had a knowledge of, what are the key things that we need to do here to evolve. So it started out as open Wi-Fi. Very recently, one of our community member companies, Shasta Cloud, who you're going to hear from tomorrow, came up with the idea that we can't just have Wi-Fi access points. We have to have a whole ecosystem here. So we need to have the campus switches. We need to be able to support PoE capability. And so we developed a new project, which you'll see right there, called Open LAN Switching, OLS. And Tim Race is from our community. He's going to be speaking about that tomorrow. And so I'm not going to go too detailed into it. And then Howard Buzik, who's here also, leads the Open LAN Business Group, which is a group of MSPs that are a part of our community. And that's where we get that feedback loop. The MSPs kind of drive the requirements, and then the engineering side of the community, this what we call the supply side of the community, builds that. And so, again, talking a few slides ago about that feedback loop. the MSPs have a direct seat at the table in this community. They directly collaborate and communicate the requirements that they need to generate business with the engineering and testing teams. And that is a really invaluable resource. You know, I've been a part of product teams of varying types throughout my career. And there's a lot of innovation that comes out of that. It's just different. But again, having a community where the supply and demand sides of the house all collaborate and communicate with one another, I think really produces great thought in how features are developed and how they can accommodate many different use cases. So I think that's really something that's unique about us. And then next, you know, we're talking about now aggregation switching on top of the campus switching. And so, you know, the great thing about this community is that anyone with an idea and someone that wants to roll their sleeves up and do something can drive it. We have a new community member called Larch Networks as a part of our open LAN switching community. They called me last week. They said, you know what, we want to do aggregation switching and we want to lead it. And I said, yeah, I'm going to give you the forum. You guys can take the lead and drive it. And anyone can do that in our community. It's not top down. You don't have to get permission. You have to build business cases around anything. If you really want to roll up your sleeves and do something and it fits into our charter, you can do it. This is just a roadmap, just to show that we do have a roadmap. It's, again, a very collaborative community. Some of the features that we're working on, again, trying to create the table stakes part of this. We're working on, cloud horizontal scaling, to millions of devices, which I'll talk about briefly in a minute. We're talking about Wi-Fi 7. We're talking about AFC, device fingerprinting. We're introducing MediaTek Wi-Fi 7 into our stack. So we're diverse at every part of the stack. We're silicon diverse. We're AP and switch hardware diverse. We're cloud controller diverse. And I think, those are the things that kind of make us different. And as I mentioned, this was, we have a new project called Open LAN Switching. It's initially the campus switches and evolving to the aggregation switches. And what's great about this? This was contributed and driven directly by a community member, a small number of community members. They started the project up. They created the working group. They created the documentation in our Confluence site. They started to hold meetings and build requirements. And now, within, I think it's been 18 months, just to tell you about the kind of the acceleration that's capable in this community. And within 18 months, they've gone from having 0, and I think we're going to have somewhere in the number of 50 different switch variants from 5 different companies and 4 different chip vendors. So, and they're starting to be rolled out into production in just 18 months. So it really is. The cycle of innovation and acceleration is amazing in this community. Just a little bit about the Open LAN switching. I'm not going to go too deep into it because Tim's going to talk about it tomorrow. But again, we're talking about white box switches, 8 to 48 ports, open interfaces, zero touch deployment along with the APs, high power PoE++, Wi-Fi 6, 7 ready, and layer 2, layer 3 sets. So again, this is one of the innovations that came directly from our community. One other one is called Cloud Gateway. So again, our controller SDK, which you can think of as like an environment where someone could come in and paint a picture or something, is a set of microservices. And if someone wants to contribute a microservice or has an idea for a new microservice, you can drive it. And again, our community drove this new microservice called Cloud Gateway. It addresses scale. It addresses an overall topology view of the switches and the access points in the field. And it's designed and developed by the community and driven by the community, which is, extraordinary, really. And then I mentioned a minute ago about the Open LAN Business Group. And again, Howard Buzik leads that. We have many MSPs that are a part of this. They meet, I think, every 2 weeks. And again, it's a direct feedback loop between the deployers of open Wi-Fi based stacks and the engineering and testing community that receives the information, creates the features, tests them, and gets them out into our stack. One thing I didn't mention when I showed the roadmap, and I love to say this, and I know Jaspreet's here, he leads our engineering and testing groups. We've been at it for 4 years. We have quarterly releases. We've never missed a release. Every single quarter, on the quarter, we release. We have a major upgrade once a year. This December 30th, we're going to be starting on our 4.0 stack. 2.0 kind of was the use central based stack that was able to be deployed. 3.0 was Wi-Fi 7 AFC focused, and now we're going to move to beyond that to our 4.0 stack starting in January. And then I always get the questions about AI ML. Everyone's talking about AI. Eric said it wasn't 20, it was probably 30, and everyone brings it up. And you know, people ask me all the time, what are you guys doing around AI ML? And I talk to Intel about the AI ML focused group here at WBA. We, again, are not a product. I want to stress that. We are an open community that anyone can join and build products off of. Anyone can join. Even if you want to spy on us, you know, you can join the community and listen into our calls and learn about different things. But basically, again, going back to that original slide I showed with the technology, the advanced technology thought that we had in mind when we built this, again, being cloud native, being open API, being microservice based, streaming telemetry platform. So, you know, we are an AI ML enabler. We don't build the product. We build the core solution that allows some, you know, innovative business mind to come along and say, oh, this is a really easy platform for me to take, adopt, and build the advanced technologies on top of. So I think that's really, really important to understand. And then I wanted to take a few minutes just to talk. I really want to thank the WBA. It's a testament to how far we've come. But we have our own summit tomorrow. I wanted to make everyone aware of it. The afternoon session tomorrow, it's going to be completely open land based. We have, I'll be kicking it off very briefly to do a welcome address. We have Robert Groves from Worldview on. He's going to do a case study for an open Wi-Fi deployment that they have at Worldview. Again, Tim Race is going to be on here. He's going to be talking about Shasta Cloud and the open LAN switching piece of the community. Hugh Rees from NetExperience is going to be talking about their solution and opportunities and the innovation that's happening at NetExperience. And then Dr. Derek Peterson, Iran Dor from Pavlov, obviously Dr. Derek Peterson from Boingo Wireless, and Kevin Franzen from AT&T are going to be doing a roundtable to talk about open Wi-Fi generally and you know what the MSP Alliance is about and how it helps the community and what their general thoughts on open Wi-Fi are. And that's it. I will open it up to the floor for some questions.
Thank you so much, Jack. Yeah, we don't want to spoil the Open LAN event tomorrow, but for the folks here in the room, any questions to Jack? Well, I have one, Jack, that is open Wi-Fi, open LAN switching, and then open roaming. So Deep Open Wi-Fi was one of the first to adopt it. How do you see all these worlds coming together based on your recent deployments?
Yeah, so I talked about the table stakes features. Passpoint and open roaming have been table stakes features in our stack now for 2 years. So every open Wi-Fi access point, every time we add something to the stack, it becomes table stakes, right? And so open roaming is table stakes. Passpoint, obviously, which open roaming leverages, is table stakes. Open LAN switching and all of those features are going to be table stakes. And so it's there. It's able to be used. Yes. It's for those value-added product builders
that work on top of that stack now to come in and drive the business side of that ecosystem. And I see it growing. I see the discussions happening around here about, how do we make it easy and how do we make it business friendly for people to use? Those are now the problems that need to be solved. The technology's there. It's been there for several years, and people just need to now adopt it and find out how to make it fit in the world.
Like a toolkit. Thank you so much.
We are a toolkit.
Thank you so much. Super. Please. Okay, let's carry on. So next, I would like to invite Bart Giordano. He's the president for networking at Ruckus Networks. And you know Bart from Ruckus for so long, but I would like to say that Bart already worked also for Marvel Semiconductor and also Ignite as business development.
Yeah.
So welcome, Bart.
Thank you very much.
Please.
All right, is mic on? Are we good? All right, there we go. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bart Giordano. I lead the networking and intelligence cellular business for CommScope, of which Ruckus Networks is part of. And I'm excited to talk to you today about two of the most exciting technologies taking our industry by storm. Obviously, big advancements in Wi-Fi around the technology transition to Wi-Fi 7, which is fairly unique in terms of these technology transitions, and how the incorporation of AI into enterprise networking and the combination of these two is going to enable massive amounts of innovation over the network in the coming years. So I don't want to get too bogged down in the mundane, but I think it's always important to recognize how Wi-Fi has become one of the most important technological innovations of our lifetime. It is absolutely ubiquitous. I love how Kathy talked about it earlier, right? It's a utility. It's no longer a desirable amenity, and residents and consumers and all of us who use it every day expect it to work, right? And we take it for granted. And when it doesn't work, we get upset about it. Over 10 billion Wi-Fi devices on the network through Wi-Fi 6. And with Wi-Fi 7 and the massive amount of new spectrum and features and capabilities, we're going to get 20 billion more devices on the network. So absolutely incredible journey for this technology. Wi-Fi 7 is very unique. Most of the prior technology transitions have been about speeds and feeds, but there's some really exciting new features coming in Wi-Fi 7, actually available today, that are going to yield a lot more innovation, new use cases, new applications, and we're going to be able to think differently about the way we use these networks in the industries that we serve. So we're going to talk a little bit about the combination of Wi-Fi 7 plus AI, what we're hearing from customers, and what we're seeing as we deploy it. So Ruckus has announced 3 products. 2 are generally available today, including the world's first Wi-Fi 7 outdoor access point, which was being deployed yesterday in cities around the country. And this is really going to enable a whole new suite of applications. So when you think about the enhancements to latency and being able to deliver reliable latency, oftentimes unlicensed spectrum is thought to not be able to support reliable latency. With reliable latency, you can enable suites of applications around augmented and virtual reality. I think we all appreciate today that we're using wireless networks for conferencing in a very different way than we did prior to the pandemic, where every single call now is a video call. And the way that taxes the network, we have to think differently about capacity planning in enterprise networks. And so this massive amount of new spectrum is going to be enable that. Social gaming and esports, big time in education. Did you know that your children can get a scholarship now for esports going to school? And certainly for the gamers in the room, latency is absolutely critical. And oftentimes we wire up our gaming consoles to ensure that we can be the most competitive when engaging in that sport. But now as we think about deploying in large venues and deploying in education centers, we can take the entire network wireless because of the advancements that are available in terms of delivering reliable latency. And I'll share a little bit about how that looks in a live network shortly. And then finally, OT and operational technology. So not only is the new spectrum going to benefit us with the ability to bring on lots of more devices, but the types of devices and the expectations around resiliency and reliability are changing. And that really is because of the enhancements that we've brought to the industry through our innovations and investments in Wi-Fi 7. So what are we hearing in these industries? So take the case of large venues, right? You're dealing with a lot of density. So stadiums, arenas, airports, other types of transportation centers. And the use cases now in these venues are evolving, right? The network is no longer just a desirable amenity for you to be able to share your experience over social media, but it's also a way for the venue to generate revenue. In-seat ordering. There's new applications coming around augmented and virtual reality. So while you're watching the game, there'll be an augmented reality overlay that will come to you to your wireless device. Even thinking about real-time betting, right? I'm going to bet on the outcome of this next play, right? And to think about the sensitivity that the network has to latency, right? You have to design and consider that up front. Education centers and institutions are transforming digitally, right? And if you do not have a robust and reliable network, you're not going to be able to drive the student outcome that you're striving for, right? In the hospitality, I think we all appreciate if you go to a hotel and you have a bad experience on the network and your kids are complaining the whole time that they can't use their iPads, you're not going to go back and visit that property, right? And those of you that are in the hospitality industry know that a general manager of a hotel is measured on guest satisfaction and loyalty, and the network is paramount to that experience. And then I think there are huge opportunities for the industry now in manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. So what's the real Wi-Fi 7? So the real Wi-Fi 7 means you support all of the mandatory features in the Wi-Fi 7 specification. Your products are certified, and perhaps most importantly, in 6 gigahertz, you can support standard power operation. So you need to be certified with your AFC solution for location monitoring of where the APs are deployed by the FCC or other regulatory bodies. So this is all happening right now, but I think one of the most exciting new features is multi-link operation. So those of you not familiar with multi-link operation, we have 3 spectrums to work in now with Wi-Fi. We've just added a massive amount of 1200 megahertz of spectrum in the 6 gigahertz band in a lot of countries around the world, including the United States. And so there's 2.4, 5 gig, and 6 gig. And with multi-link operation, an AP and a stay can talk concurrently over all 3 bands. So that's very different from prior versions of Wi-Fi where an AP and stay would be on the same band and they would agree to stay there. And then, of course, in the presence of interference, which we're showing on these charts, your network experience is going to suffer. And so in this very simple test, we were running an uplink and downlink throughput test and injecting interference into the 6 gigahertz band. And you can see the points of interference where throughput really suffers between the AP and the station in the 6 gigahertz band. But then because they're transmitting concurrently over both of these bands, you see the throughput on 5 gigahertz picks up. And so much more reliable latency and throughput in unlicensed spectrum using this new feature, right? A mandatory feature of the Wi-Fi 7 specification. So similar in this test, we are looking at injecting interference again into the 6 gigahertz band. And so on the left side, you see throughput with interference, right? And this has always been a problem with Wi-Fi networks is how can I guarantee throughput for the applications that are most important to me and that demand a reliable and robust link. And so on the left side, you see very erratic throughput when we inject interference into the 6 gigahertz band. But with MLO turned on, we see a very consistent stream of reliable throughput because, again, we're talking over multiple bands concurrently. And when you see interference in one band, you still have another band to operate in. So a 40% gain in throughput using this feature, which is quite substantial. Now, this is a more sophisticated test and perhaps more important. Reliable latency is absolutely critical in time-sensitive applications. We talked about esports and gaming, but think about the time-sensitive applications you may have on a factory floor. where you have automated guided vehicles, or you have safety applications, or you're trying to wirelessly connect up your factory so that you can reconfigure it in an automated fashion quite frequently. If you don't have reliable latency, you're going to look to another technology. A lot of factories are wired up today. Many factories are looking at deploying shared spectrum or private spectrum, licensed spectrum, in order to enable these applications. But we believe Wi-Fi 7, because of what you see on this chart, is going to enable those applications over unlicensed spectrum. So in this test setup, we are doing a statistical analysis of per packet latency with and without MLO. And what we are measuring is what latency can we guarantee for 99 out of 100 packets. And on the left side here, you can see about 58 milliseconds of latency for 99 out of 100 packets. On the right side, with MLO, that goes down to 3 milliseconds. So Wi-Fi can always do reliable latency, except in the presence of interference traditionally. But now in the presence of interference, you have these alternate channels to be able to transmit on. And so we can improve latency and reliable latency by up to 20 times. And you see very similar results in the downlink direction, where we can demonstrate a 22 times improvement in reliable latency for packets at the 99th percentile. So now we begin thinking about all the different applications that are going to be born out of the fact that for the first time, we can start to guarantee very low reliable latency in Wi-Fi and unlicensed spectrum. Okay, so now this is where the magic happens. The marriage of AI. Anybody heard of AI? Anything going on in AI in the world? Pretty important topic, and it's really taking the enterprise networking industry by storm. So when you bring these together, it truly can be magical. So what are we using AI for in enterprise networking today? I'll talk through a little bit about Ruckus's implementation, but more generally, automating, designing, and optimizing reliable networks. Think about the complexity of now 1,200 megahertz of new spectrum, 59 new non-overlapping channels, 5 different channel bandwidths. Network and channel planning becomes very, very challenging. Perfect opportunity for data science. How do we orchestrate services around the network, and how do we do capacity planning around the network in an intelligent way, using the network and the data that the network derives in order to know where we should deploy certain classes of services and where we should deploy capacity and automate that and change it in real time? How can we understand the business intent of the organizations that the network is serving in order to automatically configure the network in the most optimal way in order to drive a specific business outcome? Now, our journey with AI started several years ago. And like many, we started looking at ways to detect network anomalies. In other words, how can we make an IT organization more efficient when managing the network? We want to surface issues before they turn into trouble tickets. We want to automatically triage those so you know which issues to focus on first. And then through a recommendation engine, we can tell you what the most likely issue is in your network. But we're evolving now to using AI in order to perform radio resource management and do all the channel and capacity planning and automate that every single hour to entirely eliminate co-channel interference and help our customers get the most out of their investments in our technology. So again, manufacturing, I think, is a fantastic opportunity to deploy Wi-Fi in places where it was previously thought not to be reliable or robust enough. And so when we deliver a reliable and robust network to a factory, again, if you're like me and you have a business where you manage factories, you know it's all about throughput to drive efficiency in your factory. And without a robust network that you can rely on, your throughput's going to suffer, and that's going to tie up cash in your business. But we've seen vast improvements in production line scanning, more velocity of data going into the ERP and manufacturing engineering systems, automating processes by being able to add a lot more devices onto the network, increasing coverage areas and less equipment and downtime. Ultimately, this will evolve to predictive maintenance and other enhancements that will help the factory environment run quicker. So we're very proud of the solutions that we've put in the market. The market is recognizing the investments we've made and the investments we've all made as an industry in Wi-Fi 7 and the benefits that's going to bring to us. I know Kevin's coming up next. We're very proud of the fact that our Wi-Fi 7 technology is in the Wi-Fi Alliance testbed, so it will become the industry standard against which others are benchmarked for reliability. And again, as I said earlier, to truly support and realize all the benefits that Wi-Fi 7 and 6 gigahertz are going to bring, you have to support standard power operation, both indoor and outdoor, and all of our products have been certified. So I truly believe we're at a watershed moment, bringing together Wi-Fi 7 plus AI that's going to change our industry for the decades to come. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Bart, for setting the vision and the next steps for the industry. Let's open the floor. Any questions for Bart? So I have one, Bart.
Please.
So Ruckus, I imagine that all the portfolio, you just embedded location over time and now AI. How do you see the uptake for these IT managers, these CIOs, really to getting the message when you go outside a Wi-Fi techie type audience? Do you see them understanding and moving fast?
I think, generally we are a very industrial focused business, and by and large, the buyers in those industries are less concerned with the nature of the technology and more concerned with the business outcome you can drive, right? So we touched on the hospitality use case, right? How do I improve guest satisfaction and loyalty? In an education environment, how do I drive a better student outcome? In a healthcare environment, it would be a patient outcome. And so our approach to designing these solutions is really work backwards from the business outcome that the customer is striving for, and then deliver the right technology solution and application to solve it better than others.
That's quite insightful, because on our AI/ML, we are running this survey to understand the scope and where we should point towards, and maybe those guidelines will help.
You bet.
So,
Very happy
thank you
to
so much,
contribute.
Bart.
You bet. Thanks, Bruno.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Okay, next, I would like to invite Kevin Robinson, the President and CEO of Wi-Fi Alliance, a great partner of the WBA and where the standards magic happens. So let me invite you, Kevin.
Great. Thank you, Bruno. So good afternoon, everybody. Great things about going in this time slot is you get to do a lot of, what he said, what she said, because you end up getting a lot of commonality and themes that obviously make their way through each of these presentations. So let's see if mine is going to come up. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Wi-Fi and driving innovation and its impact over the last 25 years. It's always great to be here in front of WBA. Appreciate Tiago for the invite. We really value the partnership and the collaboration that happens between Wi-Fi Alliance and the Wireless Broadband Alliance. And I'll talk a little bit about areas where maybe we can even deepen that collaboration. Oh, got the wrong one there. Okay. So Wi-Fi has had a profound impact on the globe. And that's really, it's hard to debate that. Wi-Fi has transcended both physical, geographical boundaries to connect people all over the world. Wi-Fi has enabled people to collaborate and connect without limits. And as we really took a look back at the 25-year anniversary of Wi-Fi and what we have done to get to this point, we wanted to take a little bit more of a broader look and look at things like the societal impacts, the economic impacts, as well as the technological impacts of Wi-Fi as a way is kind of that, what is that foundation of where we are and how is that a jumping off point into the future? So before I get into some of my other remarks, I just want to very brief video for you. 5 years of Wi-Fi.
In a world where connectivity is essential, one technology revolutionized our lives. 25 years ago, Wi-Fi emerged, liberating us from cables and unleashing the power of the internet. Wi-Fi granted us access to the world from anywhere. We could connect with people around the globe, stream entertainment, and access information instantaneously. Wi-Fi's impact on society is profound. It revolutionized industries, expanded communication, and spurred innovation, contributing trillions to the global economy. Education flourished and healthcare efficiency improved. Homes became smarter and safer. Businesses embraced flexible work and enabled greater employee productivity. Transportation segments delivered better passenger connectivity. Wi-Fi transcends boundaries, connecting people worldwide, fostering communication and collaboration on global initiatives. As we honor Wi-Fi's 25th anniversary, let us pause to marvel at its journey from humble beginnings to the cornerstone of modern civilization. For in its legacy, we find not just technology, but the promise of a brighter, more connected future for all.
You always get worried about what the play next is going to come up on when you use YouTube. So I think we dodged any bullets, right? So of course, all of you are really part of that 25-year story of Wi-Fi as well. After the past quarter century, there have been incredible innovations happening on top of Wi-Fi. When you look at the range, performance, security, et cetera. And so it's hard to argue that Wi-Fi has become one of the most critical technologies the world has ever seen. In fact, it really kind of transcends technology and gets into, again, an engine of economic innovation, quite frankly. We're sitting here today with approximately 21 billion Wi-Fi devices in active use. And it's really hard to kind of put that in perspective. So we're now more than 2 Wi-Fi devices for every man, woman, and child on the planet. So again, we built from an incredibly strong foundation, but there is still a lot of work to do. And I think as you think back to some of the presentations that were happening a little bit earlier this morning, there is a lot we as an industry can do around seamless connectivity, around performance, new use cases. And Wi-Fi Alliance, certainly working with partners like WBA and others, is committed to delivering solutions and features that will ultimately enrich Wi-Fi user experiences around the globe. Of course, as we're celebrating our 25-year anniversary, we also have World Wi-Fi Day coming up very soon. So kind of the nexus of those two is probably a great time to celebrate both what we've been able to accomplish and what is still to come. 6 gigahertz, quite simply, is the foundation of next generation Wi-Fi. And it really pained me, frankly, to see Matt's slide and it said, oh, I care about speed, I care about determinism. Spectrum was like way, 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 way down here. And the reason it pains me a little bit is because we have to care about this. Because if we don't care about this and we don't get the spectrum, a lot of those things that we're talking about in these innovative use cases are going to be hampered. So again, a little bit this is hey, people, we need to be paying attention to this. Now, of course, organizations like Wi-Fi Alliance very often are kind of leading the charge on that and carrying the flag. But it's important that, especially companies that are operating in different geographies, that the regulators, the policymakers in those geographies understand the importance of this to your companies. So as I said, 60 gigahertz is the foundation of next generation Wi-Fi. This year will approach roughly 750 million 6 gigahertz devices shipped just this year. And about 1/3 of those, so just over a quarter of a billion devices, are Wi-Fi 7 devices making use of 6 gigahertz. So again, it is the foundation of next generation Wi-Fi. And I believe we have roughly 1,300 individual products that are certified for operation in 6 gigahertz. So just a couple of vignettes on 6 gigahertz being the foundation of Wi-Fi. It is the foundation for esports. Esports is probably one of the last bastions of wired-only connectivity. Maybe, as Matt said, finance is probably another one of those where they're going, it's kind of like, you're going to pry my Ethernet cable from my cold dead hand type thing, right? But here we have a great example of where a Wi-Fi Alliance member, Nokia, actually put on this first ever event. So it was a kind of a fundraising esports event with professional, I can't believe I'm saying this, professional esports players, right? And they use entirely Wi-Fi based on 6 gigahertz. So we are at that point now where people are going to start letting go of that cable, and it's not from a dead hand. They're actually willingly letting go of it because of what we're able to accomplish with this spectrum. So it really showcased some of Wi-Fi's near deterministic latency capabilities. And this was in a package that is not just a gaming router. This is more of like a CPE going into into a residential environment is able to accomplish these things. 6 gigahertz, of course, is also the foundation for healthcare. Wi-Fi has been instrumental in delivering healthcare activity, and there's an example of this is we're actually doing a trial in a teaching hospital in Bangkok, Rama Hospital, and it's looking at what is the difference between that connectivity in these dense deployments, let's say using VR headsets to teach medical students how to do things like surgeries without actually having cadavers. And we're demonstrating the impact in that specific environment of having 6 gigahertz available versus in the full 1200 megahertz versus just part of the band, right? And so we're going to have some real research that's showing what is the impact in these, frankly, these are cornerstone use cases for Wi-Fi. We're day in, day out, this is where we're being used, and we're going to show the importance of that. And we're starting to see an incredibly robust Wi-Fi certified 7 device market emerge. These are just a sampling of some of the certified Wi-Fi 7 products that are out there. I encourage everybody, certify your products. It matters, right? There are things that we catch in our certifications that otherwise would be going out to the market if you're not going through this. But we're seeing everything from, obviously on the infrastructure side, we're seeing the flagship smartphones. And part of what's driving this is because there are very few smartphones really need 10 gigabits per second sustained connectivity. But again, getting back to some of the other speakers, it's the consistency of this experience, the determinism, the low latency. Those are all becoming increasingly more important. And you're seeing these tri-band phones with Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi Alliance recently put out a new resource that really underscores the importance of spectrum to achieve infrastructure goals. And it's focused specifically on the EU. And right now, frankly, for our industry, that's kind of the most important next step around enabling the full 1200 megahertz for 6 gigahertz spectrum is in the EU. And frankly, many other regions are looking at what happens in the EU as the template for where. So while we've had very good, I'm not sure like how loud to yell because I'm going to blow out your ears when the mic comes back on.
Where are the restrooms? Okay. See?
Yep. Okay, we're good now? Okay. And as I was saying, the EU is really going to be a critical area for us in our advocacy activities. And so one of the things we did to make it very, very clear and very obvious for policymakers is, as you may know, in the EU, there are these very large initiatives around, gigabit everywhere, right? So huge investments in infrastructure, doing fiber to the home, other approaches to ensure that everybody in the EU, they've kind of left out of that analysis, which is, okay, well, I've actually got to get it to the device. It's got to get to your laptop. It's got to get to your smartphone. It's got to get to your gaming console, whatever, right? And so this research is looking at what actually happens from a probability standpoint. What is the probability that I can deliver 250 megabits per second, 500, a gigabit, multi-gigabit in actual European construction, apartments, condos, et cetera? And what we found is that with access to only 5 channels, 5 160 megahertz channels, which is going to be the status quo if you don't get the entire portion of the band, you have roughly a 50% chance of actually delivering gigabit connectivity to any given user. Right, so it lays out very clearly that now when you get into 10 channels, you have very, very high probabilities of actually hitting that in real world environments, given the interference from one apartment to the next. So this is one of the key resources that we're actually using to make the case for if you want to achieve these goals in terms of delivering high performance connectivity for economic competitiveness, economic growth, et cetera, societal benefits. Spectrum makes a difference. Now, some people, I'm just going to touch on this briefly. Some other people have hit on it, but obviously 6 gigahertz is even better once you start adding in standard power. We are very early in the rollout of standard power. Obviously, the US has enabled it. ISED in Canada has enabled it. There are a number of AFC operators that are going through the process there. And that's kind of where it stands right now. And we're looking at additional regions, South Korea, Japan, and others to enable standard power. But this starts getting us into some of those outdoor use cases, the ability to do 6 gigahertz in, let's say, the bowl of a stadium, or using it for point-to-point connections, or even doing higher power indoors where you don't, where because of building entry loss, you still have to be concerned about interference with incumbents. So this is going to deliver higher performance from Wi-Fi when we're able to add in standard power. And of course, a lot of the work on this is happening in the Alliance in terms of developing what do the testing regimes look like to get through certification. So as an example, the FCC actually refers back to the testing that Wi-Fi Alliance has developed as kind of think of it as a shortcut to get through the FCC certification process. The next generation of applications will emerge as a result of some of those advanced capabilities that I've talked about, and of course, previous speakers have talked about. Things like MLO, things like target wait time, MLO with target wait time in terms of triggering to get lower latencies. So obviously, artificial intelligence, both on the network management side as well as other applications of artificial intelligence that are going to benefit from what Wi-Fi can expose to those learning models, whether it is proximity through things like sensing or Wi-Fi location, et cetera. So really a fertile area around AI with Wi-Fi. Industrial IoT, we are going to continue to push into this area with that determinism that Wi-Fi is able to offer, and as well as things like extended reality, VR, et cetera. So my last slide, these are some of the near-term areas where I think we really need to focus on for continued Wi-Fi innovation. I've kind of beat this one a bit, but we really need to be focusing on advocating for spectrum that is ultimately necessary for the long-term success of Wi-Fi. Also, improving Wi-Fi device interaction. A number of the presenters previously brought up the perennial problem of sticky clients, poor roaming from one access point to another, et cetera. And there are initiatives going on within the Alliance right now that we would love to have more service providers involved in, where we're actually doing in-depth interoperability with devices, with real service provider equipment to determine what are some of the reasons we're seeing that, and how can we roll those learnings into our certification programs so the Wi-Fi certified means something more to the service provider and to the client vendors to ultimately deliver a better experience. And then finally, it's incredibly important that we're, especially in the Alliance, that we're engaging with various Wi-Fi customer segments to ensure the Wi-Fi remains this catalyst for innovative market solutions. And frankly, the WBA, I think, is one of the incredibly important and strategic areas for us in terms of a customer segment to do that. So thank you all. I apologize, move that minute over, but I'm going to blame it on the mic problems.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was a perfect time scheduling. Kevin, let me invite you to stay. We'll move to a panel, and any questions, we'll blend them. So Kevin Robinson is going to be on the panel. I would like to invite back Eric McLaughlin from Intel as well, and also Robert Stacey from Intel. Okay, so I think we need one more mic. So let's take care of this.
Oh, need a mic?
Is there any other one? Or yeah, let's take this one. We'll take this one. Okay. I'll do a shortcut. Okay, fantastic. So I think you have heard from Kevin and from Eric. So I would like firstly to introduce our guests. And first of all, congratulations on your recent appointment. I know it's not a major change, but why don't you tell us about your role and your history?
Sure. So my name is Robert Stacey. I'm the brand new chair of 802.11. Most of you probably know Dorothy Stanley. She was the previous chair. She ran our group for about 6 years. I'm taking over now. And I understand that Dorothy attended these meetings quite regularly. And so I hope that I can do the same thing.
No, fantastic, and glad to have you. And what I would like to say is that the topic of this panel, and I was sharing with Diego and Sarah, is really business opportunities with Wi-Fi 7. And how can we make it differently? And when we were preparing, what I would like to say is, hopefully we'll have neutral perspectives. So Eric works with any AP vendor. So Robert gets inputs from all the parties to get the standards work. And then of course, Kevin is on the edge of creating certification that cater to so many opportunities. So why don't we start with, okay, so we had these Wi-Fi generations evolving. Some industry players say we are going a bit too fast. So how can we justify all these new features to create a business opportunity given all the prevalence of Wi-Fi? So maybe let's start with Eric and we just go around. Well, I think, first of all, things have been moving fast the last few years, right? You bring in Wi-Fi 6, you had 6E with new spectrum, you had 7 with all the new capabilities to drive, the lower latencies, more deterministic behaviors. But, my perspective when people ask me this question is that it was needed, right? We needed to go down this path. Wi-Fi had been a contention-based protocol for a long time. It did work, but it didn't work in the way we needed. And as we see the use cases that are being driven anymore, as some of the speakers showed, it's being used in medical activities, it's being used in industrial. And for us, we've been doing, Bart was talking about gaming. We've been doing Wi-Fi gaming for a long time at Intel Extreme Masters, with our solutions. So, these kinds of applications and with Wi-Fi 7 open business opportunities in places where Wi-Fi was previously not expected to go. Perfect.
Well, I would just say that, we can always do with more throughput and more capacity. Capacity equals reliability. The more capacity you have in the network, the more reliable you can make it. So yeah, we just have to continue innovating. One of the key aspects of Wi-Fi 7 is the multi-link, which is another way to think about it is sort of utilizing spectrum more efficiently. Using the bits of spectrum that we have access to, sort of accommodating interference, accommodating other users of the band. And so Wi-Fi 7 is just further doing that. It's enhancing reliability.
And I guess one thing I would add is that it's a point I often make that because Wi-Fi is completely backwards compatible, the reality is the upgrade cycle is something that at the end of the day, the customer makes that decision, right? Like I decide to upgrade my home access point, the service provider decides whether to do a refresh, the enterprise, et cetera. And some of them are on like refresh cycles, but the fact is when they're making that decision to go to Wi-Fi 7, it's because of those applications like you talked about, Eric. They're getting real benefit and value from doing that, or else they wouldn't be doing it. So I think it's a great market signal that the market does see, particularly like the determinism, a lot of things we're able to do now with Wi-Fi 7 that is really driving that interest in it. So we always hear that point like, oh, you're going so fast. It's like, well, do you want us to go slower? And most are like, well, no, but I want that thing, right? And so that's ultimately what's driving it.
Yeah, I was gonna add on your slide of devices, we have over 200 PC designs shipping Wi-Fi 7 certified today, right? So huge upswing across all segments in delivering Wi-Fi 7.
Yeah, it's interesting because definitely the speed is evolving, and like you said, there are some disruptive features. And we were looking to some, reports, and ITU is saying that 83% of all traffic is fixed. Ofcom is saying that 65% of the time people is connected to the Wi-Fi, so it's pretty successful. And it looks like, folks are already making use of the latest generations. So do you think there is an angle when you have all this uptake on the fixed side, when we think about conversions? Let's say, is there a business opportunity now with Wi-Fi 7 that we can paint a picture that it converges even more with any, competing or complementary other wireless access?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. So I remember we were talking a few weeks or months ago, I guess it was, and we were talking about what's coming in 6G, and you asked me a question, if you were talking to 3GPP, what would you say? And my immediate response was, quit looking at Wi-Fi as the enemy. We're your friend. right? And like you said, 65 to 70% of all data traffic goes over Wi-Fi. And so, do I think there's more opportunity for convergence? Absolutely. Wi-Fi's really raised the game, especially with Wi-Fi 7, MLO, all these implementations we've done, and really much more closely matches the kind of behavior you should get on cellular, for example. So it's a very easy sell, and I think Derek's not here right now, but I think Derek's already taken advantage of that, right, in his implementations, and making sure that you can easily converge to technologies that have very similar performance characteristics.
Yeah, and to build on your point, Eric, because the quit treating us like frankly, both ecosystems need to quit treating each other like the enemy. I think many people don't do it that way, right? But there's certainly an element. But I would take it a step further and say, I think convergence is not just an opportunity. Frankly, it's an imperative, right? And I'm going to get the stat wrong, but Alex, our VP of Regulatory Affairs at our Austin meeting, was talking about the trend line in terms of how much time people in the US spend indoors. And it's not a pretty stat, right? It's something like approaching like 90% of our time is indoors now, right? And if it's an imperative, the fact is, there's not enough money in the world to deploy 5G or 6G in every home. And if we need to deliver these connectivity capabilities, really the only way to do it is through convergence, a seamless complementary nature of these two technologies. It's the only way that it's economically feasible. And we need to kind of get past some of the roadblocks and figure out, okay, what do we actually need to do when we need to start getting on with doing it?
Makes sense. Maybe I could make a comment there, is that 3GPP and 802 have been converging quite a bit. 3GPP has moved away from their sort of flow-based architecture, moved to a more packet-based architecture. They depend a lot on 802 technologies, on Ethernet and so forth. And so there is, and we're converging on the same sort of QoS mechanisms. Yes. So there is a lot of convergence happening. Yeah.
No, Robert, I must agree, because whenever we see a Wi-Fi feature making into the stack of 3GPP or the standard, it's like, okay, there is, some follow-up on some of those trends, and probably that brings the business opportunity for Wi-Fi that is to influence the other wireless access technologies. Yeah, maybe this is a good timing just to open up to the audience. Any challenges to our neutral panel? Anything in your mind regarding Wi-Fi 7 business that you would like to ask or comment upon? Okay, we have Kevin Franzen from AT&T. So let's just get you the mic, Kevin.
So we're doing a fair amount of MDU work these days. And one of the challenges that we have is with 6 gigahertz and WPA3, there's not a mechanism to have multiple passwords to join the same network. And I'm just hoping that that business case can be addressed at some point in the standards.
Yeah, I can comment a little bit on that. There is ongoing work on that. Yes, there's some work in the maintenance group trying to fix that particular problem, that specific problem. Yes.
Yeah, so it's about also solving some of the gaps and the business problems, and definitely all these inputs, we should take it and divide and conquer, as we typically say.
Yeah, and I would even say just in general, we're seeing more of a trend towards individual device credentials, whether it's like the Matter ecosystem or that's just kind of where things are starting to go now, whether it's multiple passwords, so each person can get their own. There's different technical approaches, but I think it's encouraging to see that we're starting to move away from, one password for everybody in an entire environment. So hopefully that trend continues. I think it will.
Yeah, so moving on, Maria, let's take one question from Maria. Yeah, maybe it's related, Maria, because we were having this discussion with the operators in the WBA. So are you embracing new generations of Wi-Fi? So Tiago announced we have now 7 operators actively looking into carrier Wi-Fi deployments. And something that always comes is, how can we prioritize some services over Wi-Fi, even the basic ones like voice, to always go through to justify some of my core business, that is voice and data. So do you think we are going into that direction and creating those type of advantages
Yeah, so I can comment. Maybe.
Sorry, you mean-
Now I can. Now I can comment. So at least in the ecosystem that we serve primarily, we've absolutely recognized that there are certain types of things that you're doing on your device that need prioritization, right? Because how many people here do one thing at a time on their phone or their PC? None. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know about you, but I generally have about 21 windows open and I'm working on multiple different things, but obviously always paying attention to Robert's call. But in those environments, you know, prioritization is key and we're doing that, right? So we know if you're on a voice call or a video call, you need to prioritize those experiences. You know, if you're playing a game, that's what you want to prioritize. And so we see it in our ecosystem that we work in as a necessity. And I do think in these type of networks, we can easily figure out between the folks like, you know, from AT&T and Intel and Wi-Fi Alliance, et cetera, we can figure out those handoffs that allow us to make sure those prioritization mechanisms through the QoS, you know, connections make it work.
Yes, should be a combined approach when just proposing this to the operators and okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember the days when we had problems with voice over Wi-Fi, when scanning would, you know, the scanner would go off and try and find a new AP, and in the meantime, your voice would break up and you couldn't communicate. But you know, voice today on Wi-Fi is actually pretty good, very good.
Yep. Okay, so maybe we have a question from Maria. Can we? Yes, you have the mic. Perfect.
Yeah, it's actually on the convergence point and maybe the previous discussion, because you've mentioned there is a lot of work on convergence and things are progressing. But for the true, if you like, vision for convergence and the seamless experience that we've been talking about all morning, I would probably say there are two key barriers, okay, from my perspective. As an operator, I work for BT, by the way. Cost. So the cost of bringing Wi-Fi traffic over to what is still a very expensive mobile core is one killer. And having tunnels over tunnels and having to do that, even for voice over Wi-Fi, is already quite a barrier. The second one is the device behaviors. The device still wants to make ultimately the decision as to which network they connect to. So previous attempts like ANDSF and all the things that we've all been involved in have not really succeeded. Could you give us a view as to how we can do better as an industry to perhaps overcome those two issues?
Yeah, I'm not sure if, and maybe Maria, there is a twist because Wi-Fi is already cost effective and we are kind of trying to merge both worlds. So any comments or?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to speak to the piece about getting onto the operator's core, but in terms of the devices making the decisions, I'll go back to something that was said earlier. That's unlikely to change anytime soon. And part of it's just kind of in the DNA of Wi-Fi. But a lot of the work, for example, that we're doing with things like, you know, Wi-Fi data elements, and it's about getting devices the information they need to make the best possible decisions. Right. So, at the end of the day, that's probably how we have to do it. They're going to take into account a lot of things. I mean, the devices are going to know, like you said, Eric, are you running gaming? Is the voice call the most important thing? And so there's a lot of information to consider in making that correct decision. But the more we can help the devices by, you know, giving them information on the network and how it's performing and how other networks nearby are performing, what Matt talked about, potentially, hey, and where should I jump to? All of that, I think, helps devices make the best decision, which hopefully will end up in a better user experience.
Yeah, I think it's gradually improving. I mean, there is, you know, the neighbor reports, for example, you know, the multi-link framework itself will help evolve, you know, improve network selection. It'll help with the make before break connections and things like that. So I wouldn't see radical change in the near future. But you know, there's a gradual accumulation of new features that'll help with network selection and roaming in particular.
Yeah, I'll just add that I was earlier this week meeting with one of our customers, and that's the exact conversation we had. Not necessarily the getting onto the core, but how, with all of the changes that are happening and, and where we sit, right, the OS level, the device level, the software layer, the Wi-Fi standards layer, the cellular standards layer, all of these things are changing regularly, rapidly, and that enables new capabilities at multiple places along the, from device to cloud. And so I think we are entering an era where QoS and other things are going to be discussed, not just in Wi-Fi and not just in cellular and not just in OS, but having to look at this end to end. And so I do think there may be some enhancements. I don't have any examples currently, but I think the conversations are definitely there, and that's the start.
Yeah, and definitely, Eric, alluding to that, our working groups have been trying, to scope the problem and have an end-to-end perspective. And I believe, for this roadmap definition, this will be one of the key topics. So,
one other thing comes to mind. Part of this, we've talked about AI a lot here today. One of the ways we're trying to think of AI is, what do we need to either fix, invent, or improve? And you start there, and then you figure out, how does AI help, accelerate, or solve, right, those problems? So as we think about the issues that you raised, we should probably be trying to create a framework, right, to determine where along this challenge is the right place to institute AI capabilities that will help us either accelerate, resolve, or invent those fixes.
I guess the last thing I was going to add is there are certain things that we may do in the future, like you said, having technology where we can actually make the second connection with one link before we break the other link and things like that. But there are a decent number of tools that exist today where we could have a better experience than we actually see in practice. And that's one of the things I had alluded to in my presentation, where the Alliance is doing a bit of a shift where we used to focus very much almost exclusively on, okay, what about the interoperability of the protocols that control traffic and making sure just the mechanisms are working right, but not as much into then how does that translate into an experience on a real network. So some of these events that we're doing, trials and sandboxes and things like that, is to now say, okay, the technologies have now made their way into commercial devices. Let's start putting those through their paces on very specific scenarios and identify, is there some commonality in why we're not getting the experience we expect to? And maybe then some of those learnings can start going back into connection managers and everything else to make it better. So that's at least one specific thing we're trying to do to fix the problem with the state of the art of the technology today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kevin, I think you shed a light on probably the trident that we have discussed here. So we started with Wi-Fi 7 flying solo, the business opportunities. Then we moved on to talk a bit about convergence, Wi-Fi plus other wireless access. And I think for this innovation business angle, I would like to get your opinions on what's coming next and how that can affect investments on Wi-Fi 7. So maybe two quick angles. One is Wi-Fi 8. So that is out. So there are presentations talking about Wi-Fi 8. Do you think that helps, that keeps the motivation on new generations? But what about the investments? Are the CIOs going to wait for the next generation, or there's no risk? Not sure, maybe.
So for the next generation, more of the same, so more multi-link, enhancing multi-link to reduce latency, especially in roaming and some of the other scenarios. There's a focus on coexistence as well in .11, in 802 in general, with ultra wideband, Bluetooth in the 6 gigahertz band and stuff. There's a lot more radios appearing using the unlicensed spectrum. So there's a bit of a focus on coexistence, in-device coexistence and out-of-device coexistence in .11. So that's part of the future.
So continuation.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I would say, Eric, you're probably the best to say in terms of are people going to wait? I don't see people waiting, right? I mean, people are making investments. A lot of times they have, they're just their normal CapEx cycle, they're kind of their cycles they go through, they're buying. And we're still talking about what Wi-Fi 8 is going to be. And you know what? There's going to be a Wi-Fi 9 eventually. So, I mean, you can kind of get a little bit spun around in this. Well, wait, do I wait for the next thing and the next thing? But the reality is many of the use cases that Wi-Fi 7 enables are use cases that matter to people now. They solve problems that people are experiencing right now. And so I don't see, a lot of discussion around, well, no, let's not do Wi-Fi 7 and wait for Wi-Fi 8, particularly when you add in the fact that if you have not already done an upgrade for 6 gigahertz by getting Wi-Fi 6E gear, that is a huge carrot to try to make that jump to Wi-Fi 7.
Yeah, I would just add that at least in the industries that we're in and track, there's a very natural progression of new technology, right? It comes in, if it's got utility, for the year one, it's 10-15% of our mix. Year two, it's 30 to 40% of our mix. Year three, it crosses 50% of our mix, right? So I think that will always continue as long as we're bringing useful new features and capabilities in the standard. But I do think if you look at some of what's coming, right, sensing, for example, it's going to get better and better. We have a really simple feature on our laptop, so we show it to people and they're like, wow, you can walk up to the laptop, it gets the lock screen from a sleep state, right? You walk away from the laptop and it closes it down and locks it. Really simple. That's just Wi-Fi sensing, right? It knows that you're there, it knows that you go. And so, the sensing is going to get better and going to create tons of use cases. And when you add, bigger bandwidths and potentially millimeter Wi-Fi in the future, those things open up so much context and so much data that, I think business cases and adoption rates are going to go up.
Yeah. No, very interesting, Eric. And maybe on a final note, you mentioned sensing. And on this business perspective, we see that 6G movement has started. ITU just put out all the requirements. They include sensing, coverage, capacity, interoperability. So maybe a bit of a provocation here to Robert. Do you think IEEE 802.11 is going to submit a candidate for?
I don't think so. We're not a marketing organization. We focused on our technology. We'll keep our focus there. We'll keep our focus on the technology. We're not going to really participate in the marketing activities around IMTT.
We have the future proofing we need with this data. Okay, so I think we reached the end of the panel. Thank you so much for providing your neutral perspectives on Wi-Fi 7 business, and looking forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, just some quick notes. We are going to break for lunch now. So lunch is right outside on Plaza C. So if you just go out and turn left, you will find lunch. Please take time to meet the exhibitors that are outside. Lots of interesting demos and information. And after that, we'll restart at 1:55 for our following session. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. We had a great session this morning, I thought, and we've got a busy session this afternoon. The topic area is the Wi-Fi opportunities for operators and service providers. And also, for those of you that don't know, my name is Steve Namasurveyan, so I work for the Wireless Broadband Alliance. I'm in charge of our industry alliances and our members. We have 3 panel sessions and 3 presentations just before the coffee break. So I'd like to get things started and keep us on time. I'd like to invite Jenny Detman, who's VP of Marketing for RootThis, to come up to the stage and to talk about the future of Wi-Fi customer experience. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. Which way do I go? All right, is it coveted or dreaded post-lunch spot? So I guarantee this is going to be the highest energy session that I have personally ever done. Because I'm wired up on pasta and chicken. So let's just level set here. Based upon so many of the sessions this morning, we now know the why. Why are we all here? It's about the customer experience. And we in this room as an industry are working to try to bring this together. And until we really get there and everything is smarter than we are, which is coming, Eric said AI 17,000 times, we're going to talk more about the future of customer experience and what we can do in the meantime. So, as Steve said, I'm Jenny Detman, VP of Marketing. I've been with Routhis for almost 2 years now, after spending the majority of my career in the industry with a lot of the larger hardware and software companies, doing a lot of interfacing around Wi-Fi and seeing Wi-Fi from where it was 15 years ago to where it is today. Quickly about Routhis, we were founded in 2017, and we're really focused on delivering customer experience as it relates to residential Wi-Fi solutions. We partner with service providers and IoT smart home companies to optimize installation, repair, and support as Wi-Fi becomes a critical connectivity factor for all of those. We've worked with over 190 customers in over 30 countries, and our friends from Intel are here. We are Series A backed by Intel and Inovia Capital. And one of the things that we are the most proud of is that those customers in the years that we've been working with them have realized at this point far beyond $250 million in realized value. And that can come from in the form of reduced truck rolls, to increased ARPU, to reducing average handle time, all of those metrics that really matter to a service provider. So very quickly, for those of you who don't know about Routhis' solution offerings, we are a cloud-based platform that sits on either side of Wi-Fi management. That's the easiest way for me to explain it. We don't actually manage the devices because we don't sit on the device. And that's one of our unique differentiators. We have our Certify app that is used by field technicians for installation and repairs. And then we have our Routhis Helps app that can be used by customers, and our Resolve app that's used by customer contact center agents to help troubleshoot and resolve the Wi-Fi issues in the home. So why are we here? We know that subscribers today have more options than ever before, and that the fastest speeds or lowest prices are now a race to the bottom. Satellite, fiber overbuilders, mobile carriers, we're all trying to chase that customer. And when we really look at what we are trying to do and why customers are making the switch, it comes down to that experience. And if they are not happy, and if their home is not working as expected, the likelihood and probability is that they're going to churn. And why this matters is as soon as they have a negative experience, 52% of customers say that they would switch after just one bad experience. The companies that do invest in improving their customer experience see a 32% increase in cross-selling and upselling. And as we know, it's not just about cost savings, it is about revenue growth. And finally, 80% of customers say that the experience they provide is just as, if not more important than the product or service themselves. So we're going to talk about 3 things that we see are shaping the future of Wi-Fi customer experience. The first, QoI. QoI is similar but different from QoE and QoS. I like to say in this world of Wi-Fi, we love our acronyms. And so for us, in working with our service provider customers, we've realized that to get to that customer experience, you need good QoE, and good QoE comes from good QoI. The second is a big trend that we see, which is DIY. And this is not just BYOD. It's the concept of a carrier shipping equipment to a customer and expecting them to be able to self-install correctly with adequate spacing and coverage. It's also the customer's expectation that they don't want to have to call into support to change their Wi-Fi password or to reconfigure their network or to expand their service offering. They want to be able to self-serve and, of course, support. And then finally, again, I don't think they would let us up on the stage if we didn't at least mention this once. We're going to mention it a few times, and that is AI. We know that AI is transforming this space, and for us, we're really seeing it impact the support side of things earlier than some of the other areas, but we're going to cover how all of this together really is shaping the future of Wi-Fi customer experience. So QoI may be a new term to some of you in this room. It is actually a term that we feel that we at Routhis have established and developed, quality of installation. And when you look at the level of effort that a field technician puts in place to set up service to a customer's home, so much of that time is spent outside of the home. But the customer's perception of that service is found in the short-term period when they are inside the home. And not only is a service provider or field technician challenged when they go to install there's all these different points of friction. And a lot of that comes from, as we spoke earlier, customers' lack of education and information around how Wi-Fi works. They just know and they expect it's going to work everywhere. They don't know that you can't put it behind a fish tank or next to a mirror or inside a metal cabinet. But are we giving our tools, our teams, the tools that they need to educate and inform these customers as to why this matters? Are we measuring them in a way that realizes that the quality is important? And so we came up with these 5 factors that we believe every install, whether it be tech-driven, a repair visit, or self-install, a customer should be looking at to guarantee the performance in the space. So measured versus planned speed, are we able to deliver that throughput? Benchmarking on 5 gigahertz. I now feel like I need to go back to my Eng team and say, hey guys, where's my 6 gigahertz numbers? Because that's all I heard this morning. But knowing that we need to be running these tests on 5 versus 2.4, making sure we're testing on all rooms and all floors, and finally, that there are no coverage issues left behind. This seems pretty logical, right? But it's always been very quantitative, and now we're making it qualitative and giving people ways to score and measure this, ensuring that we can deliver a better customer experience. So really at the end, this first little section on QOI, as again, we should make sure that we're able to optimize CPE placement, whether that be self-guided on the hardware or self-install direction or field tech. Making sure that we can deliver the coverage and speed, knowing that we are going to have issues, as was mentioned in previous sessions, on the capability of the customer's in-home devices. But as 7 proliferates into the space and those billions of devices, we're going to see that become easier for us to do, but still educating those customers and giving them ways and understanding that you have to get it right from the beginning. Otherwise, we're just setting us all up to fail. So blatant promotion, we are across in table 8. We do have a platform that helps operators track and measure this and run this against their field technicians. It's called Certify. The second trend we hear is DIY. And as we mentioned before, it's not just about BYOD. And the more that customers are trying to solve their connectivity issues by adding in mesh networks, we're actually seeing the rate of trouble tickets at these operators increase. So where this once was seen as the solution to the problem, it's actually becoming the problem to the problem. And so what we have to figure out now is how can we help these customers do it right? How can we help ensure that they can get the help they need the way that they want to? I think part of it is generational, but very few of us actually want to pick up the phone and call and wait and tell somebody everything that we're seeing step by step of what's not working. So just again, some other stats as to why customers are driving this. We see service providers driving it because they want to reduce their operational expenses by not rolling out a truck to do an install. But we also have to realize the backside of the challenges that then creates. So again, everybody in this room that has a hand in the product, the management, or the support, we need to make sure that we're taking these 5 tenets into mind. Is your product easy to use? Is it personalized or customizable? Is it fast? Is it accurate? And is it educational? Because again, as an industry, we need to begin to continue to educate and inform people as to why DIY can be good and how customers are demanding this. So we know that they want these self-service options. We know in the long run, and it may seem like an initial upfront expense, we will see longer term OpEx reduction if we're optimizing things off-prem. And then finally, I think this is the most interesting and intriguing part of this, is the more that customers use our apps that we give to them, again, whether it be service provider-based, hardware-based, or an over-the-top software solution, that's data that's being captured. That data can be analyzed. That data can help us build out algorithms that will then drive what's coming next, which is AI. But also, through that, the upsell opportunities kind of raise themselves. We also have a solution for this too. It's called Resolve and Self-Help. But we want to be able to help people get this regardless of how they choose to go for it. So the last thing here is AI. And what does AI for Wi-Fi look like? I think we're all trying to figure this out. There's a lot of words, a lot of acronyms, a lot of unknowns, and a lot of risks. And I think as we're looking forward and into what the future holds for Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi CX, we have to take into consideration that there are lots of broad players in this space. And again, as a group here, I think for us to come up with solutions that are focused on the purpose-built needs of operators and hardware companies, we can work together to deliver this. Some of the things that we're seeing with, I don't know if you've all seen NLG, NLP, and NLU. As I was doing a little research for this, natural language generation, natural language processing, and natural language understanding. The understanding, I think, is the most important piece. And when you start looking at how these large language models are built and how all of this is being pulled together, we're realizing these risks are starting to come up. And hallucination, okay. Can anyone else say that right now? Okay. That right there is one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing. AI is getting it wrong, okay? And AI is using bias. AI could be using proprietary IP, my IP that they don't have access to, and interpreting that incorrectly. So the industry, the standards, the regulations, I think are just going to continue to unfold. And we just need to be mindful of that and not go, blindly into AI, but cautiously, and knowing that it can help us. It can empower us. It can give us access to data that we wouldn't have been able to access before. But again, with everything new comes some risk, and I think it's important for us to be aware of that. So how is this going to impact us all? I was at another event a couple months ago, and they talked about AI on the gateway. How many of you heard about AI coming on the gateway? I think it's a fascinating concept, and it's something that, again, the closer we get to the edge, the stronger the probability and the speed of it actually doing what it needs to do is going to come out. Software, we already see this in Wi-Fi management, adaptive Wi-Fi. The Plume folks aren't here today, but they've been touting that term for a long time. Being able to read and get the ML and really build out and optimize that network before the customer has to do anything. And then finally, again, where this is near and dear to our heart is support. So AI-assisted agent support, but tying that into data coming again from the devices or from the network is where this is really going to, I think, grow and come out to be something that's truly going to transform the industry. We also have an AI solution coming soon. It's called Rava. It's going to be really cool. So come and learn more about that from us too. So quickly, just to recap again, Wi-Fi CX is something that everybody in this room should care about. And we know, especially as it relates to our operators, this is critically important. Because if they cannot keep their customers, if they can't increase their revenue, if they can't control their call volume, which includes their average handle time, they're going to churn. So we're all here for growth. We're all here for a good customer experience. And I think if we can all follow some of these trends and ensure that we're building and keeping the end customer in mind always, we'll end up in the right place. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny. So we maybe have a minute or so for a question from anybody. Any questions? We have one over here from Jim.
How about now? All right. I understand you handle many different equipment vendors in your process. And I think that I heard that you do remote diagnostics afterwards. How do you do that? Do you have your own client of some sort that you put on the various pieces of equipment and bring it back to a management system? What's your process?
So we are CPE agnostic because we actually run on either the field tech or the customer's device through a mobile app. So the app is serving the network from inside the home, not accessing the actual device itself. So that is where we're different, and we allow service providers to support 100% of their install base because CPE fragmentation is real, right? I dare you to find an operator today that has just one vendor in their network. And so being able to support that at scale is something that we saw as a real challenge, and that's where we built our solution. So the barrier to entry, of course, is getting the app to get installed on the customer's device. That's the #1 problem we have, but once it's there, the information that's captured, gathered, analyzed, and then the results that are returned is what allows us to go cross-platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And also, thank you for supporting the WBA. So you are our newest member.
We are the newest. I think we're fresh today.
I think this conversation with Routeness, and I've got to train myself because I'm Brit, so we would say Routeness.
Routeness, yes.
So I really need to train myself to say Routeness. This started about 3 weeks ago, so thank you for coming on board so quickly and for your support.
Yes, no, thank you.
The work you're doing is super relevant. So Tiago this morning, he was sharing a roadmap. So the work that we're doing in residential Wi-Fi over the last 5 years, we have a lot of ISPs and telcos that are really interested in how to stop that truck roll. You're doing a lot of work in AI, ML that's just beginning. So really looking forward to having you on board.
Yes, we're excited to be a part of all of that. And so thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay. And you did a great job in re-energizing us after lunch.
Yes, okay, everyone's good to go. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, so next we have our panel session. So we're going to invite a few people up to the stage. We have Ricky Taft, who's Senior Lead Product Manager for Broadband Services at Cox. Welcome, Ricky. Scott Stinson, Head of Customer Solutions at AirTice. Welcome, Scott. And finally, we have Sudeep Boza, who's Senior Director and Product Manager at Gravity at Cinemedia. Welcome.
Thank you.
So the theme for the session here, empowering small and medium businesses, leveraging platforms and managed Wi-Fi. So I was doing a bit of research, and thank you, Sudeep, this morning for some of those stats that you shared with me. But just in North America alone, 33 to 34 million SMB businesses. Pretty impressive. We expect Wi-Fi today, Wi-Fi has been around for 25 years. It's become an amenity. But with it, obviously, there are lots of challenges, issues that we've been trying to resolve over that time as well. So we're gonna jump into that next during this panel. A few questions. I think this is the initial first round. In fact, what I'll do, I'll ask each of you just to sort of introduce yourselves very briefly and just explain a bit about your roles and what your company does as well. So maybe Sudeep, you can go first.
Sure. My name is Sudeep Bose. I'm responsible for product management for Cinemedia's Broadband Solutions portfolio, based out of the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm glad to be here.
I'm Scott Stinson. I work for AirTice. My role here is Head of Customer Solutions for the Americas. So basically my job is to help customers like Cox properly deploy our solutions and maximize the benefit of our solutions in their deployments.
Ricky Taft, nice to meet you all. I'm the Senior Lead Product Manager, primarily in charge of broadband and Wi-Fi devices for Cox business.
So first question to Sudeep, two-part question. I think just to explain to the audience, I guess some of the sort of challenges, characteristics that you see in the SMB market. Second part to that, sort of how it differentiates itself in the enterprise space as well.
Sure. Not sure I can remember all of that, but I'll try. So firstly, we can all acknowledge none of us go to Starbucks for their coffee, right? We go for the Wi-Fi. So that's really led to kind of, over the years, Wi-Fi becoming another utility, right? I mean, and that's been taken into the smaller businesses as a key component of what they need. But that's part of what they need, right? Of course, that's important for their internal networks as well as for the customer-facing networks. But they also need their point-of-sale systems to be up and running, right? They need that network security. All of that is very key and important for them because if their point-of-sale systems are not working, their credit cards don't work, they can't process payments, etc. So reliability is one of the key factors. 1 week from today, and next Wednesday, on the 19th, we have a webinar where we go into this in a lot more detail. And Megan from Cox, she's going to be on the webinar with me and Scott as well, and we'll talk about kind of some of this. And you'll hear from Megan about how reliability is important, and she'll call out some kind of very specific use cases. But it's essentially in SMB. It's the lifeblood, right? If they don't have all of this working, they can't pay their mortgage. It's not about a missed quarter of earnings or something like that. It's literally an existential problem for them, right? So all of this running flawlessly and reliably is key. So that's one of the major things. In terms of how it's different from residential or enterprise, great question, great point. Enterprise tends to be, a lot more about performance and typically has a lot of IT people around it to support it. Residential is a lot about kind of the cost point, and it just kind of needs to work well enough, right? Enough that you don't have churn and such. And SMB is in the middle because it's those same people who are from the residences who are coming in to use this, but they can't afford the cost of the enterprise solution, nor do they have the IT support to support it. 80% of SMBs are run by the owner proprietor, right? And another, the next biggest chunk, 16%, is under 20 employees. So operational efficiency is key, reliability is key, and many of these are run by people that are 35 years of age or older, so they're not very technology savvy. So it just needs to work, and it needs to be very simple.
I mean, personal experience, just a few weeks back, my Wi-Fi service at home was down, and I decided to take myself off to the single copy location, thinking they must have Wi-Fi.
Yep.
And they normally do, to be honest, but this one I went to didn't. So I ended up going to the big conglomerate down the road and getting Wi-Fi. But I think probably sort of like not the usual case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, question for Ricky. So from Cox's perspective, perhaps you can share your vision on how you guys are delivering Wi-Fi into this SMB space, and also how you differentiate your service.
Sure. I did prepare an interpretive dance, but I'll spare you. Just answer with words. Cox's vision is to ensure seamless, secure, reliable connectivity for SMBs up to about 5,000 square feet, deployed primarily via cloud-managed single gateway and smart deployment of Wi-Fi extenders. Cox Business aims to differentiate itself by bringing as many enterprise-grade features as we can down tier to the SMB segment. Primarily, this is fully customizable guest Wi-Fi, robust firewall and malware protection, power and cellular backup, and cloud-based Wi-Fi control. We realized that in order to deliver on this, we had to move away from the model in which we're launching gateways that are essentially a finished product at launch and move to something with more open firmware that enables an active feature roadmap. That enters the partnerships with Airties and Cinemedia. All of our new gateways now include the Airties Wi-Fi controller. This gives us rich analytics. It provides self-healing to prevent many of those calls from happening in the first place. And it provides Wi-Fi cures. So our agents who are not Wi-Fi experts can navigate those difficult troubleshooting conversations and make sure it's appropriate when to recommend an extender for a coverage issue. Cinemedia developed the firmware for the gateway. They also manage the integration partnerships with not only Airties, but also Vantiva and Broadcom. They delivered the Gravity cloud management platform that we leverage and integrate with all of our Cox systems.
Got a question for Scott. I think you guys have been very visible in the market of recent, lots of announcements coming out. And I see anything you want to add to this, but also to explain a bit about the Airties value add in the equation here.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just kind of reiterate what Ricky said. I think one of the keys for Cox as it relates to Airties was our flexibility. So Ricky mentioned proactive cures and recommendations. So one of the key things here for us is obviously we have a full suite of cloud tools and dashboards that we can provide to our operator customers. But when you deal with a Cox or you deal with a larger operator, they have their own OSS, BSS dashboards, et cetera. So what was really important for Cox was to make sure that there was flexibility. They were working with a partner, literally building a ground up solution from both what the subscriber was seeing in terms of the portal that they use to manage their own experience, but also the call center. And so that was an experience that Cox was defining with Cinemedia. The last thing that they wanted was to have a wireless partner come in and then deliver a whole new set of tools where you have your pivot sharing to a different dashboard. So the value, one of the values was the fact that we had these open APIs that allowed them to bring in the key pieces for their call centers and for their customers that they wanted in a way that they felt was appropriate in language and presentation that flowed for their respective call center agents and customers. So that flexibility was important. Obviously, the quality of our Wi-Fi was significant. We wouldn't have gotten in the door had we not, battled it out with a wide range of hardware solutions, both high-end retail and the traditional Cox OEM partners, et cetera. So that was number one key, right? It was being able to deliver a very complicated Wi-Fi mesh solution that was stable, seamless. Devices went where they needed to go based upon the intelligence that we brought. So that was step one. But I would really say it was the flexibility that we gave Cox to be able to build the experience they wanted in a ground-up experience. And I think that was important for Cox because Cox really made a decision that said, we can take an existing canned solution from one of our partners, but that's not what we wanted. That's not what Cox wanted. They wanted to really build up a ground-up experience, understanding that SMB was really important for them, and that they wanted to find what that experience was going to look like from start to finish. So I think that flexibility was really important from our perspective for Cox.
So you guys have participated in the WBA for a long time now, reside on the board, and we've seen you guys, we know you guys for being very active in the residential market space. Yeah. So perhaps a bit of insight as to why you've expanded into this market.
Yeah, it was really kind of a natural evolution, to be honest. If you think about, especially post-COVID, the amount and complexity of traffic that traverses a home now, I would argue is probably far exceeds most businesses today in terms of the kinds and dynamic nature of the data. From multi-device streaming, roaming throughout the home, your son or your daughter on Xbox at the same time on YouTube, streaming a 4K video and playing Twitch and doing the complexity inside a home is significant. So all of this that we learned and all this intelligence we built in our algorithms and our steering methodologies, we saw that and said, this is a very good transition into the enterprise space, because what I think Cox really picked up on was there was a gap in the industry from a product perspective where you either had a residential product that could do kind of the residential thing, or you had a very high-end, expensive enterprise solution that was really designed for companies that had their own IT infrastructure, but there was nothing in between. And so it was a natural evolution for us with all the work that we had done, knowing how complex traffic was already from the home, to just carry that into the small medium business, and to say that a lot of those customers that spawn SMB, they don't come from enterprise, they come from the home, right? They're sole proprietorships that are effectively spinning out a business from the home, and whether it's your my wife's a speech pathologist, starting a business, having no understanding of technology, period. Well, where do you go for that? Well, you can hire somebody locally, but the best thing to do is to go to an operator who has that experience, who owns a circuit. And then Cox understanding the fact that at the end of the day, you're going to get the phone call whether you like it or not, whatever the issue is inside. So why not take advantage and monetize that?
I think we work in Wi-Fi. We probably get calls from our friends every day to help them figure out their Wi-Fi.
Free IT. Exactly.
It's my kids usually.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to open out to the audience next and see if there are any questions. So feel free, anybody, for the panelists here. Okay, good. There's a mic just at the front here. Thanks, sir.
So with Cox is using Airties, you said all the management platform going into which gateways, into commercial gateways for small office, home office, or gateways into for management at residential areas?
It's gateways that go into the SMB space, right? So it's actually
just making sure.
An integrated gateway from Ventiva that we actually customize the RDK middleware for.
So that was my next question: is the interface between Airties and RDK is what? How does it? What does that look like between the two? Because RDK, great, great standardized product, service platform, etc. What benefit does Airties bring to RDK that you can't do with your own RDK development in-house?
Well, so I think the key is, and that's why we've introduced our controller technology as part of the RDK software stack from an open source perspective, right? We are going to manage effectively that controller technology, because from our perspective, it gives the RDK community a standard platform by which we will own and maintain and ensure that the controller technology is following the roadmap that EasyMesh defines. And as we start to look at long-term, the features that we bring in, we look in terms of our TLV extensions, long-term downstream of what EasyMesh is doing and bring those in possibly earlier. So from a RDK perspective, our position was, we saw this as a strategy from a company perspective for us, number one, because we wanted to get out of the low-level driver chipset work, which was really impacting our ability to innovate and ideate in areas where we were really strong, higher layer application, right, above chipset. And so by having that controller and managing that controller, we could really then focus on the things that we could bring to the table. But from our perspective, it was important because we are effectively a part of that RDK stack. We just, for the RDK community, are managing that controller technology itself. Now, from that standpoint, the beauty of this is for anybody who takes RDK, you don't have to take our solution, right? So it's a binary switch, effectively. If you just want the standard controller technology with none of our analytics, none of our steering, none of our channel management, channel planning, any of our cloud telemetry, you can do that, right? You just take the standard controller. But then if you would like that, you have that ability to flip the switch on and then take our enhanced services. The idea being anybody can do that, right? So it's not just us, but anybody who comes in and follows that controller technology standard can also do the same thing. Our goal was to be able to be an innovator in the space, not to create large barriers to entry just because of our proprietary technology. And so Met and our founders saw this as really the vision of where we needed to go, both in terms of RDK as well as in Purple.
Looks like there's a lot of overlap between Open Wi-Fi, Open LAN, and what you guys are doing. This is obviously a more commercialized version of that. But is that something that you would look at in the future, is being able to work with a technology like that to provide some type of open source layer in there?
Possibly. I mean, I would probably lean to Sarper, who heads up our R&D organization, from a, where do we go 10 years down the road, right? I think certainly all things are a potential. But yeah, from our perspective, it was really about where we saw the industry from a tier 1, tier 2 perspective coalescing around Purple, coalescing around RDK, right? And we all know from an operator perspective, one of the biggest struggles operators like Cox have is that proprietary lock you end up getting yourself into with whether it be a hardware provider or a software provider. And while they bring great value initially, when they have that lock, that high barrier to entry creates kind of a stymie in innovation and technology. So we saw that as an opportunity, right, to be able to step in and deliver that. But yeah, in terms of open Wi-Fi and future partnerships, yeah, those are all certainly things that we could entertain. Sure.
Anything to add or any other questions from the audience? We can take one more, otherwise. Okay. Aaron?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Sorry, we didn't catch you.
How many access points that run Purple are deployed this week?
That's a good question. I could not speak as to how many worldwide have deployed Purple as of today. I would say that it's probably not too large, right, given where the Purple initiative is at this point in time. But it's definitely, from a standard perspective, one that we're seeing is getting a lot of attraction from our current customers as well as potential future customers. Yeah. And just to clarify on the Cox solution, so everybody understands, the hardware is built by an OEM. Cinemeta delivers the RDK stack. We then are integrated as a controller technology into that stack. And then they also take our APIs and effectively act as a proxy for our APIs that feed to the Cox Cloud via Gravity, the tool sets as well. So it is a multi-partner solution here across hardware, software, and integrated software.
Okay, well, I think we're going to move on, but thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Congratulations on the partnership. Thank you for your support. And yeah, we can, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a presentation next. So I'd like to invite Carlos Lay, who's the CEO from Uplink. Uplink are actually also a recent member, so thank you for your support and for coming on board.
basically using financial incentives, thank you, to coordinate and to incentivize their bootstrapping stage. What does that mean? Try to think of it as a marketplace, where in one side there's operators, there's enterprises who have connectivity needs in certain places, and on the other, local people, local businesses basically get incentivized, get financial rewards to deploy and to maintain that infrastructure. It's a concept. One that basically says that connectivity infrastructure deployment can be more efficient, more resilient, more performant. One that says that CAPEX can be crowdsourced, where the labor costs, where the maintenance costs can basically be distributed to whoever is deploying, either the people or the businesses deploying that infrastructure in those places. It's a concept that says that there's no real estate costs. Whoever is deploying owns that real estate. One that allows for open and global deployments, as well as new business models. Long story short, what I want to explain and where I wanted to focus is this blue part. And this concept is all about this flywheel, these network effects. And that's something that we believe in, and we've been trying to prove, or at least to try to test this. So we believe that in places where there's connectivity needs, if there's more coverage, then enterprises, operators can basically have a better user experience in those locations. With better user experience, basically those systems get more used, there's more demand. With more demand, there's more incentives to deploy more infrastructure, and so on. At the very, very, very core, this is what this thesis is all about. We also believe that tokenization is a great use case for this, and that it can actually even attract new investors to deploying more infrastructure connectivity, more connectivity infrastructure, sorry. That's kind of what we're doing. We at Uplink, we've decided to test this out. So we're trying to build an ecosystem or a marketplace where we try to bridge enterprise relationships that we've been building throughout these years that have specific connectivity needs in specific places. And we basically incentivize people to deploy infrastructure there. And we try to bring other partners in, such as OEMs and other companies like all of us that are here. We're not new to the telecommunication game. This is something new that we're trying to prove, but we've been doing this, or we've been in the connectivity industry since 2016. We've worked with utility companies such as T-Mobile or E.ON, which eventually even became our investors. We've been deploying different parts of infrastructure and helping enterprises build systems all over Europe, US, South America, and we've been getting awards for this. But now what we're focusing right now is basically try to prove if this decentralized connectivity makes sense and if we can actually achieve better connectivity or expand connectivity in the world through it. So we tried. So last year, we basically talked with some of our clients, some of the Fortune 500 companies we work with, some of the operators we work with, and we asked, let's test this out. So in some places in Latin America, we basically identified, or these enterprises identified locations where they needed better connectivity for them to run their own services. And we create a system that basically would automatically incentivize people there to deploy and maintain that infrastructure. And reality is, the results were actually pretty good. In these places, we actually gave 23% more clients to our customer. And we're talking about places where they basically already kind of own that location. So that was a really interesting thing to see. We actually helped connect more 45% more devices in those locations. And then each single device on average consumed 41% more data. So for us, by doing this, we kind of saw that there's potential here. And I think that's why we're here. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is really just bring incentives for more connectivity infrastructure, for better connectivity to be deployed. But at the end of the day, we're trying to bring these incentives, we're trying to bring these players, but it's all up, I would say, to us to actually build that ecosystem. So thank you so much to everyone. We have a booth out there. If there's any question, we'll be happy to speak. One thing I want to say is we have really interesting data from these deployments we've been doing last year, extremely interesting. We have more than 16 NDAs attached to it, but in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be able to start revealing some of this, and we're prepared to that. I'll love to speak to you guys about it. Let's speak one-on-one. I'll speak in cryptic, but I'll be able to give some answers. And thank you so much for your time.
Good. 1 second. We'll see if anybody got a quick question from anybody. Why? So, okay.
Technology agnostic, Wi-Fi, 5G, 4G.
Yes. So,
how are you different than each?
Great question. So first, it is technology agnostic, even though we're just starting. Again, we're trying to prove the model. We're trying to prove the business model. So we're starting with Wi-Fi. That's where we very quickly could start deploying this and testing. On the question on how we're different, I honestly don't know how to reply. I can say that they were a big inspiration for us, and we actually believe we can cooperate. We don't think this is, again, we're trying to build an ecosystem. So I don't know. I think it kind of depends on their strategy as well. But for us, we're really open to open this up. And we know that if this will become a reality, players like us and players like others, there will be some points where we will need to cooperate and maybe even find some interoperability between each other. And we've been having some discussions with other Web3 players trying to do something similar. And yeah, it's I think there also will need to be some interoperability. And at the end of the day, the financial models need to make sense. That's like without it, without it, this is a trend for a couple of years, but then and it's not here to stay. We don't believe in that. We truly believe that there's a lot of growth, of potential growth here.
Thank you. Also, we want to congratulate Uplink because on Monday, I believe you achieved your open roaming compliance working with GLINet as well. So you are one of the newest members. GLINet have also joined, but thank you for your support. Congratulations.
It's been a pleasure. You guys are amazing. Really. Thank you so much for everyone.
Okay, so next we have another presentation. So I'd like to invite Prasanna Chalal. She's Director of Sales at Alethea. She's going to come up and talk about real application performance with Wi-Fi 7. So within the WBA program itself, we do a lot of work, obviously, in Wi-Fi 7 and improving QoS and quality. So Alethea themselves are a relatively new organization coming out of India. A lot of innovation happening right now. I mean, we have over 30 members from India that are involved very heavily in our technical programs, and so we're pleased to have them on board as well. In fact, we need to locate Prasanna.
I guess I don't.
Yeah, I think she's just. Okay. I would sing a song, but that would be more painful for you than me. Bear with us 1 minute. I'm going with them. Prasanna, welcome to the stage. Okay. Back if you need to go back, okay? You can hold it. We're going to bring that up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see a lot of wireless professionals here. This is Prasanna from Alethea, and I'll be presenting here on our experience or our insights on real application performance with Wi-Fi 7. So this is my topic for today. And I'll just go with a short introduction, what we have done, and our experience talking to a lot of our customers in different industries. Sorry. And also, what is important in terms of testing? Is it peak performance or anything else? And also, how do we ensure optimal user experience for end users? So what is our test strategy for that? And also, we will be giving insights, what we have done with real applications on real clients. That includes the audio-video conferencing calls like Zoom and Teams. And also, we have done a couple of video streaming applications like YouTube and Netflix as well. Yeah. So when we talk about Wi-Fi, we are always talk about Wi-Fi 7 in the recent times. We could not end up our conversation without Wi-Fi 7. So Wi-Fi has been evolved so much that we cannot live with Wi-Fi right now. So when Wi-Fi is not working, we all look what happened. So it happened here as well with me, like my Wi-Fi is not connecting, then I have to rush, Wi-Fi is not working. So it becomes an essential commodity in our lives, as much essential as coffee in the morning. So why we have to move to Wi-Fi 7, where we have Wi-Fi 6, 6E, which is working well for all the applications. Do we really need Wi-Fi 7? Yes, of course, because it promises a lot of things. It promises the higher throughput or higher data rate, which is up to 46 gigabits per second, lower latency for all bandwidth-hungry applications like VR, gaming, streaming, 4K, 8K, all of that. And also better efficiency using the new features like MLO. And also the quality of experience, improved quality of experience that Wi-Fi 7 is promising. So, and why everyone needs to move to Wi-Fi 7? That's again, this is from the Wi-Fi Alliance website, where this says like legacy devices are decreasing in the market, like the shipments that are going out. And the latest technologies, Wi-Fi 6, 6E, and 7 are increasing going forward. So, yeah. So when Wi-Fi 7 or 6E and 6 gigahertz is gaining traction, so what is the industry focus for different industries? What are they focusing for their Wi-Fi testing or Wi-Fi 7 testing? So right now, if we see, we are one of the first Wi-Fi 7 test solution provider, where we have launched our Wi-Fi test solution, 7 test solution in the month of July last year. So having experience with different industries working for Wi-Fi 7 testing. So we have seen a lot of OEM, ODMs focusing on peak data rate testing, and then going from their functionality of different features, including MLO, and the scale after that, and the stability. Once you scale, whether that throughput or the peak data rate that you are talking about is working fine at the scale or not. And then coming to the stability after that. So then if you take the service providers, they are mainly concentrating on whether the existing deployments, whether they are Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 6E APs, are they working with the legacy clients, including the latest clients? Are they working properly? Interoperability is working fine or not with the existing Wi-Fi 6 APs, where customers having Wi-Fi 7 devices in their homes or enterprises. So that will be the primary focus for the service providers, which they are testing. That's the observation from our side, working with a lot of operators in the industry. And then the roaming. How do Wi-Fi 7 clients roam when there are a lot of Wi-Fi 6 or 6E APs? And the beacon sanity, whether everything is properly going on the air or not, or whatever is promised in terms of Wi-Fi 7, is it all good? The sanity testing is primarily focusing. And then the stability part again. Then the third will be the moving networks, where they might not be moving immediately to Wi-Fi 7, but they are focusing their testing because their passengers might have the Wi-Fi 7 devices, and it has to interop with the existing Wi-Fi 6 or 6E APs properly. and the enterprises. So for them to move to the Wi-Fi 7, whether it is guaranteeing the improvement in quality of experience to their end users or not, that matters. So these are the industry focus for the Wi-Fi 7 currently, primarily what we have observed from our customers in all these industries. Then when we talk about Wi-Fi 7, it always gives that it offers the great throughput or great peak data rate, which is 46 Gbps and all. But there are these two thoughts that we have observed when we are talking to a lot of professionals like you in the market, where one says like peak data rate is nothing, like when it comes to user experience, that does not matter. And you may not see 46 gigabits per second because you don't have 16 cross 16 clients in the market out there. So is it important even to consider? So from our experience, what we observed is peak performance is good to ensure, but because it eliminates the data plane issues, queue management problem, etc. But it is not sufficient. So when you have the peak data rate on one client, you also have to test whether it is working fine with a lot of clients. When it is scaled, because scale is what matters going forward in the Wi-Fi industry. So when it is scaled, is it properly scaling it up to that high throughputs or not? Then another important thing is not just the data rate or throughput or the latency matters, but also when it comes to the throughput and the real applications, many times it may not match it. So if you see in our results as well, for the throughput, the orange colored one performed best for the throughput in terms of throughput testing. But when you see for the video streaming, it is the worst performer. So you also have to focus on the video streaming applications or any real application testing as well. So considering all of that, what is our test strategy that we encourage all our customers or existing customers, whatever they are doing, is that they will be ensuring the functionality and peak results, etc. in the first place, and then they will be doing the stability at scale, whether when they scale it, whether everything is functioning properly or not. After that, they will be moving on to test the real applications for the quality of experience. And also when there are a lot of real clients, which are Wi-Fi 4, 5, 6, 6E and 7, so we have to ensure the interoperability with all the clients as well. So considering this as a test strategy for us, so for our experiment, we have used our YCheck, which is our Wi-Fi test equipment. So we have used our scale generator to load the AP, and then we have used our real device manager to test the actual applications on the real devices. So this will cover the user experience consistently at scale. We have used the real applications like Netflix, YouTube, and also for the video streaming, we have used Zoom and Teams. Then we also have used a real scale where we have scaled up the AP with 50 clients to bring out the difference if Wi-Fi 7 is good at scale comparatively with Wi-Fi 6. So these are the results from our experiments with different APs. So we have used both Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 6 APs to compare. And for the Zoom performance, we will be measuring the KPIs, which is the quality of experience KPI with the MOS score, and QoS, we will be measuring the RTT and packet loss. So from our experiment that we have seen, so when we load at extremely high on the APs, then we have seen a clear observation is that Wi-Fi 7 AP performed much better compared to Wi-Fi 6 AP. But this is when we load it fully with 50 clients running the background traffic and then running the real applications on the real devices, multiple real devices. So similarly, we have seen the similar kind of performance for even Microsoft Teams as well. So when I say Zoom or Teams, these are not the replayed versions of the traffics. These are the real Zoom and Team calls that we are playing on the real devices like laptops. So here with the Microsoft Teams also, we were measuring the similar KPIs, and MOS is looking much better when we ran with Wi-Fi 7 compared to Wi-Fi 6. And for our experiments, we have done the test with Wi-Fi 6 clients alone, 7 clients alone, and the mixed clients as well. So then the video streaming applications we have done with the Netflix. So for Netflix, we will be giving the KPI, the VMAF score. So the VMAF score is the full reference video quality predictor, which is widely accepted across the world for the video performance. So this is developed by Netflix earlier, but it is open sourced. It is widely accepted now across the world. So here also when we see the VMAF score, so this will be the higher the VMAF score, the better the quality is. So if you see for that also, Wi-Fi 7 AP performed much better compared to Wi-Fi 6 AP. And to emphasize, this is under the full load on the AP. Then we have done the YouTube VR performance as well. So here we will be measuring the KPIs like number of interruptions, buffering duration, load time, etc., and the resolution used. So in this also we have seen number of interruptions are much lesser with Wi-Fi 7 AP. Not very much, too much of a difference here though, but we have clearly seen the difference with Wi-Fi 7 AP. In conclusion, what I want to conclude from here from the data that we have is, so we have still seen a lot of inconsistencies with Wi-Fi 7 APs that are available in the market because it's very early stage for every one of us. But when we load it to the extensively, we have seen the promising advancements compared to the older generation with Wi-Fi 7. So our approach for testing what truly matters will be the real scale, real clients, and also the real applications, because when we have to measure the experience, so the end users might not go with the throughput or the what is my delay time, etc. So they will be testing the real applications on their devices and see quality of experience is good or not. So that we include in our test strategy all the time. Along with our emulated clients, we also use the real application for the end user performance. Yeah. So this is the conclusion. Just to give a short introduction about Alethea, we are a company established in 2010, and we are into Wi-Fi test and measurement solution provider. We are a team of around 160, based in Bangalore, India, and we also have an office in San Diego here. And our customers include OEM, ODMs to operators, ISPs, to the moving networks or in-flight Wi-Fi providers, or in-cruise Wi-Fi providers, to the enterprises as well. And this is our culture, so where we will be part of the Wi-Fi community groups like WBA, Wi-Fi Alliance, and also in the Broadband Forum. And we also attend or partner with Wi-Fi Knowledge Summit that happens in India every year. And apart from that, our culture is giving back to the community as well. And that is closely or personally attached for me because I will be heading this team at Alethea. So we do work with a lot of NGOs in India to encourage the physically disabled people to participate in a lot of sports, one being that blind cricket in India. We do support that. And also the education, reforestation, etc. Yeah, this is pretty much about our insights on the real application. Thank you.
Any questions for Prasanna? Okay. Mehmet?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, we have a bit problem for multicast traffic in Wi-Fi 6 and mesh networks. Do you have any test results for multicast traffics comparing Wi-Fi 6 and 7?
Sorry, I did not.
Multicast traffic. Did you test multicast traffic for Wi-Fi 7?
Okay. Yes, we do have that. So you mean the MLO, right? Multi-link?
No, multicast traffic, not unicast.
Multicast, okay.
We have
Yeah.
seen
Okay,
YouTube,
I got it.
Netflix. These are
Yeah.
really good for us, but
Video multicast.
in terms of the
or-
multicast traffics
Yes.
for IPTV, for example.
We did not test in that, but we do have the multicast traffic available as a option. Yes. We don't have specially done on Wi-Fi 7, but in our test care, we have the multicast traffic option that can be run. Maybe we can repeat on Wi-Fi 7 AP and then give the results as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We have a booth right here, so if there are more questions, I'll be there. You can talk to us and at our booth as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanna. That was a great presentation. Just in case, just so you know, well, the presentation links will be made available next week if you're registered for the event. So you don't need to scribble away and take photos if you're looking for the presentations for next week. So, and all of our presenters, sponsors here have exhibit tables outside. So if you want to see the magic in action outside, you can see that there. Okay. Right. So I believe we can move on. So I'm going to invite my colleague Jonah Ross to come and moderate the next panel session. Our panel session here is talking about the Wi-Fi business case for Wi-Fi Halo. We started our work in Wi-Fi Halo about 3 years ago. It's accelerated very quickly. We have a lot of members now that are focused on Halo technology and working with a lot of the OEMs and operators to help get it deployed. So Jonah, come to the stage. I'll also welcome the panelists to the stage as well. So we have 3 members. A lot better looking. You're getting an upgrade, folks.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, so welcome everyone. Hope you're enjoying the sessions so far. They've been very well put together. So yeah, great to have you all here. So yeah, today we are going to be discussing enabling of new business cases with Wi-Fi Halo. So Wi-Fi Halo has now been, fully adopted within the WBA. And between, the PMO, the WBA team, we've equipped, a very good, very strong leadership team. And we're going to have some of them on stage today. So yeah, we have Zach Freeman, who is the Vice President of Marketing and Sales from Nuricom. So a bit of a background of Nuricom. So Nuricom is actually a leading developer of wireless connectivity technology and was actually the first to market with Wi-Fi Halo SoCs. And yeah, Zach has significantly contributed to the Halo group, particularly in the MRD and also the trials report, which we recently put out. We also have Prakash Gouda. Prakash, please come up, from Morse Micro. They are a fast-growing, fabulous semiconductor company, and they are focused on IoT connectivity, whilst playing a key leadership role in the Halo group within the WBA. And Prakash has also championed and accelerated, Wi-Fi mesh, and also a lot of ongoing work in the field trials, which we will get into shortly. And we also have Paul Lai from Asia RF. So Paul is the founder and CEO of Asia RF, and yeah, he's been at the forefront of wireless communication innovation. And yeah, under his leadership at Asia RF, they've developed some critical technologies. So yeah, I think we can kick things off. So I think it'll be good for the audience to maybe understand Wi-Fi Halo quite generically. So maybe the first question to Prakash and Zach is, what is Wi-Fi Halo and how has it been adopted?
Sure. I think the easiest way to internalize what Wi-Fi Halo is, it's the Wi-Fi you know and love, except it's long range. It literally has everything you love about Wi-Fi, except it operates in the sub-gig band, which means it has appreciably longer range compared to existing Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think to add on to that, so that is what it is. So we move Wi-Fi to the sub-gigahertz band, and then we add a lot of the optimizations that we see in other Wi-Fi technologies for low power consumption, high client density. So we expand it where it can support 8,000 devices concurrently, operate on coin cells for a long period of time. And I think, in the high level, it becomes connectivity or Wi-Fi that's well suited for the IoT market.
Paul, thoughts on this?
Like 15 years ago, I already got some customer. They always want to have a 900 megahertz Wi-Fi. But at that time, actually, we need to migrate from the 2.4 to the 900 megahertz. So as we saw this technology comes, we right away just invest a lot to let this happen. So I think this is truly a good technology to cover all the range. Some short distance Wi-Fi cannot reach. That's why we just invest a lot.
Yeah. So Paul, Halo being such a great technology, what sort of challenges have you seen in the adoption of Halo?
I think that because this technology is very new. So in the beginning, we got a lot of difficulties like signal tuning and also the matching, all the other difficulties we already met. But fortunately, we overcome all these difficulties. So now we have many examples already in the market. And I think later we can discuss more about the applications.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prakash, Zach, what are your thoughts on some of the challenges you've seen?
I think Paul's right. I think we have no bigger, no worse challenges than any other nascent ecosystem. The great news is that we have great community support and the market sees the inherent value. We've identified the right use cases, the market's embracing the technology, and there's leaders like Paul who are making substantial investments to really drive market adoption and availability. So I think I think the future is bright, and we just need to work with the greater ecosystem in the market to drive adoption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I completely agree with Prakash. I think that one of the other areas that we've seen some challenges is in expanding what you consider Wi-Fi's capabilities and where Wi-Fi plays. Historically, it's been primarily to serve people and their ability to access the internet. Wi-Fi has served IoT very well, but to take that outside of the four walls, to take that over large areas and use some of those same tools that you use in your house has been really a learning experience for a lot of our customers and our partners.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of that is covered, in the report that we, recently put out. Prakash, perhaps we can, discuss, the report. We've now put out 2 deliverables. One was an MRD, and now we have the trials report. What would you say are the sort of standout data points from the MRD trial, from the trial itself?
Yeah, I think the report as a whole is really a testament to how versatile the technology is. If you look at the report, and I urge you all to please access it and give your comments, we have showcased proof positive that this is a technology that is very practical and solves some very practical challenges in a whole host of environments, everything from smart homes to farms to industries. And, I submit that this is fundamentally a technology that has a wide variety of applications. And it has, the ability to solve pain points no matter how big or small. For example, just to put a fine point on it, one of the trials involved a smart industrial facility in South Florida where we worked with Rain Power, one of the biggest Caterpillar dealers, and they service, it's a pretty expansive plant that services everything from compressors to, earth moving equipment. And the size and scale of this plant alone is pretty mind boggling. But what's truly impressive is that no matter how difficult the construction. We're talking, 8, 9-inch concrete walls, multiple acres of the plant. No corner of this facility wasn't blanketed by just using 2 access points across the entire facility. And there's a bunch of industrial equipment running. There's all kinds of physical barriers, but Halo prevails. So it's really exciting to see those kinds of practical proof positive to show the applicability of this technology.
Zach, any additional thoughts on?
Yeah, so it's a fantastic report. We went to 7 locations on site. And while there's so many specifics, I think that the biggest takeaway that I had is, I've been doing wireless technology for a long time. And frequently there's a higher expectation that's set than what's delivered. And that just has not been the case in Halo. And I think that was probably the biggest takeaway is, I think about it now, and of course it's based on Wi-Fi. It should work very well, right? But just how well it did work in those environments. And then I think the other big takeaway is, again, kind of in the spirit of Wi-Fi, is the partnership and the ecosystem and the physical interoperability that we've been able to achieve with the devices. So I think it's working quite well. And yeah, we're very excited about the testing. Again, encourage you to take a look at the results.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you do want to, get some more details on, the trials report, I'm sure these are more than happy to explain to you, some of the use cases that we have included in that. And some of the data is actually, astronomical. It's, we know Halo is Wi-Fi. So there's a lot of benefits to it, and how it can be adopted now. It's, there's no limits to it. So yeah, maybe Paul, what sort of business opportunities have you seen with Halo, and how do AsiaRF sort of prosper to that?
Yeah, especially recently we just announced we got the Wi-Fi Halo Mesh, and this Wi-Fi Halo Mesh is 11S based on the IEEE 11S. So that means because Wi-Fi Halo already reached like 1.5 kilometer far away with the very small antenna, 2.5 dB antenna already can reach like 1.5 kilometer. Then if we are using bigger antenna and with the Wi-Fi Halo Mesh, then it could be cover all the urban or cover the much bigger area than we thought. So the opportunity is like a smart industrial, just a part of it. But the bigger infrastructure, some other poor country, some maybe use this could be the backbone of the internet, but this is only part of. Also there is one project maybe using the tablet to install the Halo, then using in the school, then the teacher and the students can get the internet very easily. And the other opportunity is like a urban infrastructure about like a gas meter, or gas meter, water meter, and also electronic power meter. Those 3 meters, we can also use the Wi-Fi Halo to be detected very easily. And because this mesh infrastructure for the infrastructure, then you can use a very less gateway to get all the signal back. So in the other hand, this also can reach the green Earth technology. We can say Wi-Fi Halo is a very, very environmental technology for all the communications. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe Zach, something we speak about quite regularly, but how do we get people to start using Halo?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the ecosystem is growing. We have folks here today. AsiaRF has products right outside. We encourage you to look at them. To get started, there are evaluation kits as well as off-the-shelf products. But the really nice thing is it's very simple. So if you've used Wi-Fi, you can get started with Wi-Fi Halo, right? It's very simple. It's very plug and play. So some other technologies will have a steeper initial curve for configuration or setup. This, within half an hour, you could have a network covering acres.
Prakash, yeah, thoughts?
No, I think that Zach hit it on the head. And I think, as we sort of look ahead to what it's going to sort of take it from good to great, I think one of the initiatives we're committed to is to really drive global use. This phase of the field trials was focused in the US. I'd argue it's a raging success, and we want to build on it internationally, whether it's Europe, Asia, because clearly, we want to show the value of this technology, that it's versatile and applicable across the globe. So,
yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, please, Paul.
Yeah, there is another issues around the world, the food shortage. The food shortage is a very urgent issue now, especially not in America, but many other countries. But for the smart architecture, this Wi-Fi Halo could do very great job, especially not only the raise the food like rice or some planet food, not also in the like a fish farm, those kind of environment also can do a lot of job. And the other hand is like a solar energy, because a lot of planet of solar energy farm, they also need our Wi-Fi Halo to link the data back. And there is another very good example is like in the Middle East. They also plan a lot of solar panel farm to do this, and we are already contact with them to implement the Wi-Fi Halo. Yeah, and there is also offshore the wind energy power tower. Before the wind power tower, they are always installed. They need to very short about the shore. They cannot extend farther. But actually they need to be bigger area. So we already collaborated with other company. They are also doing the wind power tower business. So I think the big business opportunity is very big. According to Japan, there is AHPC's promotion council. They already calculated like until the 2030, there will be the $1.6 billion US market share about this technology. So I think this business is quite good. We are very welcome everyone to join to see how to grow up and create a very good green earth.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to keep innovating. And, I think doing these trials is key. Doing the trials in Europe based on a different spectrum is going to show a lot of different data compared to what we've done in the US. So yeah, we look forward to those data points and doing a good comparison. But yeah, perhaps I can open the floor to any questions. Yeah, please.
For years, going through Wi-Fi 5, 6, 7, big cells always higher data throughput. You're going the other way.
That's
so
right.
What's the breakpoint? Not just what you can do with it, but what can't you do with it? People are expecting when you say Wi-Fi. Where's that line?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's slower. So the trade-off for that range is going to be throughput. So, we're into the tens of megabits as far as throughput. So, while you could have some security cameras, you couldn't have multiple 4K streaming videos out to devices. So that's why we really characterize it. Well, there are definitely human serving applications, right? Applications for people to connect them. It's still an IoT technology. And then if you look in the IoT space, compared to other popular IoT technologies, we're looking at orders of magnitude faster.
I just want to add to that. I think fundamentally the reason why Halo is gaining such adoption is because it brings a very precious commodity, which is new spectrum, right? To have brand new spectrum, which offers a very viable alternative to the congestion, particularly in the 2.4 gig band, is just a very, very powerful asset that, it brings a lot of much needed relief for a lot of device makers who say, their quality of service and quality of experience really suffers because of the congestion, particularly in 2.4 gig. And to the extent we're able to relieve that and offer the kind of spectral efficiency, we have 26 1 meg channels in the United States. And so, when you have, say, something like, for example, a doorbell or a garage door opener, which needs, more reliability than bandwidth, having a clean spectrum which can manage that kind of access is really gold.
I'd like to add to that, as well as the management. So where we have IoT systems going into existing installations, to add massive IoT, you're adding congestion. So it gives another option to not impact the existing system.
Speaking of the spectrum, it does overlap with like RFID and a lot of that, right in that frequency that IoT devices are operating on. Is there a lot of clicks in there?
Yeah. So that's a great question, and it's true. It does overlap in the spectrum of RFID in particular, where it's a very narrow band, high power. It is a polite technology in that it listens before it talks. There are various channels. So it can choose a separate channel, just like you would in traditional Wi-Fi. As Prakash mentioned, we have 26 non-overlapping channels. So if you compare to how many devices are in 2.4 and how Wi-Fi continues to manage and operate in 2.4, that same technology is in sub-gig.
I think the breakpoint about the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 with the Wi-Fi Halo, that's the first is like an indoor and outdoor. The other hand is like the distance, like a doorbell camera. A lot of doorbell camera, they cannot reach by the standard Wi-Fi, especially your door is like made by metal. Yeah. Then if you are using the Halo, we already tested that works very well. So I think that's the distinguished breakpoint. Yeah.
Any further questions? I think the one at the back.
Yep.
I'm sorry. So do we expect anytime soon that, even like normal handheld devices like the iPhones or the Androids will support Wi-Fi Halo as well? Like one point we can, roam around with like a 1.5 kilos of coverage and 1 AP?
Yeah, I think I was actually having a conversation just yesterday about this exact topic. And I think our view is that fundamentally the core strength of this technology lies in having those multitude of devices in a very dense environment, which is typical of IoT type environment. Industrial and commercial space is just, asking for this technology. Will it make it into handsets? Yes, probably eventually, right? But I think the first appeal, the biggest pains we solve is more in the industrial commercial space, where there is literally no other viable technology with this kind of advantages. And I think it's a matter of time before it'll eventually be adopted by the handset makers.
Yeah, because most of a mobile phone company, they will evaluate the technology at least like 5 years. So since the Wi-Fi Halo is mature like less a year, so you may estimate like 3 or 4 years, then you will have the mobile phone with the Halo. That's my thought.
So I think, maybe to summarize, we have to, continue what we're doing. We need to get more people involved. So if you guys want to get actively involved in Halo, you can speak to myself, you can speak to, the team. Also, Steve can help you out as well. I think, we have to just keep moving at the pace we are, continue doing trials, continue giving awareness of what Halo is and how far it can go. And that's our next step. But I thank you guys, not just for, the contributions in the WBA, but Halo as a whole. Let's continue what we're doing. And I think that can do that. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Cheers. Cheers, bro. One sec. Good man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, Steve.
Remember, there are some exhibition tables outside, so HRF and Zach and Prakash will be floating around as well. We're coming up close to a coffee break, so please go and speak to them. Okay, so we do have one final panel session before the coffee break. I'd like to invite George Heckman from Heckman Venture Development. He's just getting mic'd up to come to the stage. So George and Heckman Venture, they joined the WBA less than a year ago. George does not like to let the grass grow under his feet. So he's very quickly become a WBA champion. He's pioneering open roaming. And in recent weeks, been pushing very heavily on MDU Wi-Fi as well. So thank you, George, for getting on board and for championing a lot of the work that we're doing.
Thank you for the very gracious introduction, Steve. We're going to wait for our fellow panelists here. Heckman Venture Development is an invention of mine, of a constellation of several professional service providers around the United States, specializing in a number of different disciplines. Primarily, common amongst us are an emphasis on end users and the consumers in particular. We come out of the consumer electronics and retail cellular background. And, you know, I was thrilled when I got assigned to moderate this panel because we have three very disparate companies within this larger ecosystem that we all live in the wireless community who have found opportunities and came up with innovative solutions to them out of the blue. So once we get everybody mic'd up, we'll get right to it. Come on. We'll introduce them in turn, I guess. I have here Bernard Herkovich of Net Experience. And Bernard, if you could give us a one-sentence CV about yourself and Net Experience, that'd be great.
Well, if it's one sentence.
It can be long. You can use semicolons if you want.
We need to do one sentence. That would be too long in Wi-Fi because I started when it was like 1 megabit per second. But it's been kind of very exciting and it's been a long journey. The last kind of leg of the journey since kind of 2020, early 2020, has been focused on open Wi-Fi, which I viewed as something very cool and very innovative and kind of like a good way forward for our industry that really likes to innovate from the bottom. Innovating from the bottom kind of creates all these very cool things. Sometimes it creates too many overlapping architectures that we need to deal with. But it's been a very, very interesting journey. And I used to ask how many people heard of Open Wi-Fi. But after so many banners and so many presentations and so many kind of material, I'm scared to ask that question anymore. That's it.
Thanks, Al. We're going to get more into that in a minute.
He's a tough act to follow.
Yes, he is. Russ Keverin of Route This.
Yeah, route this or route this. Depends on what side of the Atlantic.
And,
you met Jenny, my coworker. She's a much better public speaker than I am. Yeah, I've, like Jenny, I've been in the space a long time, hence the hair. You know, my first involvement with a service provider was AT&T Broadband, was a dial-up out of Inglewood, Colorado. And I've been involved in connecting from the hardware side, from the software side, and now at Route This, you know, providing solutions that are hardware agnostic and really addressing how to tackle these interoperability problems. for those less than technical subscribers that we all know and love.
And we're going to come back to your Genesis story as we talk about a pivot. You guys really made one. Rajat Ghai of Comcast.
Hey everyone, Rajat Ghai. My team is responsible for engineering and operations and overall product development of our Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot network. I believe with the 23 million hotspot-enabled Wi-Fi service provider, I think we're the largest network in the world. If somebody has bigger, let me know. And we extensively use our hotspot network to serve our mobile customers. And we'll talk some more about it later, but 90% of our mobile users actually use Wi-Fi as a journey. So look at this, so 90% of the time our mobile users are on our Wi-Fi, whether they are in-home, out of home, and only 10% on cellular. So that just shows how vital this community is and Wi-Fi is to mobile subscribers. So I'll leave it at that and we can have more conversations about it later.
Yes, we will. Later is going to come right now, actually, in your case. So the Comcast story to me is a fascinating one for the transition over the years from, excuse me, because time has passed, but one of the most hated providers in the cable world to one of the most innovative and customer friendly, in my opinion. And what you mentioned, your 23 million access points. And what's interesting to me is what you're doing with those access points, the opportunity that you identified, and what ended up with being a convergence strategy, right? By becoming an MVNO and melding those two together. So if you could expand on how you saw that opportunity and jumped on it.
Absolutely. I think mobile is a great growth area for us. As you can see, now we are over, last time we did a public announcement, around 6.5, 7 million lines. And by the way, we talk about convergence. The one place convergence has already happened is in our customer's mind. Right? They don't know, right? So, and that's the challenge for all of us to make sure that a customer who thinks that they're converged, and by the way, majority of them are on unlimited plans.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not incentivized to look for better connectivity. They just expect better connectivity. And since they're spending 90% of the time on Wi-Fi, that's why so we have to give the speeds and feeds. They don't care 5G, Wi-Fi, so we recently launched gigabit speeds on Wi-Fi everywhere on our hotspots. Regardless of where you are, our mobile customers will get gigabit speeds. We call it speed boost. Speeds and feeds have been important since the dawn of time. Back 30 years ago, I was so happy to upgrade from a 33 to a 56K modem. Mm-hmm. So going forward, I think speeds and feeds are going to be key. I don't know if many of the American folks here, back in January, we exclusively streamed a postseason NFL game on Peacock. It was the Kansas City and Miami Dolphins. 28 million people watched it. I think the largest live streamed game. And our Wi-Fi consumptions went through the roof. Because what live streaming does is gives people more optionality to watch these highly enriched content on different screens, whether it's a Wi-Fi enabled smart TV, whether it's your laptop, whether it's your mobile phone, and everyone's coming in. Amazon's doing Thursday night football games. Even this year, I think we are actually exclusively streaming 2 football games. Actually, one is in Sao Paulo, Brazil, I believe. Netflix, who said never, they are doing live streaming now. I think they did a deal with WWE, I believe. So the world is going in this way. So, and Wi-Fi is critically important. Another thing I think, as a group, I think kudos to this WBA that what helped us a lot is Passpoint. Since it's Passpoint-enabled network, and one of our 23 million hotspots were branded as uppercase Xfinity until December, and our marketing team came in. We should definitely promote branding with Xfinity Mobile. We were able to change 23 million hotspot SSIDs from uppercase Xfinity to Xfinity Mobile over a matter of 6 weeks, and all devices auto-connected, and it was amazing. Without Passpoint, it would have not been possible. So that's something I think we should be proud of as a group, as WBA.
And that's one of the things I queried during the members sessions this week is, looking at that transition to PassPoint open roaming capabilities in the residential space. And we're going to come back to that in a second. So you told your Genesis story a little bit there, Bernard. How's it going? And where do you see some opportunity from what you're doing now to what might be out there in near future as open Wi-Fi and open LAN, or just really now getting out of the crib and beginning to learn how to walk?
So it's going well. It's the kind of the features, the needed features, most of them are there and so on. Right now it's the grunt but exciting work of scalability, because we're dealing with service providers. So one of them is a very, very big one in India. So they have the scale. You have to kind of engineer the whole system to be able to cope with a very, very large number of access points and devices and so on. Another one we have is in Malaysia. In Malaysia, we're working with a company which is a cellular provider. They only have cellular. So in their case, all the backhaul is done through 5G kind of gateways, endpoints. So all of those, and then you have Bob's network over there in the corner, which is slightly different than Iran's network in the other corner and so on. So it's kind of like taking it from a technology which required features and it had some innovation and bringing it to a level where you have the needed scale, but also the variations required by various customers, which in our case would be service providers. One of the, aside from cellular, like one of the set of projects involved Starlink backhaul. So there is so much variety in the use cases, and that keeps the whole thing very urgent, but in the same time, very exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is. Russ.
Yes.
So talk to me a little, about the pivot that Route This made a few years ago and how you saw that opportunity and grabbed it to see what your colleague showed us earlier today.
Grab the opportunity is generous. It was a brick to the face. So, Route This started 7 years ago, but the first incarnation of the company was not providing Wi-Fi CX solutions. It was selling a Chromecast or Streamcast type solution, physical hardware streaming over Wi-Fi. And what we found, what the company found at the time, and the founders, we were spending so much money supporting the customer to try to get them connected, and it wasn't our network, right? We were providing the product. And you fast forward 7 years, we developed, at the time we developed a solution to help us troubleshoot our own product, and it took off from there. And I think what we saw and what Jenny highlighted during her session is being agnostic is important, because there needs to be the customer experience is the opportunity when you're dealing with something that is not tangible, right? When you're talking about the internet, and in the world today where Wi-Fi equals internet, and vice versa, they're synonymous. My wife doesn't care that she's on 5G, like you said, on Wi-Fi. She doesn't want to know all that. She just wants it to work. And when it doesn't, she's going to be upset about it, and she's going to color her opinion of your product, i.e. the service provider's product, predicated on how she can engage to get her expectations met. And to me, that's, it's why I joined the company, because customer experience is how you differentiate. I look at my own life, like, you know, for those of you here in Texas, there's a, you know, retail, well, they're broader than Texas, but Nordstrom, right? Nordstrom is one of my favorite retailers, and I purposely spend money there, outside of, you know, my daughters, but because of the customer experience, how they treat me and what I can do. And I think the service providers, that is the next greenfield and how we're approaching things.
So you guys have a great view as to what that customer experience is. So the title of this panel is about the emerging business opportunities for service providers and operators. What voids or white space do you see need to be addressed by the community, whether it's something that Routhis is going to pursue themselves as maybe an opportunity for somebody else, a need that needs to be filled given the tools that we have now?
Well, you know, we're looking at trying to take a big bite out of the cost of supporting customers. And, you know, through CX, using tools like Gen AI and LLM to provide more automated, intelligent solutions to troubleshoot. I would say what we're seeing in the market, because we work with, you know, 120 plus customers worldwide, service providers and smart home product companies. What we see is both an opportunity and a risk, because the customer wants to have service in the home. And we've heard folks from Cox, I think we're talking about small, medium business, IoT, some of the services. You know, I just bought a Traeger grill to smoke some ribs this weekend, and it's connected up. And that service and what they're offering through that service is pretty compelling. You know, cookbooks and, you know, techniques on how to do my ribs right based on feedback on how I cooked my last version. So to me, it's more about the personalization, creating the customization of the experience, and offering them more than just the ability to get to the internet.
So if there is one thing that you would like your service provider partners to do that's outside of your control,
buying me,
outside of buying your product,
give me a call. And so number two,
they've already done that.
Okay, so, they've already bought us. Yeah,
you know, there has to be something that during the day you go, gosh, if these guys would only do X, you know, we'd be living large.
Yeah, I really believe that it's a blend of, you know, with Matter, with mobility, with broadband internet. I think it's the ability to create seamless and flawless engagements in digital content wherever and however you are. I think that is going to be, you know, the company that can help bridge the gap between all of our, you know, we have standards, and standards are great, but we also have very selfish corporations that want to do things their own way. And so if there's a company that can figure out how to, you know, do that, they're going to win big time.
The problem I would like to, just to finish up the start, like to fix against the age-old problem with Wi-Fi. You know, Kevin talked about 25 years of Wi-Fi. One problem we have not been able to fix as an industry is controlling the edge of cell experience. You take me to any Wi-Fi network, I'll find you 100 spots where you see Wi-Fi SOS, typically 1 bar or less. Now these devices, you know, they have extreme bias towards Wi-Fi. You know, at negative 86 RSSI, they'll connect. You know, and then they'll, you know, and this is the problem I think as industry to solve. You know, IEEE chair is over here. You know, Kevin from WFA was there. I think we as industry, I think we have to solve it rather than point fingers, whether it's devices, networks. I think we have to solve the edge of cell. I think I know every time one of my customers, you know, gets black hole, we call it black holing at the edge of cell, and you know, swipes down and you know mutes Wi-Fi. You know, one of the Wi-Fi guardian angel quietly dies in heaven, right? So that's something we have to fix. You know, I tell my team, you know, if you get freaked out when you see SOS on cellular, why don't you freak out when you see SOS on Wi-Fi?
Now, it was interesting when you and I were chatting before. we set up this panel a few weeks ago, you were talking about the idea of using these tools that you've deployed, these weapons, we might say, your 23 million access points, Passpoint enabled, your 7 million mobile customers, the opportunity to create what you called, a better than 5G network of networks, if you will.
And we have to start from our mentality of offload. I think offload seems like a pejorative, right? Like, hey, let's move traffic, offload it from something good to something not as good. In our team, we talk about Wi-Fi onload, right? Onload to Wi-Fi. That's the experience. I think that's the mindset we have to have as an industry. And let's fix it, right? What's stopping us from fixing it? Like whether we have to certify devices, start grading those devices. Like, hey, this device does a lot better connection management than other device. Be on our side, on the network side, we are putting guardrails in place. Like either we'll give you good connection on Wi-Fi or we'll keep you on 5G or cellular, whatever connection that is. Like SNR-based admission control, beacon power-based management frame power, where we remove the imbalance between uplink and downlink. Everyone knows there's a 6 dB imbalance. The client can hear the AP, but the AP can't hear the client. These kind of problems, I think we are fixing on our own. But as an industry, I think if you want to, the future is Wi-Fi. Spectrum is key, power is key. We have 2 million gateways that are already utilizing 6 gigahertz spectrum for hotspots. And we are seeing extreme good use for that. But I think we do have to focus on this particular customer experience, which is from edge of cell.
Isn't there an opportunity? I mean, a lot of people look, to your point about offload versus onload as cellular and Wi-Fi as being an either or type of a solution, so that, they're both separate but equal. But what about the opportunity of bonding them together in different circumstances, to get that kind of better than 5G experience?
I think it goes back to Maria's point this morning, right? So seamless Wi-Fi and cellular networks have seam. I think the industry has tried to make a seamless experience in the dawn of time, whether it was ANDSF, now it's ATSSS, multipath TCP. You say it, but it's never happened. And I think it's a lot many reasons. It adds actually a lot more complexity to the network. So I think we as an operator, we have almost like we have changed our mindset that there is going to be a seam. Let's live with the seam and make sure the customer is at the right network at the right time and give that person the best experience.
Bernard, what's your take on that?
I think it's very valid, and in ancient times we contributed to Rajat's network, so I understand kind of the evolution. I think it's a very valid point, but I think it's also, I was mentioning earlier about Wi-Fi being kind of like a bottom-up innovation, which has immense velocity, including in the project that we're doing now, being Open Wi-Fi, like machine gun of new features. But the kind of the downside of that is you can end up with architectures, and the architectures are not always completely compatible, and they overlap a little bit, and you have different types of mesh systems and so on. Why am I relating that to Rajat's point is you may have a good solution, let's say, which works now in architecture A, but if Rajat has architecture D, it's not so easy as it should be to go and port it. So on my wish list, which I think it's extremely hard to do, can one go and try to harmonize to the extent possible Open Wi-Fi with RDKB and with this easy mesh and so on, kind of get a best of breed architecture? I think it's aspirational, but I think it contributes a little bit to some of these things. However, the flip side, if it would be a completely methodical, top-down technology, probably we would be now at 802.11n. So we wouldn't go as fast. So you take the good and the bad.
Yeah, it's basically an argument for capitalism, I think, is what you just made.
Totally. Entrepreneurship, bottom up.
So earlier today, Sabir from Airties talked a little bit about the various frameworks and architectures that WBA has put together. We got into a lot of depth at the members meeting. And there's a lot of talk about enabling, both in the Purple Foundation and here at WBA, about enabling microservices. And the Purple Foundation has what I call a little pinwheel that shows all of the little supposed microservices on this converged gateway that they're talking about. So that seems to me to be something that's going to open up a lot of opportunity.
That's a new dimension. It's kind of like it may not solve necessarily all the problems, but it's definitely a new dimension of innovation and completely bottom up. It'll come up with things that probably we cannot even imagine right now. So it's a little bit like 6 gigahertz. All of a sudden, boom, you have another humongous amount of spectrum. Can you exactly be honest and say it's going to be used exactly for this and or that? Probably not. But experience has shown all of us that whenever you open up a capability like that, so much capacity, so much spectrum, the applications are going to follow, the use cases are going to follow.
Good news is Wi-Fi is not going away. So we have job security for life. So,
exactly.
Because I was just, it occurred to me like when even Apple released Vision Pro, $3,500 SKU. What it does not have is a 5G modem. They could have put a 5G modem in it. So, it's all Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is going to be ubiquitous, like ambient or utility, whatever you want to call it. And even I saw some very interesting, even Vision Pro use like YouTube videos where people are experiencing out of home. Like you can see YouTube videos of people walking around and using augmented reality and all those stuff. So I think when things like Vision Pro become mainstream, they'll be used a lot of time out of home and for experiencing the world in augmented reality, and it's all enabled by Wi-Fi.
Yeah, part of the idea of building this operator managed Wi-Fi, and one that's dear to my heart is the operator managed smart home capacities, with these containerized solutions on there, including Matter and whatnot. And kind of the theme of that, to me is right now the operators have all this stuff coming in over the top and being bolted onto their network. They get the call, when it's not working quite right. And by incorporating these microservices, they have more subscription opportunities. You can subscribe to, we want to enable motion sensing and security or whatever.
Differentiation.
Yeah, differentiation opportunities. My naive opinion is that that's going to open up tremendous opportunities for operators, who are advanced enough thinking to do that.
Live streaming, things like live streaming gives people freedom to enjoy content on any screen anywhere. You're not tethered to your set-top box or TV, right? So it is actually a big use case.
From my days working in the CPE, world, microservices and whether security, parental controls, you name it, have been all the rage, right? Talking about it. But there's also an aspect of complexity because, one of the things that's really challenging, and I think you can speak to this, is, service providers move slow generally. Now, you guys are much more agile, but there's always a long tail, right? There's always a really long tail, and you've got these boxes that over the years, you talked about your 56K modem. I remember when I got my first, I thought I was just going to the moon. Right. And now you look at these, they're full server farms in your home. You've got millions and millions of lines of code running there in a unique environment. Every home's unique, right? Depending on how they're consuming the Wi-Fi, what devices they have, what software versions those devices have. And so, the complexity is at the same time, I come back to the customer experience. You have to think about the customer experience as not just how do I keep my support costs down, is like how do I create a marketplace and an environment where my customers can either buy from me or get support from me, and it's still the same experience.
Another aspect is the service providers are sitting on an amazing asset maybe there are many, but one is an amazing one. You have companies which like to innovate algorithms and so on. But now everything is AI. It's a co-pilot idea applied to everything, probably from toasters to anything. So, but if you want to create a co-pilot for this or a co-pilot for that, you need data. You need data. Having well-structured, anonymized data is something that service providers have in spades. That could really turbocharge the velocity of innovation in the area of this kind of concept of introducing AI in the many, many, many aspects of those networks. Because in the absence of the data, it's not easy to train. You can have algorithms which are not, do not require training, but they are much slower, less efficient. The train method is the way to go.
And another opportunity, which comes from scale, which scale acts like flywheel, right? So is just among like in the near future or sometime in future between us, Charter, Cox, Altice, like we'll have 60, 70 million hotspots, right? So at that point, at that scale, every hotspot is like a Wi-Fi cell tower. And this becomes such a resilient network. Like we see it, like for example, on our own, anytime there's a disaster, we open up our Wi-Fi network for first responders. We just recently did it in Houston. There were floods in May, 2 weeks ago. We opened up our hotspots in Houston. Fires, forest fires in California. And we saw that firsthand. For example, when Hurricane Ivan struck West Florida, the mobile network was down because mobile network has fragility because of the over years of consolidation. All radios are on the same tower. So if that tower goes down, the cell is out. But hotspots, since they are 99% wired and they are end of the day, it's somebody's business or somebody's home or somebody's outdoor, they are always up. So we found during Hurricane Ivan, there was no mobile service where our hotspots were up, which first responders were using. So I think that's a great opportunity for us for Wi-Fi, for open roaming. How do you provide prioritized access using open roaming to disaster scenarios, first responders? I think there are huge opportunities.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think the idea of open roaming in the residential space, could open up a very powerful solutions like that. I want to thank you guys. Are there any questions or comments? Drew?
I have a question because on the business opportunity, everything you're saying, fully agree with. And Bernard, I thought you were going to say where I'm going is that when you talk about, I think it was MediaTek at Wi-Fi Now.
That's right. It was MediaTek.
You know where I'm going with this. They talked about using CPEs at the home site in using their chipsets to run AI for local processing at the edge, at the edge, right, all the way down. Is that something? I mean, where do you see that going with being able, from the microservices perspective, opening up business opportunities for using edge equipment to do on-site processing for AI to limit the amount of backhaul that's necessary? We're seeing with Aruba, right, with their new AP, they've got the ability to run microservices specifically for AI on that access point. Do you see that as a viable business opportunity? And I'm not going to hold you to it. I don't think we're recording, but from a Comcast perspective, that's 43 million AI processors at the edge that people can use, not just for roaming and giving people access, but for processing the sheer amounts of data from AI. What are your thoughts around that? Is that something that you see?
I think edge computing in general, has been looking for a problem for years now, right? So I think the use cases will emerge. I think the closest it came was when Amazon got into it, putting like Lambda on, for Alexa fast execution. But we are still waiting, see what business use cases emerge. It's a matter of cost and complexity in the home, right? So would you want NVIDIA chips in your gateways? I don't think so. It's happening anytime soon. But I think we'll see.
Well, I don't think it's even us that would care if NVIDIA chips are in our gateway. It's you as an operator. You might look at that and say, this is going to save a whole lot of backhaul, a whole lot of processing, a whole lot of back and forth. it might make sense for you all to do that and open up that.
One of the most interesting things I heard recently, I probably reused it multiple times. Somebody told me your smart home shouldn't be on your phone. It should be there in your home. So I think that's very prophetic, way of thinking. Like, why is everything app based? And this is where I think AI comes in, right? So, and when that happens, maybe something like that emerges.
But I think it's going to happen, but it's going to happen at a certain pace. So step one is going to be what George was mentioning. Let's say you put the ability to put some applications containers. That's going to take some time being kind of practical. It's going to take a little bit of time to validate, to make sure it works. Is my container working with your container? And if not, why? And so on. I mean, it takes effort to productize. Going beyond that, you need to figure out, is it a cost reduction if you move processing, or is it a capability enhancement? If it's a cost reduction, it's pretty straightforward. You go and figure out, how to optimize your end-to-end cost. The more interesting part is if it brings a capability which would not exist with the current architecture. In general, in a system which has both centralized, like any cloud controller, and distributed kind of access point intelligence, you always want to try to move things around, but for a good purpose. And the good purpose being, ideally, create something that it's absolutely disruptive.
I think that's a good note to end on. That's a challenge to the industry. And I think that the tools are either here or in development soon to accomplish all that. So I want to thank our panelists and thank our audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. So we packed a lot into the last couple of hours. Just to recap, so we heard about decentralized networks, we heard about Wi-Fi performance. What else do we have? SMB managed Wi-Fi. Opportunity there about Wi-Fi. So thank you to Routeless, to Uplink. Who else did we have? Aletheia, Asia RF, Eurocom, Morse Micro, AirTies, NetExperience.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. There we go. Everybody's off. I know why you're so excited, because we are standing between you and the reception and the drinks and the food and a great conversation and great comparing notes and all the great story that goes with our wonderful receptions that we have every time that we have the World WBA Congress. My name is Reza Jafari. It says on the slide. I'm a board advisor to the board of WBA and also co-chairman of the Connected Community Forum. It is really my pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to this session. This is going to be a session full of material, a lot of great stuff that you can take home. But I would like to ask you, now some of you, and probably many of you, could have been here on the stage with us as a thought leaders who can share your perspective with the rest of the audience. But Sarah and Tiago told me we only have room for 5 panel members, so we could not get more of you back in here. But having said that, we would love to have your opinion, your remarks, your questions as we start our conversation. Now, the focus of the Connected Community Forum from day one, when we started many years ago, and that happened to be in London, we talked about Connected Community Forum, but at the time it was Connected City Advisory Board, and that became Connected Community Forum. But as the saying goes, it doesn't matter where you start, but it really what matters where you finish. And that's why we wanted to have a great finish today to a great session that we had since this morning with the wonderful presentations. Our speakers this afternoon, they're all thought leaders with a lot of experience. I don't have time, unfortunately, to read all their bios and all the great things that they've done. So I'm just going to introduce their name and the affiliation to the organization, but I would like to ask you to go to their website, WBA, and see all the details of their background. All right, let's just start with our first presentation with our good friend, Andy. I'm going to ask you, please come and join me. Andy Penalty, Group CTO from Bolden Networks, based in London, but he is going to tell you he's not based in London, but he is based in an airplane, C2C, right? Is that
exactly right.
That's
my favorite.
Right? Okay, great. The floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Just so you know, I'm the last person that would ever want to stand between you guys and a cocktail. So we'll try to make this as valuable as possible and be efficient. I'm Andy Penley. I'm the Group CTO for Bolden. Is this my clicker here? Okay. So just to put into context, I won't do a commercial, sort of who Bolden is, how we play in the game for connected cities. We're one of the world's largest neutral hosts. We specialize in connected cities. If you look at the two largest transit systems in the Western Hemisphere, we run both the DAS for both of those, and with an additional smart city overlay, and those will be New York and London. You can see here, we're going to talk about two of these today, look through two of the use cases. We're going to try to share a little bit of wisdom, which is, I think somebody said that's the name men gave to mistakes. And we've made lots of them. So maybe you can learn from our mistakes instead of having to learn from your own. We have more cities than this. The two we're going to talk about today, though, are New York City and Rome. Now, they kind of came about in different ways. New York City, BAI at the time owned Transit, who had the MTA, and Zenfi Networks we were the underlying infrastructure provider for City Bridge, which did a kiosk deployment. Since then, we've bought half of City Bridge, but we've been in it since the beginning. So in 2013, de Blasio put out an RFP. And what they wanted to do was replace payphones, right? Nobody was using them anymore. The only value they had, some of them had some advertising value. There was existing conduit there. So they put out an RFP for innovative solutions to replace it. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. We were part of a group that was Intersection, Sidewalk Labs, Qualcomm, Titan, some others, and we won it. And the unit we designed was we'll get to in a second. But here's my first piece of wisdom is two things. Don't just think about your customer, think about your end user, right? And we'll talk about that more in a little bit, but you really want to think about, even though it's, the pedestrian that's using it is not who's paying you for the service. You really want to think about them and the end user experience from day one. We had some misses on that in some of the service we provided. This is pretty powerful. I hate to read my slides, but make sure you're catching that bar graph on the right there. That's the total number of citizens in those cities. And then you'll see the number of citizens in New York that don't have broadband and cellular service in their homes. When we think about digital divide, I think we all think about, maybe Montana or somewhere where it's just not commercially feasible to deploy connectivity, or, other countries or things like that. This is New York City. So 18% had nothing. They had no Wi-Fi in their home. They had no cellular service in their home. That's a big problem, right? Access to connectivity should be a human right, right? The disadvantages not having that access have been documented very well. So there was a real need here. In addition to the connectivity, which came in the form of a gigabit access point, free Wi-Fi, even in the field, we've gotten 900 plus throughput on those. At the time, we were deploying Wi-Fi 5, of course. So the other services we were putting on there were, there's a call button for 911. There's a tablet where citizens could access the internet. Another piece of wisdom, originally it was completely open. You could access anything on the internet. Lessons learned, we had to close that down to more of a city services kind of thing, social services kind of thing for some obvious reasons. There's a port to charge your phone. You can make international phone calls for free. you know, 15.8 million. That's a pretty impressive number there, right? So the program was successful, and I think well, I'll touch on this in another slide. But when we went into COVID, a large number of citizens reported that their only access to the internet was through the links. Students were using it. We could look at, obviously, it's anonymized, but we could look at the devices that were connected. It wasn't phones, right? It was computers, it was extenders, it was everything people were using just to get access to their homes. We, in addition to this, we built gigabit centers, 5 of them, 1 in each borough, with free gigabit access points, you know, and space for people to learn and work. So the program was really successful. We did run into some issues. So originally when the program was designed, me and Al was a part of a lot of these problems, right, Al? So when the program was designed, we were going to get all the revenue we needed from advertising. That was the first mistake. We were going to deploy 7,500 to 10,000. We had already saturated the market at about 1,800. We agreed to some minimum annual guaranteed payments. And boy, that's the kicker. You know, when we look at cities that want to do this smart connectivity, I've seen everything from a city that wants $40 million to a city that's willing to invest $40 million, right? And what you really have to do is work with the city to figure out what they want out of this, right? If they're looking for revenue, then you need to be completely empowered to deploy any way you need to generate your own revenue. If they're looking for smart outcomes, if they're looking to bridge the digital divide, if they're looking to, you know, there is a well-documented fact that communities that have highly dense, highly accessible fiber benefit economically, education, medicine, business development. You know, those are the benefits the city should be seeking, right? So when you go into these things, it's important to really be eyes wide open. And if it's competitive, don't dive to the bottom, right? If everybody's going to dive to the bottom, make these outrageous guarantees for revenue for the city, it's not commercially sustainable in the end. So for all those reasons, plus, you know, a global pandemic, this program shut down for a while. In 2021, Zenfi, which is a Bolden company that was purchased, we went in and we committed $50 million to the program to bring it back around. But we needed some concessions from the city for us to be able to do that, to make it commercially viable. The original structure you see there in the photo, that's 9.5 feet tall. That space where the access point is not it's not good enough for any sort of cellular service for carriers, only for maybe a neutral host solution, which we're trying to implement now in those structures. So one of the concessions we asked the city for was we need to be able to design a new structure. We want all the commercial rights to the wireless carriers, and they gave in on that. This is a structure I designed. Not everybody loves it. It's big. It's 32 feet tall. Now, keep in mind, this is in between the 2 auctions, right? So this is after the millimeter wave auction, where they had, you know, the carriers spent $7-point-something billion, largest auction ever. They're definitely committed to millimeter wave, right? So we designed this thing to stack millimeter wave on top of millimeter wave on top of millimeter wave. There was never going to be another auction that big, right? Until there was just a few years later when there was a $95 billion auction, I think, for C-band. So again, you know, when you go in, like when we went into this, we planned for the worst, which would, you know, millimeter wave would get put on hold, which it has. You know, we made sure it was commercially sustainable for us. One advantage we have, you know, we're owned 80% by the Canadian Pension Fund. They're very well capitalized. They're patient investors. We have no event horizon coming. You know, we're in for the long haul. So we're being very patient. You know, we're very comfortable to come back, but, you know, these are the kind of things that you really have to plan for and be ready for. So, you know, it probably stalled our, you know, what we thought would be a tenancy rate. I think it probably slowed it down by 2 or 3 years. You know, it's going to continue. We're going to build out to about 4,500 of them. The 4,000 for sure, maybe 4,500. We've got a carrier we're installing on now. They're expensive structures. They have a ton of capacity. We can put, you know, there's 5 RF transparent bays. that are large enough to support any commercially available millimeter wave radio that's used for small cell, even macro millimeter waves, which Verizon uses. The digital divide, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning. I knew we were going to come back and touch on this. The big thing for me here was what we did in COVID. In addition to this, we looked at building, mesh networks that leveraged Link. We're still looking at that into, there's a lot of the digital divide in New York is driven by the cost of digging the streets up. So if there's no licensable, accessible point of entry into a building, that's a pretty large expense at $200, $250 a foot to install that conduit, right? And then obviously the cabling inside the building adds onto that. You need to provide a pretty low cost service, and it becomes unviable pretty quickly. What we're looking at now is using the Link for either with V-band or E-band or CBRS to mesh, and even our Wi-Fi 7 to mesh with the buildings to provide indoor service. Provide free repeaters to low-income families that have line of sight, things like that. So we're still really trying to leverage these units. We need it to be commercially viable. We're a for-profit business, but it's also very important to us to continue to try to help the community and to solve the digital divide. This one, I touched on this a little bit earlier. I'm really passionate about it. I'm sure most of you already know, but it's very easy to find statistics on the advantages of having highly accessible fiber in communities. That's it. It also is a big step in bridging the digital divide, but it also, it boosts the economy, education, medicine. I mean, it's undeniable the positive return on this. And if you can see here, there's those cables you see there. Those aren't 144s. Those are 1728s running parallel up and down the avenues in Manhattan. I mean, we actually developed our own fiber cable architecture to make it highly accessible. So it's a tube wrapped cable. It's well used now, but it went in 2014. So we can blow new fiber in. We don't have to overbuild from splice cases. Accessibility is just as important as capacity. We have one stat, I think, out of 3,300 intersections in New York City, we can drop a pair of fiber at about 2,800 of them without an overbuild. So that, you look at New York City, that was sort of an amalgamation, right? We built the Link program. Bolden bought us, BA bought us, rebranded as Bolden. They own transit. Now we're integrating the transit system in the MTA with the Link platform. One important thing when you're looking at doing smart city solutions, smart connectivity for cities, is to look at what assets the cities have under control, right? I'm part of a group within TIPS, a neutral host group that was started this year, and we're taking a look at how to help cities deploy. And this is one of the things we talk about a lot. It really isn't about the number of people there, right? It's not about the population. It's more about population density. And it's also about assets under control. So Rome has the advantage of they control everything. So in New York, you got the state that has the MTA, you have the city that has the streetscape, you have the Port Authority that has the path. There's a lot of people, a lot of competing priorities there. In Rome, the city of Rome controls everything. So in 2023, the mayor of Rome, I would tell you his name, but I have a Southern accent, and when I say things that are Italian, it sounds horrible. So the mayor of Rome, by the way, 2025 is the Pope's Jubilee. The Catholic people here probably know that. If you're not Catholic, they expect an additional 35 million tourists. So, average annual tourism in Rome is about 7,000. Next year, they expect about 35,000 additional. So in 2023, we signed a deal with Rome, but this was different. They controlled the metro, they controlled the streetscapes, they controlled everything. If you've ever been to Rome, I'm sure most of you have, they have the worst cellular service on the planet. Central Rome is horrible. And the reason is because they have stopped allowing the carriers to do rooftop deployments for many years. To try to preserve the heritage, right? It's a double World Heritage Site. So the coverage is terrible. They were going to have, 35 million additional tourists. So the mayor there signed a deal with Bolden to do a full smart city deployment. So we're actually going to deploy some sites this year. There's 9 on the Metro Ace line in Rome. There's 9 train stations that are called the Jubilee stations that serve the Vatican. We're trying to do a full DAS for those 9 stations before the end of the year. So if you caught that, we signed the deal in December 2023, and we're trying to have 9 stations up before the end of 2024. So you guys that deploy DAS know that's a pretty tough to hope. It's pretty aggressive. We also agreed on these squares you see there to have 30 of those up, the 30 that have a priority there. To give you an idea what the squares are, there's historical squares throughout Rome. Think about like in front of the Colosseum or Trevi Fountain or things like that. We agreed to have first 30 of the 100 up. The rest of this is more forward thinking. We want to do 2,000 small cell locations. We would be the neutral host provider there with power, connectivity, and real estate. The carriers would bring their own radios. And then we want to also do, part of the project is to do 2,000 security cameras, leveraging the infrastructure in the squares, and then an additional 1,800 sensors for IoT. This is a full city solution, right? I've seen a lot of these. I don't know if I've ever seen one quite as robust and whole as Rome is. And it's really good to, when you go into these things, it's really good to have a really motivated mayor. I'll tell you, the mayor that comes up with the idea is going to help you a lot more than the mayor that takes his place. So one of our top 5 items on our risk profile when we look at these things is, when's the next election, right? If it's before we can get 20% of it deployed, boy, that's a big risk because we don't know if the next mayor is going to be motivated to support us. But it's a really exciting project. In the metro, we're doing 67 kilometers of tunnels. All the stations, I think it's 83 or 86 stations. And we have 5 years to complete all of this. I think we have a 2 to 3 year build plan. We'll see how that goes. One piece of advice I would give you is, just like the LINK program, whatever you designed when you started this, that ain't what's getting deployed. I guarantee you what you started with is not what's going to be deployed at the end. Something's going to change. You got to be agile. You got to be willing to pivot. You need to be really conservative in your commercial estimates to make sure you can withstand these changes and pivots. In the squares, we're going to use the existing infrastructure. There's poles around these squares. We're going to do the Wi-Fi first and the small cell second, but we're provisioning multiple poles in those squares for the small cells, so we can do a single build there. We're deploying Wi-Fi 7, which is very aggressive right now, even on the initial squares. Right now, I think the European Union's good with 6 gigahertz. I think Germany's approved it. We expect Italy to approve soon thereafter. There's no approval yet, but we wanted to sort of future-proof, and we'd like to push out our refresh to 8 or 9 years, as opposed to everybody adopts 7, and now in 3 or 4 or 5 years we have to do a refresh. I was trying to cut time, and I'm going to run over. The small cells we're going to do, we could do it a few different ways. I think with the space we have, we're going to end up with probably a neutral radio, right? Nobody's going to buy into that today. We'll have to push them and get them there, but that would really be the best solution. But the rest of it is pretty standard small cell deployment using those poles. I think we're going to deploy some smart poles outside of the very central Rome. Nobody will ever let you put those in central Rome. When you look at what we're doing here, one thing I think is you really got to put it into context, right? That's a 2,500-year-old city we're doing this in. Everything was pretty much destroyed in World War II, but everything, all the ducts, all the infrastructure there is World War II, right? And it's a really elegant technical solution in one of the most, or the most possibly most historic cities on Earth. So that's the summary there. I won't go back through it. We're trying to cut a little bit of time here, but if anybody has any quick questions, I'll be happy to answer. No, all right, thank you.
Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Don't go away because the questions might come in later on. Yes, we have a questions back in here. Don't on mic him yet. Yes.
Okay. For the 2,000 small cells, are those all in one, each one for multiple operators?
So yeah, we don't know. Right now what they would like to do is put their own radio in there and have connectivity back to their own hub. I don't think that's feasible. I think we'd be much better doing a digital solution with shared radio infrastructure amongst the carriers, right? Yeah, but it's undecided, but I think that's the right way to go. Yeah.
Okay, any other question for Andy before we let him go? He's not going to leave, by the way. He's going to be around and he's going to be going to the reception as well. I recognize the gentleman back there for the question. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to know for vendor selection for the access points and for the small cells, has that already been completed? If so, who did you choose and why?
I don't know if we've announced that publicly.
Okay.
It wouldn't be hard to figure out. We're deploying Wi-Fi 7 and we're going to deploy it this year. So if you look at roadmaps, you can probably figure out pretty quick who it is. Anybody else?
We have another question from Angelo. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to ask whether they are planning some smart services for the citizen, or it's just infrastructure for pedestrians or moving people. And the second question is, of course, the air pollution in Rome is significant. Do they have some activities around this implementation to reduce CO2 emissions?
I'm not sure I heard the second question. The first one, there's a lot of opportunity to expand the project, to do more smart solutions for the city. Obviously, I was sort of touching on that with the fiber, right? Once you get that connectivity in there, we start getting, we have a highly accessible network. It's easy for us to continue to develop smart solutions for the city. I didn't get the second question.
Yes, the second was how far this infrastructure can be used to measure or to reduce CO2 emissions in the city.
So part of the sensor network is going to be air quality sensors. I'm sure they'll use that for analytics to help develop that. That's not part of our scope, just because we're more the infrastructure side.
Thank you for the questions. Let's give another hand to Andy. Let's get one more question. Okay, sorry. Andy, don't go away. We got one more question for you. You're a popular guy.
Sorry, I'm in the corner and you can't see me. Just
Please.
one more.
Thank you, Maria. Please go ahead.
I don't know if I got the difference right, but I got the impression in New York you're laying down your own fiber, and in Rome you're using third-party fiber infrastructure. Is that correct?
Are you asking if we own the fiber infrastructure in Italy? Yeah. So we did do an IRU, a 25-year IRU with a right to renew on a ring that was already there. But all the other fiber infrastructure, tunnels, stations, squares, subrings, things like that will be ours.
And Rome is, I thought you said the third-party fiber infrastructure in Rome?
Yeah, there's a center ring that's IRU, so it's technically our asset, I guess. But that's that third-party fiber infrastructure.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Maria. Great questions. All right, so Andy, again, he's going to be around. We are going to take you from New York and Rome to many other places as you stay with us the next hour or so. The next speaker is going to be Vince Aragona. Okay, Vince Aragona, President, CEO, Neo Network Development. He's going to take us, I guess, to Detroit. He's going to talk about the last mile connectivity, addressing the needs of the unconnected. Come on, Vince. Okay, good.
Well, thanks for joining us here today, everyone. I'm about to take you on a whirlwind tour. Probably had some pretty good presentations. I love to come to these shows because even I get to learn about all the new tech that's out there, and there's just some amazing new opportunities, I think, for everyone. Assuming that you have a place to deploy your technology, I think there's a lot of opportunity for everyone. I put this little warning up there. I'm not Mr. Popular. I'll be the first one to tell everyone in the room. Some folks really don't like to hear what I have to say from time to time, but a lot of what I say has to be said. The way that we look at the world is all fiber connected infrastructure. And I think Andy took a lot of my material already. We're big on sharing, something that kindergartners learn first day of school. If we could just get the carriers to learn how to share, they could build for less, they could operate their networks for less, they could deploy more technology. Whether they choose to become more profitable or if they choose to pass that savings down to the consumer, it's up to them. But we're really big on open access fiber, open access to vertical infrastructure. Basically, the three big problems, I'm going to start running through these slides very quickly. The material will be here later if anyone needs it. Feel free to download it, and my card is on the back if anybody needs to call me afterwards and ask any of these questions. We see three problems. This is the part of the narrative. There's no internet access in rural markets. Affordability is a problem for 4 out of 10 American families, and the speed of existing networks is too slow and it's too unreliable. Right now, when we look at the cost of residential internet, it's not unaffordable. It's overpriced, and that's how I look at it. These organizations are large, and we need them. And I don't want to be the enemy of the incumbent service provider. They are absolutely critical to having connectivity across the country and to getting us to where we are today. The industry is going to change. I think when we look across the ecosystem, technologies are changing, buying patterns of the consumer are changing. We've got 3 new generations of Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z that aren't watching TV at home. They're taking everything on the road on their mobile device. So that's going to change the ecosystem, like it or not. And I think, generally speaking, those that are willing to adapt to those types of changes are going to be, prosperous, and others may struggle. But at the current rates, I think, something's clearly gone horribly wrong. It costs twice as much for a fiber connection than it does for sanitary sewer systems, water, and gas. We looked at who's going to really solve the problem. So when we see who's really being impacted, $97 a month, I think, is too high. And so we started looking at the rate where it needs to be and working our way backwards, right? How do you really get to that level of rate for residential broadband? So while all the ACP subsidies really are looking at giving $30 off a $97 a month rate, we're looking at how do we drive that rate down? And for us, there's only one solution that we found. When you look at, rural access, it's mostly a rural problem. I think that's why there's a lot of Republican dollars. That's where their constituents are. That's why they're driving a lot of BEAD grants in the rural markets. When you really look at it, is it really the taxpayer's responsibility to get connectivity to them? I don't know. Ultimately, I think satellite is going to solve the problem in a few years. For those that can afford it, it's not an inexpensive level of service. But I think today, anyone that lives pretty much anywhere in the country could get internet service if they can afford $120, $140 a month rates. So I don't really think that's a problem. Speed and reliability, I don't really view this as a taxpayer problem. This is a competitive problem. So if the network's overloaded, it's outdated technology. It's really the carrier's problem to solve. And right now, according to Digital Fabric data, there are 3,168 independent operators operating in the U.S. since deregulation occurred in the 80s. So my concern is the FCC wants to make that the taxpayer's problem. And if that 100 by 100, 100 by 20 rules actually get implemented and they start going after taxpayer dollars, that's going to affect every man, woman, and child for the next 3 generations if we start looking at them to tap into those funds. So I have a fundamental problem with that. This is the real crisis. It's not slow speed and poor reliability. We have a massive, $34 trillion debt crisis in this country. And again, this is 3 generations deep. So I have my thoughts on that. Government has 2 solutions to every problem: throw money at it or ignore it. And that's kind of where we are today. $14.2 billion in ACP subsidies, $42.45 billion in BEAD grants. I don't know if they're going to work. I can tell you that from my experience, 40 years in the space, they haven't worked so far. They're typically plagued. The one that concerns me about this one is the elimination of the taxpayers' rights to transparency. They must know it's going to be bad if they don't want anybody to know how bad it really truly goes off the rails. This is the problem that keeps me up at night. It's really the constant attacks, cybersecurity attacks on critical infrastructure. The reality is, if it's tied to the internet, it's going to get hacked. And it doesn't really matter if it's a 15-year-old kid sitting in his mom's basement, or if it's a terrorist cell in the Middle East or in China or any place else. If it's connected to the internet, it's going to be attacked. Fiber gets it off the internet, and there's just not enough dedicated dark fiber out there. So these were once, preventable. We think that when you really look at the $280 billion, $300 billion that's been handed back to the carriers in tax relief, broadband subsidies, grants, we never got any dark fiber in exchange for that. So too late now. Now we're just looking at it from how are we going to solve this going forward? In our industry, in a place where nobody can agree on anything, I think for fixed broadband, the one thing that most everybody can agree on, a few people notwithstanding, fiber. Fiber is future-proof. Get fiber connected to everything, and ultimately speed, reliability, all those problems go away. If the fiber is accessible, you can also solve the other problem, which is dedicated dark fiber for military, government, critical utility use. So when we start really looking at the problems overall, there's 50,000 communities across the country. Everybody wants affordable broadband over fiber. Everybody wants free public Wi-Fi for their kids. And a lot of folks are waiting. This is a big lift. This is a block and tackle exercise that most communities really can't take on their own. Smart IT guys, these are not IT level projects. So you really need to bring in some folks that have some expertise to help, accomplish that. Right now, and when you look at ACP and where it landed, the only way for 30 million families to connect is if service is free. And really, same thing as puppies. You don't feed it, puppy's not going to have a good outcome. So we started really looking at do this in a way that's affordable. We're looking at the approximate cost, and we can argue about it later. My estimation is about $720 billion to connect all 180 million homes and businesses in the country, because we're funded on debt. A big part of the reason the rates are as high as they are is every carrier, myself included, build our networks with debt, and debt creates interest creates higher cost of money gets layered right into the rates, and ultimately that's a hard thing to get out from under. The challenge with BEAD is because it's being directed towards rural, and they're spending $13,000 per site passed. That's only about 11% of what it would take actually to get the job done in rural areas. So you're going to see a pessimist view. I'm an optimistic person by nature. This is a very pessimistic outlook. The reality is, again, with the largest carriers, they're doing great. They generate, the 8 largest generate about $550 billion a year. Problem is they're carrying $585 billion in debt. They can't borrow any more money, right? This is simple economics. The copper dominant ILECs are carrying a lot of copper landline, legacy network. Coaxial networks are starting to age, cord cutters, so it's impacting the cable company's revenues. Mobile and fixed wireless, they all have a place in the ecosystem, right? Different dollar values, different costs. But they also have monstrous amount of SG&A and internal operating expense, headcount, management, network operating expense. All these things are massive contributors to the rate. So if you really, get into my world, which you really don't want to be there, by the way, but even if money was no object, the carrier's fiber is typically not going to be accessible. They're not going to lease it to a competitor. They're not going to make it easy for somebody to compete with them directly in the market. Overpriced service, they're not going to lower the rates. They've got equity holders and shareholders, so they've got to keep the numbers high. And the reality is capitalism, nobody wants to build in low-income rural areas if you can't make the business case work. So these are fundamental problems that I just don't see getting fixed with traditional methods. 10 years from now, tomorrow, we've analyzed this. We've spent the last year looking at how do you solve this problem. And the reality is, if a community wants to get every home and business in their community served with affordable broadband over fiber, they're going to have to tap into property tax revenues, which is a tax increment financing type of a solution where you're just tying into a 20-year TIF. The challenge that we had when we started developing our model for this, it's a financial model. Everything in our space, we have a financial problem, it's a math problem to solve it. So when we looked at how do we create this tax increment financing, we had 2 things that we had to deal with. One is state law. 19 states, cities can't do this right now in the current legislative environment. The other problem that you really look at with this is that cities don't want to be in the broadband business. They've got their hands full dealing with every other thing that they deal with on a day in and day out basis. I don't want to list them, you can imagine. So we had to come up with a method where we could work with a community get the network financed, get the route constructed, and then have someone else, ideally us, but we're doing this so that any other carrier can do this, is just build fiber over the top of the city's route. And it's the only way to comply with the law, the way it's set up today. And it's also the best way, and actually it was good friend down here in Denton County. I'll leave his name out of it. He's county commissioner, and he said the best. He said, you know, we like nothing better than to see fiber as a fifth utility. We just don't want some little old lady calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning to tell me that her internet's out. And it summed it up for me perfectly, because I think that's the sentiment for most communities. So again, I think once people know what we know, 10 years from now, it's going to be open access fiber. With everything having an IP address, do you really need a telephone number anymore? Do you really need 3 different carriers building one on top of another? You really need one neutral network that everybody can use to deliver content over glass. And ultimately, that's even where the carriers are headed. If you've seen what's going on with AT&T and T-Mobile, leasing network from others is not necessarily a trend. I think this is where the entire industry has to go. And you have to share the cost of the network if you're going to help to lower the rates and if the consumer is going to benefit in a meaningful way. This changed my life. I can tell you. I've got 2 grandkids. So when this came out, I still get choked up every time I hear about it. I picture my grandkids sitting on the curb of a fucking Taco Bell, trying to connect up to their school, okay, in the winter. And I said to myself, this is a problem that can be fixed. This problem should not even exist in today's world. There's so much technology, so much spectrum, so many places to put these networks that trying to subsidize this problem away instead of just solving it permanently. This is something that we can fix. This changed my life, and it changed the direction that I'm taking my company even today. When you look at boiling the ocean down, there's 4 things any community needs. You need poles, power, permits, and fiber to backhaul. With that, any technology is deployable. And by using community-owned property, you don't pay rent like you would as a WISP. You know, you basically can use existing circuits. This is a solvable problem today without another dime. I get really disappointed with what's going on at the federal level because they're the ones preventing it. People like to say that our government's trying to solve this problem. Every law that's being put in place right now prevents it. So now I'm going to try to show for anyone that actually works for a city, how do you do this, right? How do you do this without subsidies? How do you do this without grants? The reality is inventory what you've got. Your community anchor institutions, you identify your schools, right? And if your school and your city can work together, you know, a lot of times they operate independently. That's the best way to do it. So you basically identify where they are, design middle mile fiber to connect them all together. You can even network in with your neighbors. You can lease dark fiber to connect the next community over. You can build a suit, which is typically ideal. You can go high count, as Andy was mentioning, you know, lots of glass. I mean, I think a lot of these applications are very fiber hungry, including DAS and everything else. And with all the leasing activity, put in a lot of glass. It's cheap, and that's how you do it. From here, you can build wireless over the top. And this is wireless. This could be cameras, could be smart city technology, literally anything. For any city that does this, okay, I say any city that does this, you'll save 80% on your IT spend, okay? That spend, if we worked in a perfect world, you could roll that right back in to buy the technology, and that would finance it all. For anybody that's ever worked for government, what happens if you save money? Your budget gets cut. So we also had to come up with a way to do this to where the community can have us do a build-a-suit fiber design, connect every anchor institution and school, keep paying retail, pay us, and we'll deploy the Wi-Fi. We'll use our money to deploy CBRS. And it's really, you know, it's sad to think that we have to work outside of the confines of government to get these problems solved. But that is the sad reality. When you look at every obstacle that keeps getting thrown in, we had to come up with a creative way to circumvent, you know, the ones that are supposedly helping everyone, and find a better way to work around the process as it sits. From here, it's really just land and expand. Once you get your network in place, you get it up and running, you can serve 90% of your kids, 90% of your community. Your savings alone, and just by us using our fiber and bringing in our backhaul, we can solve this problem, and it won't cost the city a dime. It will not run afoul of the law. And you can do this with schools. You can do this with public buildings. You can use right-of-way infrastructure. A pole is a pole, a rooftop is a rooftop. If it's connected to fiber, you can make it work. And this is a fraction of the time, a fraction of the cost. Mark's going to talk to the next panel, I think the next panel down, about the pilot we did right here in Dallas. It was the Dallas Digital pilot for low-income communities. And we can go into some real depth as far as, how that really helped 3,200 families that were struggling. But this is also how you can connect your school buses, you connect your schools. The kids, the circuit's only in use while the kids are in school. And with grandparents that came from depression, waste is a sin. So if you think about it, while the kids are in school, they're using that circuit. Schools, municipalities tend to oversubscribe because the taxpayers pick up the tab, right? So it's natural. When those kids are home on the weekends, on breaks, during the summer, that circuit's not even in use. So most of the technology that we're looking at is simply plug and play. You could literally plug it directly into the school's existing circuit, run a backhaul, deploy the equipment either on the rooftop, on a pole, on the school, on the public building, put it in the right of way so the moms and dads don't complain. But there is definitely a solution that's just basically poles, power, permits, and connectivity. And that's literally how my whole world works. So you can actually do it with the entire school district. You can network in with friends. Any building works. The trick is to eliminate the cost. You don't want the operating expenses that you would normally pay for traditional WISP or other types of technologies. So any of this material is in here. What happens here, though, again, with the method that we're promoting now is, keep paying retail, just pay us, and we'll use Wi-Fi as gray money. It's the absolute ideal way to solve this problem without, again, changing anything other than the city actually saves money over time because our rates are capped. So I'll give you some quick case studies. Mark will go into some depth. This is the Dallas Digital pilot. Don't expect anyone to read it. We were awarded this work mid-year during the first year in the pandemic. We finally signed the agreement the day before Thanksgiving. It was that day that the city told us, well, these are CARES Act funds, and if you don't spend it before the end of the year, we're not sure we can pay you. And they meant the end of that year, 6 weeks from then. We had lined up our vendors. We used solar panel poles. We had folks out there throughout the entire holiday season. So we started it the day after Thanksgiving. 82 sites were up and running on fire departments and recreation centers. We just set 60-foot poles, plugged it right into the power, plugged it right into the existing circuit. We deployed solar panel poles out into the field, 3 different types. So there's no electrical uses whatsoever. And the day before the ball dropped, 6 weeks later, we had 82 sites up and running. We were covering 3,200 homes, 1,600 families were using broadband faster than it would take to get it on a school bus. And this method, with a lot of different technologies that are already available today, is infinitely repeatable and scalable across the board. We really want to drill into the weeds. There's some writing here. We really like hybrid networks. We think there's some interesting things going on with $42 billion in BEAD being deployed to build fiber to rural homes and businesses where most of the people that live there can't afford it. These are extraordinarily high cost areas to build fiber. A hybrid is almost always going to be a better solution. Several different designs you can pull from. And if anyone gets really interested in ACP, this will tell you exactly why ACP failed. And there's some better information as far as what we would have done better. But I know I'm getting the let's wrap it up signal. So if anyone has any questions, again, my card's in the back. And thank you for hearing me out.
Vince, I appreciate you. Don't go away. There might be one or two questions, but again, Vince is also available for the reception. Although he does not sometimes drink, but he might drink tonight because he's delivered one of the best messages we've heard all day today in terms of giving you a business model, how the system can work, and what are the pitfalls of the current systems and processes that we have in place. All right, let's go to the next speaker. We're just moving on. Sarah has given me the mission control message. All right, our next speaker, very familiar to many of you, or probably all of you, Betty Cockrell, Director of Service Provider Products at Single Digits. Betty has been around for a long time, just like me. but you can take a look at her background, a very, very impressive background, the great work that Betty has done. She's going to talk about open roaming, simplifying citizens' access in Wi-Fi connected communities. Betty, please come on. Okay. So, all right. Thank you. All right.
All right. On. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I don't have quite so many slides. But I want to talk to you today about how open roaming can simplify citizen access in connected communities. I'm one of the 3 chairs for the Open Roaming Technical Standards Group, and Mark Grayson and Nikati are excellent. And one of the things that I bring to the group is I'm opinionated and passionate. Just ask, if you don't believe me, ask T.I. and Bruno. So anyway, I really think that open roaming can make a difference in how connected communities work. So some of the challenges for cities that are deploying Wi-Fi is they need to deliver secure connectivity. They've got to ensure that users are connected securely. They've got to go ahead and adhere to privacy requirements, and depending on where the city is and what area of the world or the country, these privacy rules can vary, and it really makes a difference, and you've got to be able to keep the things secure. Another thing is you've got to be able to make it simple and seamless. You've got to have connections for the users that are as easy to use as their cell phone. People are used to it just working and just connecting. And then finally, you really also need to have access for visitors. You've got to have a way when you have guests into your area that there's a way to connect guests securely and simply to your network. The good news is open roaming. Open roaming is a great solution and can be used in a lot of different ways, and we're going to go into some of those ways here in a couple of slides. And really, there's a lot of technical expertise within the WBA that can help you solve any of the issues that you want when you're working on connecting and working to develop a solution for your city. So why open roaming? Well, this morning, we talked a lot about the fact that a lot of what the WBA does is answer the why. And that's what we're here to talk about, is why open roaming can really help. So open roaming is a roaming federation. It enables automatic and secure Wi-Fi using Passpoint technology. Passpoint technology is a game changer. It really makes a difference in setting up and working with networks. The WBA created the open roaming framework, and it can connect billions of users and things to Wi-Fi networks globally. It is standards-based, and we see it in action every day. We have over 3 million hotspots out there, and so open roaming is a real working, living thing, and it's living up to its promises. The WBA also has tools, and we have a robust library of documentation and case studies. So we have information for whatever you're looking for. We have how to deploy it, how it works. We have case studies on how other companies have used it to solve problems. And you just need to go over to the www.openroaming.org to learn more. And there's just a lot of good information out there for people that are interested in learning more. But we also have an ecosystem of vendors out there who can work with you to support and help you deploy open roaming. And the best thing is that open roaming is maintained by the WBA and the Open Roaming Standards Group and our implementers group. And we have a mechanism that when you have an issue or you have a problem or you've encountered something, we have the working group there ready to address your concerns and your problems and look for solutions on how to solve whatever they are. And we've been really good at that over the last however many years, the last 4 years that we've been working on it. We've learned things, we've improved, we've evolved it. So it's really a good way to keep open roaming alive and really usable to everyone, everywhere. And that is the thing. Open roaming is used worldwide by some of the leading companies in Wi-Fi. So you can really reduce the digital divide. Open roaming can play a pivotal role in making cities more digitally inclusive. You can provide your citizens with an important tool to allow them to thrive in a connected world. And I think on the last talk we just heard, that's so important especially for the kids and making sure those kids can get the access to the internet that they need. And you want to also make sure that it's simple, secure, and easy to use, and that you have digital connectivity for those underserved areas. And open roaming provides a reliable and high-quality Wi-Fi experience. The citizens in your community can sign up just once for their credentials and be able to access the network again and again without having to re-log in every time. Because once they've got the profiles loaded on their devices, they're good to go, they can use them. And they also can use their home credentials when they're traveling to other areas. So as they move about and go on a visit to somewhere, there are thousands, millions, 3 million, over 3 million open roaming networks worldwide where they can use those same credentials and still get access to the internet. And you can also offer ways for visitors who come into your community that don't have open roaming credentials to set up and get access to your networks. I think that's a really valuable resource and a valuable tool. And open roaming provides real solutions. Everything is secure. It's based on WPA 2 and 3 enterprise, which gives the protection and over-the-air encryption and enterprise-grade protection for your citizens in your community. And it uses TLS to encrypt the user data and provide and protect it from unauthorized access. And, the fear of security leaks and problems, it just keeps growing. As we just started a security working group within the WBA to update our security white papers. Open roaming is already leveraging a lot of these learnings. And we have end-to-end encryption and between the users and the Wi-Fi networks, which safeguards the data integrity and the end user privacy. And it also uses secure radius. We use RADSEC to connect all the networks and to secure the transmission and authentication of user information. And if you're interested in learning more about how open roaming is being used today, on our openroaming.org website, we have a huge collection of case studies and papers on how open roaming is being used. And there's just a few that fit the connected cities case would be, since universities are kind of small communities in their own right, we have a great paper on the London Borough University. We have a great paper on City Roam, Japan, where Tokyo has deployed free Wi-Fi and connectivity. And we have a very active member of our group, an open roaming group that works with that network. And we get a lot of good information from them. We also have in, it's Belgium, right? We have the Delhaize supermarkets where they've deployed open roaming in the stores. So you can see a great example of how retail and city Wi-Fi can be used together. And then we have enterprises deploying open roaming, such as the Adventist Health System. And here in the United States, there are a number of hospitals and facilities that are deploying Passpoint and open roaming and making it possible for the people who are visiting, coming in for appointments or what have you, to get access to the secure access to internet services while they're in the hospital. So it's a great tool, and there's a lot more case studies than that. So the very rich set of resources that are out there. And there's a number of players in the open roaming ecosystem. We have the ecosystem and the federation, which sets the framework for how we operate. And then we have the identity providers, and that are the companies or the people that authenticate the end users. And then we have the network equipment and the network providers. Then we have a series of companies that are the ecosystem brokers who can provide some of the various tools to connect the dots and to help serve and support the open roaming network. And just as a little bit of a side note here, Single Digits is an open roaming broker. We've been very active in supporting open roaming right from the beginning. And we have a number of tools that support it. We have our hub services, which provide a secure open roaming gateway and connectivity between open roaming partners. We have our identity and profile management services to help you get your customers provisioned and load credentials. We have policy enforcement, so things where you need to make sure that you're compliant and interacting with the other participants in the Federation correctly, that you're signaling the right radius attributes and the right information. We can assist with that. We have a robust set of reporting to let you know what's been going on, how things are going, how many transactions have been processed. And we also, for open roaming settled, we have and support the settled services. So again, why? Why open roaming? It's easy to deploy. It's a secure, standards-based infrastructure which can enable city Wi-Fi deployments. It's a robust ecosystem of equipment and service providers that are available out there to work with you. It's not like you have to make it up on your own. There are people there who can help right from the start. And we have a robust library of documentation and case studies that provide the information on how to use open roaming at openroaming.org. And with that, I know I'm getting close to happy hour, so I don't want to get away.
Very much, yes, as always, very, very informative. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that's what we have to give us the next person. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Are you guys up? Yep. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we're going to be now going to our panel discussion. I'm going to ask our panel members to come in as soon as Mark gets the mic. And great, you already have a mic. Al, I'm going to give you this. Mittel, you're already being mic'd. All right. So I'm going to ask Mark Miller go first. He can follow with Al. He can go all the way to the take the seat, and you guys can follow me back in here. So looks like we've done the staging on the fly. All right, I'll take you take next, Mark. There we go. Are we good? Yes. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience, attention, great questions. Now we've got another 30 minutes together to talk about some of the great things that is happening in the connected community and how you can make your smart cities and the good and the bad and the ugly. Let me introduce our panel members first. Great Byram, correct? Yes. Principal Broadband, Digital Equity, HRNA. Mark Miller, co-founder and president, Cutting Edge Telecommunications. Mittel Parakesh. Mittel is the senior director, product marketing, technical marketing, and influencer marketing at Ruckus. And Al Jenkins, WBA broadband advisor and the co-chairman of the Connected Community Forum. Along with me, I have the pleasure of working with Al. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with Greta first. I promised Greta we're going to give her a few minutes. I just set the tone about some of the things that is very, very important again for all of us. That you heard from Vincent talk about business models, great resources available to us. Everybody talks about money. Where is the money? I need to get the work done. But there's also money, but not much work is being done. And between the good and the bad and the ugly, there's a lot of other ways of being able to get the work done. So I'm going to ask each panel member to take a few minutes, talk about their own perspective about what are the challenges and the opportunities that a municipality or an organization have to go through to build the connected community or the smart cities. And then we're going to come in and take some of the questions from you, as well as, again, some of the other perspectives that we'd like to share. Greta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Reza. So hi, everybody. It's great to be here. And thanks so much for the time. I am a principal with HRNA Advisors, and we work closely with municipalities and counties and states. And right now, a lot of our business is in the area of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That's the package that Vince was talking about earlier, where he really named a lot of the problems and the failures of that funding. So, I mean, he actually stole a lot of my talking points, but what I wanted to
that's
share.
That's okay. Sometimes it's important to be repeated because, yes, he brought a couple of great points, but you're right. There's just some of the areas that we'd love for you to cover as well, too.
Great. Yeah. So, the package, the infrastructure package was supposed, like the goal of this whole thing was internet for all. And the idea was like that the US was finally going to close that gap. The like 25% or so of US residents who don't have broadband at home. And so the package has two parts. One is that $42 billion that Vince talked about that's supposed to supply fiber to high-cost rural areas. And then the other is a tiny drop in the bucket for communities experiencing other barriers like the lack of devices, the lack of skills, distrust of the internet, stuff like that. And it's a tiny drop in the bucket with 2.7 billion compared to that 42 billion that's going to go to rural areas. And the other piece, which Vince also described, is the Affordable Connectivity Program. How many of you know about the ACP or? Cool. And the latest on the Affordable Connectivity Program, which required eligible carriers to provide a low-cost option for low-income folks. I think it's under $30, right, was the benchmark. Is that it failed. The funding for this program was not extended, and it was the mechanism that was supposed to solve for the cost problem, which is the primary problem in urban areas. And so basically, it looks like at the end of this big outlay of funds by the federal government, we might be actually in a worse situation than we were at the beginning with regard to the digital divide. So the slide that you all can see, this is something that my firm partnered with the Texas Broadband Office to design, and that is this platform for data visualization and ecosystem mapping in Texas. And you can access that at digitalopportunityfortexas.com. And on there, you can start to see, if you explore some of the graphs and charts, you can see just who is being left behind and for whom this big outlay of money is not going to solve the problems. So I'm really excited to hear from my colleagues on the panel about the solutions here. And I want to just emphasize again that the folks who are going to be least helped by these federal programs are urban residents, which include, a lot of the people who are primarily impacted by the digital divide. That is low-income families, people of color, people living on the margins, people with disabilities, aging populations. These are the folks who won't be served by this federal program. And, I think, that's a good, sort of scene setting for us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Greta. Let me go to Mittal and ask you to tell us a little bit about what are the challenges and the opportunities. I know you have a very, very clear idea, as we were discussing it before we came on the stage, that you wanted to share those takeaways already with their audience. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Riza. So for many of you, you know me, I'm Mittal Parekh. I'm from Ruckus Networks. And for others, Ruckus Networks is, how do I say this in simple English? Okay. When good enough networking is not good enough, enterprises turn to Ruckus. Okay. Enough of an introduction. So we are a very well-known name when it comes to building connected communities. And connected communities, if you just throw that word out there, the very first impression is, oh, everything is automated, everything is beautiful. Whereas to us, it's an entire spectrum. And let me give you an example. Learning by example is the best one. Right in the state of Texas, Hidalgo County is where 1/3 of the population is under poverty line. And we connected the entire county. 35,000 residents and 24,000 students got connectivity because of that. And all the way on the other side, when I say San Jose, California, all of you guys would think, wow, state-of-the-art Silicon Valley city. Guess what? In a school district, the prime school district of that city, 1/3 of students do not have connectivity at home. So what we call homework gap. So to us, connected community covers the entire spectrum. And as we are building more and more of these communities, we have identified many challenges, right? First and foremost, it's a public and private partnership. It's not very easy, right? Two private enterprises can talk to each other, what's in it for me, identify joint benefit and keep going. With public and private, doesn't work that easily. The second one, even bigger one, where is the money going to come from? So every single project or most of our projects, we have observed that there is some form of bond offering or some sort of offering, public offering where money comes from. That's not very easy. So imagine this, right? Once government grants exhaust, where is that money going to come from? The third big one that we observed is the technology hurdle itself in terms of covering a couple of square miles or tens or hundreds of square miles of a city or a town. It's not very easy. The beautiful part about being the last one is that we are recycling information. We heard today, earlier in the day, that at the edge of any area, there is no connectivity. Well, if you want to cover entire city of San Jose, for example, which is pretty big, and not have any black spot, the technology itself is pretty daunting. Selecting the right technology, scaling it. Now, there are geographic limitations, right? Right from non-availability of simple things like light pole or what have you. That's very simple, but there are so many such hurdles. I can go on and on and on, but it's sufficient to say that we easily identified 10 plus such hurdles that make it really difficult to put a solid network that enables people. So I'm not running away anywhere. If you really want to learn more and double click on each of these, we can talk at the reception.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask Mittal to come back and tell us about the 7 that he's not shared with us yet. I'm going to come to Mike Miller. And we heard from Vince a few minutes ago. He covered the great piece of information and the business model, but he also left a couple of pieces for you. He said, when Mike comes on this on the panel, he's going to cover those pieces. And one big piece is the challenge of being able to convince those municipalities, even those schools, to be able, and of course, from the government side, the regulators and the policymakers, that they would be willing to take the business model that you're putting in front of them to take advantage of it. Please share with us again what are the things that you faced and what are the problems that you faced.
Yeah, we had a specific project right here in Dallas that really is, I want to share this, quantifiable. It kind of puts things in perspective. Vince was awarded a project, City of Dallas, for a pilot. The city had a $2 million budget. They wanted to cover broadband into 10 areas of the city. They issued an RFP, and the RFP was basically extending fiber from 10 city locations, fire departments, libraries, and places that they thought they had fiber. And we're going to extend fiber, put up some access points, and ultimately that RFP would for $2 million would connect about 320 homes. So the opportunity when you look at this is there's a better solution here. So we put together a solution that basically said, look, why don't we leverage the fiber that's in these buildings, put up a mesh network? And so we installed 72 poles, put up wireless network. We had installed new poles because Challenge is using Encore poles. And on top of that, we didn't really need AC power. We could use solar because these radios draw such little wattage at this point. And we had to do all this in 5 weeks. So we were awarded the contract, like Lynn said, Tuesday before Thanksgiving, but we had done a lot of due diligence on the front end to figure out who could fulfill the orders, what kind of poles we were going to buy, what type of radios, solar panels and everything. And, we're pretty popular because especially with the solar company, that I called them up, and if anybody is in the supplier business, what's the best phone call you can get? And that's somebody calling you up and say, I want to buy everything in your warehouse, right? Especially towards the end of the year when you got probably sales goals, right? But we got this all put together, but the whole proposal was, how about a better solution? We end up connecting 3,200, not 320 homes. We had 1,600 connected users within 30 days of turning it up. And yes, we got it completed by December 30th, and we had to because otherwise the city wouldn't have been able to use the grant money. It would have went away. So to me, that really put things in perspective, being boots on the ground, having to work every day to make this thing happen. And we had some key people involved in this. And the bottom line is, it's like, wow, the city wrote this RFP, but we came back with a solution that really drove home how to take something that would have been $6,200 a door and cost to $625. So this hybrid, running middle mile fiber, leveraging fiber in the buildings is to me it has to be part of the solution. Wireless mesh to distribute from there. I mean, granted, I'd like more than 5 weeks next time, but it kind of drives home the point of the coverage difference. And we were exceed the broadband requirements on upload and download that they had. Bottom line is, it was a good project, and we're pretty proud of it. But I think our role and the opportunity for people like us and for companies like Neo Networks and Ruckus, anybody, is to come in and say, look, here's what you want to do, but we got a better solution. And for the money, we can connect more people. And if we're not thinking along those lines, we should probably don't belong in the business. So,
thank you, Mark. I'm going to call to Al Jenkins. You heard from 3 of our esteemed panel members, again, thought leaders. They told you some of the challenges that they face, but one of the biggest challenges along those lines that municipalities are facing is lack of skills and knowledge of understanding what they need, how they need it, and where they need it. So I'm going to ask Al to talk about that. Is also talk about the digital equity that Greta first started. And we wanted to know again how that digital equity is going to play with the fact that if they do not know how to use it and where to get the fund or the funds that they have available, again, as you said, they're now dried up, where else they can go to replenish the fund that they need. Al?
Yeah, I wanted to say that sort of coming back from a perspective of a deputy commissioner for telecommunications planning in New York City, I've seen this problem sort of around the country in terms of municipalities being able to utilize their existing infrastructure for telecommunications build. I'll sort of build on a little bit about what Andy and Vince have been talking about in terms of being able to have time to market and speed, as well as use some existing resources that you may have, specifically capital, in order to gain additional telecommunications assets in the city. And I mean all kind. I mean fiber in the ground to cable to wireless resources. In the city of New York, just like many other cities, they have a variety of different agencies who sort of owned their own territory. And their own territory means their own assets. Could be streetlight poles, could be utility poles, could be rights of way easements, could be rooftop and buildings. And as such, they're in sort of their own territory, their own sort of kingdom, territory, if you will, and in which case they don't really broker between one another. In the city of New York, what we try to do is sort of build one broadband authority. That authority now sort of manages all vertical and horizontal assets. And as such, when doing so, you can broker and leverage with third-party operators so much easier and so much better as one unit opposed to 5 or 6 different units at a time, in which case we increased the ability to now place telecommunications assets not only in the ground for the Link NYC kiosks, for example, where the city of New York sort of came together and wrote an RFP and got one group to kind of come in to sort of build assets across the city. We also had the issue of having multiple Wi-Fi providers in the city, of which we were trying to put together a wireless federation or a Wi-Fi federation. Now it's become an open roaming discussion where you have multiple operators in one city having a separate networks, and they need to authenticate at one time. So we were the creators of this original open roaming network. The point is having one broadband authority to be able to manage multiple city agencies that actually manage their own assets is one contribution that cities can actually do to increase their ability to now leverage their negotiation with third-party operators. And what I mean by doing that is creating new revenue. To the extent that I can have one operator, for example, in the city of Manhattan that wants 2,000, 3,000 streetlight poles, and I have 4 mobile network operators who want that many. So if we can broker the case of maybe 16,000 streetlight poles and have multi-tenant facilities to be built, we can generate new revenues and broker in-kind services for all the IoT services that we needed, for all of the services that we needed for telehealth services that we needed, for all the service that we need for banking services that we needed. Instead, the agencies were doing that very independent of one city operator. And so that is really one of the challenges that cities need to come to in terms of being able to broker for telecommunication services by being able to use their infrastructure as their key asset to do so. A second point I wanted to make about sort of a broader case is where the state broadband offices today are having challenges with some of the operators who have national footprints, like Mediacom and Comcast and Verizon, who are actually looking to get new grant monies across all these existing footprint too. In which case, they have to kind of navigate themselves through every single state's grant opportunities. In North Carolina, it's different than Montana. Montana's different than Texas. So all of these grant layers that you see, these operators having to go through to find eligible areas to go after grants has been a real challenge for these operators. So I'm sounding as though I'm taking up for the incumbents, and I actually am. In that case, it's a very difficult job to kind of go to every single state to actually have to map maybe 4 or 5 different tiers of grants that they've issued, from RDOF to CAF2 to Capital Treasury to a variety of other initial state grants or unique state grants, and then determine where eligible areas are so they can go applying for grants. And this entire challenge issue that's going on with NTIA and BEAD right now has been the issue that some of these incumbents are going through, and it's a very tough navigation to kind of go through each one of these grants.
And that's where Greta comes in.
Well,
Greta can help you to navigate, but also she's got another kind of a good news, bad news for us as well. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure what the latter is, but I will say, so we work closely with a lot of state broadband offices, and I think, like, I know, in fact, that they are facing like an incredible challenge based on the kind of arcane, kind of a gothic design of the grant programs themselves. And, Al is speaking to those challenges. So I brought up the urban issue before because I think, I'm almost done with the federal programs. I don't think they're succeeding as designed. And I think like what we are talking about is, with the hybrid design, which I'm just so excited about, and with these market models, is a kind of innovation that is, regardless of what's going to happen with the federal money, this is the type of innovation that needs to happen. So I think, we're talking about what it takes to convince a local government that this is a possibility for them. And I want to just mention a few things in that regard. So these are opportunities that I think are right there for us. One is managed service providers in public housing or in other kinds of housing. Actually, I think market rate housing as well. And the other one, we've talked a lot about leveraging city assets, street furniture, rooftops, so forth. And I think like what I wanted to say about those things is that there's a component of this that is all about the communities themselves that are facing the challenges. So there are a billion workforce possibilities here. You can train people on testbed networks. You can train public housing residents as what's called digital navigators that can help people figure out how to get on the Wi-Fi and use it. And you can train people to build and maintain networks. So these are workforce programs that are very attractive to cities. I worked on a program which Al knows very, very well in New York City as well, which was called RISE NYC, where we were building resilient mesh networks designed for disasters and emergencies. And interestingly, this program was designed by the Economic Development Corporation of New York City to work with small businesses. So small businesses became the owners of the assets that, including, the mesh assets and the backhaul connection that were used to provide failover resilient networks for low-income communities in New York City. So I think, again, like this is an area of innovation, and this is an area where there's a bridge between digital equity and digital inclusion and the infrastructure side. So that's where I'm excited as someone who, advises cities and states, is to say, hey, here's some alternative models, here's some innovative solutions. Why don't we try, instead of siloing digital equity from infrastructure, why don't we try bringing them together for innovation?
Greta, you tied it really nicely to the economic development and community development, because this is the place that smart city by itself, and Matilda started first, I'm going to come back to you again, because it is not just building smart cities for the sake of smart cities. The fact that everybody is connected or has the potential to be connected, if putting affordability on the side, it doesn't stop there. The economic development becomes the engine now that is going to make this process moving forward. So I'm going to come to Mitel, and you can share the rest of the secret with us and tell us what impact of what you're doing and what you have done on the economic development and community development of the smart cities.
All right. So one more time, I'll take those two examples. We have many, but these are two very colorful ones. So let's talk about Hidalgo County. Well, students, let's start with different, personas, right?
Yes, yes.
Students, they did not have a way of completing that homework, or the county could not implement digital curriculum because some students had connection, most of them did. Well, very, very first benefit was that every single student after that had the same internet connection, right? That just put everybody on the same level playing field, The second one that we observed was residents were able to get telemedicine or healthcare benefits because they were connected, right? They were able to start their own businesses. So we saw cases where residents were now working from home. They started their own businesses. Well, so when you just put this in perspective, right? It's not just about getting internet connection to browse Netflix or to watch a movie, right? When you look at from county's side, they were able to provide various services because now every resident was connected, right? So now every resident had access to emergency services. Well, it just raises the quality of life through and through. When you look at, so many more, but sufficient to say that these were the key ones. When you look at city of San Jose, right, it started out by saying that let's make sure there are more tourists and travelers visiting the city. More tourists and all those guys are eating and spending money on various different things, and they met their goal. We both know the mayor, and they agreed that now they can count who is where, how many people visited over the weekend, right? Who is dining where, who is spending money at the convention center, so on and so forth, right? So the entire city benefited from all these extra tourism dollars.
Economic development.
Economic development was a big thing. So there's a school district, East Side Union School District, and you would think that it's a school in Silicon Valley, right? Everybody's multimillionaire, rich, and taking 3 iPads with them. 1/3 of students did not have internet connectivity, and the city decided to extend the school network into surrounding couple of miles of those 7 high schools. Right, that's how the whole idea of bridging the homework gap started. Right, and now every single student has the same level of connectivity. The curriculum has gone digital. Right, so everybody's benefiting.
Thank you. I'm going to see if there are any questions from the audience. Any comments? Got two questions. First, gentleman, you raised your hand. Microphone. Okay, yeah, sure. And then we have Joe is going to be okay.
I live in Hidalgo County, first of all.
Excellent.
Some truthiness to what you said. It's not the whole county. It's 6 specific areas in the county that were chosen for the connectivity program. But to Vince's point, and Greta, to your point as well, that network doesn't work anymore. 70% of that network is inoperable. Just FYI. Okay. And that's because of the lack of funding that our county put into it. So it was paid for with ARPA money, and it was brought in, and now the network doesn't work anymore. That's that long tail. That's that dead puppy that Vince was talking about. That's why ECP is not going to work, blah, 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 everything else. What I've found in South Texas, specifically in Hidalgo County, Cameron County, and all across the United States, is that there's a mentality of fiber first and fiber only. And we've been trying to fight that for forever, for every project that we've worked in. What have you been able to do to change people's minds to say there's a better way to do this? You can come from the top down with wireless and then build out underneath as the fiber becomes available, as the poles become available, everything else. Is there any advice that you can give on that to anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to experience what we've experienced in South Texas?
Thanks. I'm going to ask Joe to ask your question as well too, because it might be related. Then we can ask the panel member to respond. Please go.
Mine was not so much a question as a comment.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
We'd love to hear.
That Mark's example of the Dallas project was perfect for the 2 things that motivate a politician to press the go button. One is the money's about to go away, so
yeah, exactly.
Spend it or lose it. But then you had to execute. The fact that you could execute that and actually give them a 10x result from what they originally asked for goes to the other lever for a politician, which is this will happen while you're still in office. And you get the credit. And when you run for re-election, you can point to it. So many infrastructure related things, everyone thinks it's going to be someone else is going to get the credit because it's going to take that long to do it. So if you can show them solutions that can happen that fast and you point at them saying, you get to take the credit for it, you get more yeses than nos, because that's what motivates them.
Thank you. We got one question here, and Vince is going to make a comment. We have not forgotten about your question. That's a very important question. We're going to answer that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add perhaps some European view on that. So I understand that these activities are supporting the SDG of the United Nations effectively. Poverty, health care, all these topics. In Germany, you have also, as it was said, a run for fiber, but which I personally cannot always follow because I have ADSL with the 100 megabits per second with copper which was buried down last century, and the efficiency is sufficient. On the other side, we see that cellular services are offered almost above the whole country, although there are always complaints that the rural areas are not well supported. On the other side, in the city of Bonn, where I live, and there is also the headquarters of Deutsche Telekom, there is United Nations Climate, the Secretary for Climate Change, etc., etc. If you want to buy a ticket to take the metro or the bus, either you have to, I don't know where they buy it, or you can use an app. And if you don't have the app and the mobile phone, you cannot buy this. You cannot drive to the neighbor city taking the local train if you don't have the ticket. So the people are really forced to have cellular phones. There is no public Wi-Fi infrastructure. And I'm also in the president of the let's say, grant parliament of the city of Bonn, where we collect money and to give to social projects. And there was a project which we funded where specialized people are training elderly to use the smartphones, because without a smartphone, you cannot take the bus. And in many cases, in the meantime, you cannot even communicate to your insurance because the insurance tells you, sends you emails or documents, and if you don't have it, have no chance to get some reimbursement if you paid in advance this. So the situation is really very interesting. It's different perhaps than from the US, but we see that many used habits, let's say, to have the possibility to buy a ticket paying with cash, disappear.
Thank you, Angela. You have a question?
Yeah, I was going to add to what he said. We worked on the Hidalgo County project and Eastside Union High School District with the city of San Jose. I'm in SmartWave, but it is in the whole county. It's 20 square miles, but we did that off of only 4 fiber pops and all within 6 months as the CARES funding was running out, and had to build 18 towers. So that kind of goes back to fiber is put above everything, but we should look at it as in return on connectivity. How fast can we get these kids connected? And it is really unfortunate that they don't have funding. So a lot of these people who could be connected right now aren't. But in the city of San Jose, that was in 2014 before they had all this grant funding, and they did that through a voter approved bond fund. So that's the way that looking at a public-private partnership can be funding these projects and getting people connected.
Great. Thanks for the comment.
Oh, no, I agree. I was just saying, it's sad that that's what's happening now, but.
Vince, I saw your hands there. You're going to make a comment or answer the gentleman's question? Okay, thank you.
Was really more not necessarily around how do you build these types of municipal networks, how do you keep them alive. The answer that I didn't put in the presentation is revenue. You've got to be able to generate a small amount of revenue from that network, and with integrated billing systems, self-organizing features, it's really a very simple thing to do. And no offense to anyone that may work for a municipality, they're just not wired for thinking about how do we generate non-tax revenue from things, right? It's free public Wi-Fi, should be free to everyone. But when you really look into the economics, both CBRS and the cost basis for light license, unlicensed CBRS and public Wi-Fi, you're talking about a small incremental amount of revenue that not only covers the cost of the bandwidth, covers the operating costs altogether, but it also, if you accrue properly, it'll accrue for the replacement costs at the end of life at year 5, at year 7. So again, a lot of this is a financial issue. It's a math problem. And that's really what we've been focusing in on, is how do you solve the math problem without grants, without subsidies? So if anybody really wants to get into the weeds, happy to share with you the analysis, but that's the answer. Non-tax revenue from the network, and you can keep it alive.
Great. I'm going to come to the panel for answering that question. While you're answering, you may want to also think about, if you wanted to have this audience to go to the reception for one thought from your side, I would love to hear that thought. Please go ahead.
It's difficult to filter everything to one thought.
That's okay.
But I will tell you one thing, that it is possible. You can connect people. You can put a connected community together. Yes, there are 10 reasons why you will not be able to do it. There's only one reason, if you ask me, and that is to bridge the digital divide.
Greta, your time.
Thank you. Well, I want to, first of all, when it comes to the way fiber, the way folks talk about fiber as the only solution, I just want to point back to Vince's presentation, actually, in the way he both talked about how that's true about fiber, and then he also talked about how a hybrid solution is needed to really maximize the utility of the fiber itself. But I have two things, sorry. I want to respond to the gentleman from Bonn and also talk about the third thing that motivates politicians, and that is getting more money for what they want to do out of the collective budget. And I think it's really critical, and I'm giving you my consultant advice for free. It's really critical that anybody who's working on broadband connectivity and digital equity starts talking about the outcomes and those SDG goals, or however you want to put it, workforce development and economic development, health, education, all those end benefits, those like second level benefits that come from connectivity, rather than talking about the connectivity itself. So that's the only way that all these investments are going to add up to something that takes money from other parts of the budget and gets it into that part of the budget that whoever's leading on broadband, can manage. Right. So we really have to make that connection. That's the holy grail. How do these investments lead to those outcomes that are actually related to how people live in the world?
Thank you. Great. Mark, your answer and your final word.
Oh, no, just, hey, I just appreciate the opportunity to get up here and be invited to this and share a little bit about what we've experienced. I felt Dallas was probably the best example to kind of quantify and put things in perspective, because we talk about issues and problems and opportunities, but I think that kind of hopefully struck home the impact that a hybrid solution has. And if we're going to get there and we're going to really extend broadband to these underserved communities, there's so many things we have to do that aren't being done. Especially, I think that the cities are highly challenged. I mean, we ran into issues and challenges, but we also had help from them. But there's just a lot. The question is, how do you help the city with what they don't know? And so I think what Vince did was a good step forward. Sometimes you just got to give them answers to the test.
I would say last comments would be for municipalities to open access to vertical infrastructure and horizontal infrastructure equitably. That would probably be the first advice I would give them. I would also give them the advice to be able to streamline their zoning and permitting processes, which takes the time to market out of being able to deploy this in a timely fashion, which makes those grants that have been issued, a very timely shot clock to be able to produce and open up the streets in order to deploy fiber for just one carrier. Imagine large cities who have multiple carriers with no one dig policies. How are they going to be able to lay the fiber they've been granted awards for in an equitable timeline if you're only opening up the streets for one or two? And to answer the question in the back in reference to whether or not wireless can be introduced as a better time to market solution than fiber in many cases, I do believe most of the incumbents now, and they always have been, but more predominantly now, are taking a look at some of the spectrum that's already been grandfathered to specifically tribal nations like the 2.5 gig and the 700 meg and taking a look and determining already, many white papers have already been written that fiber is not going to be able to be cost effective to deploy to every single household in this nation, much like the federal government suggests that it would, in which case hybrid designs are being designed right now by all of the carriers to introduce new infrastructure to be able to deploy, particularly CBRS, 6 gig, as well as 2.5 gig that's already on the ground, to be able to serve those in a timely fashion in order for them to use their grants before they renege on those awards.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we spent about a little over an hour and a half together. You heard some of the questions. You also heard some of the answers, but there are more questions to generate that was generated out of those conversations. None of us claim that we have all the answers. I don't think WBA would claim that they have all the answers, but at least this is the forum. This is a place that we can bring up those questions and hopefully look collectively, collaboratively towards finding those solutions. First of all, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for staying a little bit extra time. And on behalf of the panel members, I want to thank you. And on your behalf, I'd like to thank our panel members who spent the time together and give them a round of applause. And on that note, I'm going to pass on for the good news to Bruno, who's going to invite you to the party for food and drinks. Bruno, go ahead.
Yes, I just have to borrow.
You get a microphone. Okay, great. Yes.
No, yeah, thank you so much, everyone. So on behalf of Tiago, I would like to invite you all for the wrap-up of the event. So we have a drinks and networking reception. So that will be at the atrium of the Plaza of the Americas. So you can look right after you go. Hopefully some folks already arrived.
It's called lower lobby, right?
Lower lobby, exactly. But having said this, I hope it was a good day one for all of you. Great work from Sarah events team, getting all this agenda and panel lined up. I hope you also got some insights and join our working groups. So everything you saw here today is being discussed on a weekly basis in the WBA activities. And with this, I would like to invite you also to join tomorrow for day 2. We have a set of sessions also planned. So thank you so much for coming and for your support, and to our sponsors.
Greta, thank you very much. It was great. Thank you.